Again, Father, we thank you today for your love and your kindness and your mercy. We continuously pray to you that you look over us and guide us and lead us in the right direction. We ask these blessings in your son Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone, for being here this morning. It's going to be a long day. I hope you got your rest last night. To start off with, we have implemented a new policy here, just based on the additional COVID cases that are spreading pretty rapidly throughout Florida, that if you have not had your vaccination, that you please wear a mask for the protection of yourself and for the protection of others. And I believe that went into effect this morning. Is that correct?
Correct, and there are masks available.
And there are masks available at the back of the room. So thank you very much. And with that, let's get started on this workshop. So I think we're going to start. You want to start with?
Yes, ma'am,
David
Mayor.
Wright?
Dave's going to introduce our guests from FGU.
Thank you. Just for the record, my name is David Frank. I'm in charge of the natural gas department. And I want to thank each and every one of you for giving me time to speak here today. So Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Leary, what we've got here is we've been presented with a proposal to buy a percentage of our natural gas at a discount price. And this proposal is through Florida Gas Utility, and they're out of Gainesville, Florida. Florida Gas Utility handles all of our monthly data as far as gas volume, pricing, whatever our gas needs are. And finally, they present us with an estimated gas bill at the end of each month. And we've been a member of Florida Gas Utility since 2009, and they have been a blessing to us. They've gotten myself out of many hard spots with gas and everything, especially with all this Highway 17 project that's going on. And with that, Florida Gas Utility, they've been our spokesperson between Florida Department of Transportation and our pipeline contractors on the Highway 17 4-lane project, San Mateo on phase 1. Currently with phase 2 between the 4-lane project and Dunn's Creek Bridge, that's going on now. Phase 3 should be starting up sometime late next year. That'll go from Dunn's Creek all the way into Satsuma County Road 309. So, and hopefully they'll be helping us with that project also. We're fortunate enough to have Tom Joffrey with Florida Gas Utility here today to speak with you about this gas proposal. And Tom is the general manager of Florida Gas Utilities. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Tom. This man knows his stuff, let me tell you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be here this morning. My name is Tom Jeffrey. I'm the General Manager and CEO for Florida Gas Utility. I have with me Taylor Morgan. She is our marketing specialist in our member services department. And so we're here this morning to talk to you about another gas prepaid project, that opportunity that has come forward and is we're working on right now. So talk a little bit about that. I've been doing this for over 38 years, natural gas, all in Florida, both in municipal side of the business and investor-owned side of the business. And so I've seen most everything that can happen in a gas utility and done pretty much everything related to natural gas. What we're here today to talk about is, we purchase and sell to you all of your natural gas supply for you to sell to your consumers, your residential and commercial customers. We have another opportunity to look at acquiring that gas at below market prices. And so just start off a little bit by talking a little bit about Florida Gas Utility, just to refresh your memory. We are a not-for-profit municipal joint action agency. That's a pretty fancy title for basically a co-op. We exist to serve our members. You all are a member, as David Frank just said, since 2009. We have 25 members throughout the state of Florida and we've been in business since 1989, over 30 years. We are what's called the 5th largest shipper on the Florida Gas Transmission pipeline system. Florida Gas Transmission is a major interstate pipeline that provides natural gas from the production areas in Texas, where the natural gas comes out of the ground. They deliver it over here to Florida in bulk. And then we take the gas from Florida Gas Transmission. So we are the 5th largest, the largest being Florida Power and Light, obviously for their power plants. They burn a lot of natural gas in the power plants. So we do a lot of business and we're well recognized in the industry. So this discounted natural gas supply is actually done through what's called a prepaid transaction. In other words, somebody is prepaying for 30 years worth of natural gas, but it's not us and it's not you. We don't prepay for anything. That all happens upstream of us. And because of the way that the deal is structured, we were required to make a 30-year commitment to purchase natural gas. That's a long time. Okay. But you're in the natural gas business, distribution business, which is a long-term business. And so this fits very nicely with your business model of being in the natural gas industry and the business. This is not the first type of deal that you all are participating in. You actually are already involved in 3 deals, as are most of our members. This would be the 4th transaction, and this would be with an entity called Gulf States Gas District and BP. Everyone's familiar with BP, right? It's one of the big oil and natural gas companies. Okay. So what are the key terms of this deal with Gulf States and BP? So the quantity that we're looking at is fairly small. We're talking about 17 decatherms per day in the winter months and 9 decatherms per day in the summer months. That's about, I would say about 10% of what you use on an average day. Okay. The discount that we can achieve is below market, a 30 cent per decatherm below market price. Currently, natural gas is running about $3.50 per decatherm, and that's the unit that is that natural gas is measured in. And so this is almost a 10% discount. A month and a half ago, gas prices were about $2. So the 30 cent discount would have been about a 15% savings. Okay, but market prices change. They go up, they go down, but this discount gets locked in. So no matter what the market price is, you'll be paying 30 cents below that. So if market price is $4, you'll be paying $3.70 for this gas. Very nice deal. Okay. The term of this contract is a 30-year contract. This discount will either be locked in for the entire 30-year period, or it will periodically reprice and keep up with the market. Perhaps in 5 years from now, the market's offering 40 cent discounts. Maybe they're only offering 20 cent discounts. So some of the deals that we're in, the discount is locked in for the full 30 years. Other deals that reprices periodically, typically between 5 and 10 years. This deal with Gulf States and BP, they're uncertain which way they're going to go right now. Okay, they're checking the market to see which one can produce a better discount. And there are ways to get out of this deal if you want to, or if you need to in the future. Basically, if you sell the system, you get out of the deal. If you shut the system down and no longer need natural gas, the deal is terminated. If you have a reduction in the need for natural gas for some reason, and it gets down low enough to where you don't need this prepaid gas, you get out of the deal, no penalty to anybody for terminating the deal early because of a permanent cessation in the use of natural gas. So you can get in, and if something bad happens, you get out with no cost to the city, no penalty. So here's a breakout of the contract quantities. So on the left-hand side, the 3 deals that you're in are in that existing daily contract quantity. You have a total of 45 decatherms a day in winter months and 21 decatherms a day in summer months, already under these 30-year contracts, with all of them getting minimum 30 cent discounts. One of them is a minimum 40 cent discount. We were fortunate to get that one. That represents about 35% of your historic average consumption over the last 5 years. So we're not attempting to buy all of your gas needs under this, because you have to take this gas every day. Okay, that's one of the requirements. So we're trying to get to basically near your average consumption level, about 80% of that's our target. So with this additional quantities that we just showed you, the proposed daily contract quantities in total will be about 62 decatherms a day in the winter months and 30 in the summer. That represents almost 50% of your historic consumption. We're trying to get to 80%. So we think there's probably about 2 more deals that we can do to get you to 80%, because we think that's a safe level for you to be able to take that every day into your system. Okay. So the savings, so the existing, the 3 deals you're in right now, the existing savings you're getting on an annual basis, this is based on 11,289 decatherms for the year, is $3,710. Okay. If you add in what we're proposing, and if you approve what we're proposing, and we add that in, now you're 15,782 decatherms a year are being bought at below market prices, and that's a savings of just over $5,057. Okay. So they're reasonably good numbers. You know, $5,000 a year may not sound like a big number, but every little bit helps. And so, again, you already have approved 3 of these transactions to be participating in, as have all of our other members. And all of our other members are looking to join in this prepaid transaction as well. So we are recommending that if you all want to participate in it, that you would authorize the execution of a directive to us indicating that you want to participate, just like you have in the prior 3 deals. And so with that, I'll open it up for any questions that you may have.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Commissioner DeVito?
Yes, I apologize. I was unavoidably delayed and on my way in the door. 2 people sent me a text, which is what I'm looking at my phone for. I'm not the technical director here, but 2 people told me that they were trying to access the meeting on Zoom using the link, and JT gave me what he says is the correct number. There's a difference. The number that's published is not what JT gave me. There's 1 number off.
Okay,
So if,
we probably need to read that out then. Karen, is it possible that we could send something out also by,
Well, they were playing with the Zoom this morning, so it could have been a different number
Well,
just because of that reason, but if
okay.
she gives me the number, I'll be more than happy to,
okay, the number that JT gave me, I think it's the meeting ID, and then the meeting ID is what's the end part of the link. It's 9664931. And then what's published, the last 4 digits are 5757, but JT, you're sure you're correct here, gave me 3757 instead of 5757. He gave me 3757. So the bad thing is that if they can't get in, they can't hear us say this. So-
right, but Karen, can we,
I'll
okay,
fix it.
thank you,
Sorry.
thank you.
Sorry.
She'll send something out through our,
Right, but JT assured me that it is being recorded, even though
it is,
they can't
yeah.
get in, so they can see it later. I'm sorry, we want everybody to hear you.
Absolutely.
I apologize for that, thank you.
This is-
Okay, do you have any questions, Commissioner
I
DeVito?
I actually do.
Okay,
So obviously, said this seems to be favorable to all the municipal members. You think getting us, it seems like according to your estimates, we have quite a ways to go to get to that 80% level. And one thing you said is we have to take a certain amount of gas every day. And I'm assuming that's because if you're receiving the gas, or whoever it is that's sending us the gas, it's ready to go and it has to go somewhere, correct?
That's correct. The gas, this transaction has not been completed yet.
Sure.
So once it does get completed, the gas will start flowing on a date certain, probably April 1 of 2022. Okay. And that's when the 30-year would start. Okay, so starting, let's just say that happens, so starting April 1 of next year, you would have to take this gas every day.
Okay, are you aware, has anyone ever had a problem with that when they
No.
increase their mandatory? I
No,
guess,
because of the
level?
nature of your business, you're selling gas to residential and commercial customers, you're using this gas every day.
Okay,
If there happened to be a day or two where you couldn't do it, we have other members who would take it on your behalf on those days without any penalty to you or to them.
that was my next question. If you don't take your gas for any reason, if you have not given notice and gone out of business, then there is a penalty.
In that instance, that would probably be the case, but I can't envision that happening.
Okay.
Commissioner Burton, you have a question?
So what do you think now? So basically you based your proposal on what we use today,
Correct.
okay, and then you.
What you have used historically, yes.
Historically, so, and that's why you're saying you don't see an initial problem with
That's correct.
making sure that we can use this gas down the line.
History tells us you used more than this quantity every day for the last 20 years.
Okay, so we'd be able to absorb that.
Oh, yes.
That extra.
That's why we only want to get to 80% of your average daily use,
Okay,
because we want to ensure that you can take this gas every day. And as your system grows, hopefully over time, and your volumes go up, then we would be able to do more and more of that, because your average would go up. over
but now
time
you're saying it's 30 cents,
Per decatherm.
yeah, and I just need to understand that too. So in other words, I think you put it in dollar amounts, right? Like,
Correct.
let me just see. Let's write this down a little bit. But you said, right now that would be about, 30 cents, or what are you calling that again?
Decatherm.
Decatherm, thank you. So it doesn't matter how many we use, you just get 30 cents off of each one. So if you use 1,000,
Right, so we're talking about 17 decatherms every day in the winter months, being October through April.
okay.
Okay.
And then the summer.
Typically, you're using, I'm gonna guesstimate, probably 100 decatherms every day in the winter months, and the same in the summer months,
Okay,
minimum.
Hey, Tom, could you
Yes,
explain to them the difference between a decatherm and a therm, because
sure.
around here, we hardly use the term decatherm in therms.
So you all bill your customer in units called therms, which by definition is 100,000 BTUs, British thermal units. That's how much energy is in the gas. Okay. When we buy off the pipeline, we buy in what's called decatherms. Deca meaning 10 therms, so 10 times the amount that you're billing your customer. So you're billing in therms, we're buying decatherms. And it's an easy conversion. 1 decatherm equals 10 therms. It's as simple as that. Okay. But because the pipeline delivers in bulk, that's the unit of measurement and the unit of transaction at that level is decatherms.
You're saying that's more the wholesale.
That's a wholesale.
Yeah.
term, That's correct.
We had something like this, are we ending that, our last term of this?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
We've had, help me out.
To it.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've had a contract be similar. Are we ending that contract and started this?
You're in 3 contracts for 30 years. All of them started approximately within the last 2 years or so.
All right,
Okay, they go for 30 years. The reason we didn't want to put all of your, about 80% of your annual into one deal is we wanted to diversify, right? And make sure that we weren't in one deal. We want to be in many deals because it's just better to be diversified and to have, you don't want it all to terminate at the same time or reprice. If they reprice periodically, you don't want them to all reprice at the same time. You want them to be dispersed a little
Like
bit.
that, okay,
gotcha. Okay, thank you.
yes. She has a.
So with this,
In other words, we don't want to put all your eggs in one basket.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
so with this particular one that we're working with, 17 decatherms, those will all be at that 30-cent savings, correct?
That's
Okay,
a minimum of 30-cent discount
Okay.
is what we require from this deal.
okay,
If they can't achieve that, we won't enter into the deal. And they all know that. And they know that we are a preferred entity, that everyone wants to do business with us because we have a lot of members who are what's called qualified users. And that's the key. This is an IRS program. And so you have to comply with all the IRS regulations, and one is, it has to be a qualified use, meaning it has to be consumed by someone served by a municipal entity. So investor-owned utilities, like I used to work for, are not eligible for this program. They can't get these discounts. Okay, only municipal entities can get these type of discounts on the gas supply.
And let me ask you this question. What other municipality connected to your organization close to us?
Palatka Gas Authority,
Okay, good. Okay.
Williston, Live Oak, Lake City, many, Jacksonville Beach, many,
Oh, okay.
Leesburg, Clearwater. So we have 25 members throughout the state, Mariana, a lot of them in the Panhandle, but yeah, Palatka right up the road here is a member as well. And they're also in 3 deals, and I'm also recommending to them to get into this deal.
Okay.
Commissioner DeVito.
Hi, I apologize. I might have been able to Google this, but it just occurred to me. How many municipal gas utilities are there in the state as a whole? Do you know, or what percent of the municipal utilities belong to FGU?
So there's 34 gas municipalities in the state. We have, I believe it's 17 of those as members. The other 8 are electric generation members who use natural gas, like Florida Municipal Power Agency, FMPA, if you're familiar with them.
I've probably heard of it.
But Orlando Utilities Commission, they're one of our members,
Okay.
but they just generate electricity with the natural gas. The others, the 34 municipals are natural gas distribution municipalities like you are. Where you serving residential and commercial customers.
Okay, because my parents lived for years in Tallahassee. I went to high school there, and I know that's a municipal utility. I don't know if they have gas or not,
They do,
but I thought
both
they did.
distribution and generation, and they are a member of our organization. They're our newest member, actually. It's joined about a year ago.
Thank you.
I just have one more question.
Sure.
Basically, this is 30 cents. It's a fixed rate, no matter what the gas costs.
Correct.
Have you ever done anything with a percentage, such as every time it changes or fluctuates, you get so many percents off?
Now, because this all has to be financially hedged to make sure that all of the economics are locked in. Not, we don't do it, it all happens
No,
before
I
us.
understand that, but I'm just wondering, if it's
Yeah.
fixed, if it's $2,
That's
versus
correct.
$5, and right now, we fill up this isn't the same type of gas. Okay,
Correct.
but as we fill up our cars, we realize, how
That's right.
these things fluctuate pretty high and low. But that's my.
Yeah, and that's why we like the transactions that periodically reprice.
Yes, we price.
So
because I
that
can
if
see
gas
us-
costs go up, the discount also tends to get bigger. And so we want to be kind of in the market at periodically to make sure that discount is representative of gas costs.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Yes, sir.
One question, Tom. So if the commission decides to do this, and by the way, the staff is recommending that we do this, what we would have to approve this at a regular meeting. Is August the 8th soon enough?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
I believe it's the 10th.
That's the thing.
Oh, 10, that's right, Jane. Yeah.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
just-
early
it keeps
August
moving.
is
It's a
fine.
moving target every time I.
The BP is actually in what's called a blackout period right now. They can't transact anything until they come out of the blackout period in another week or so. And the markets have moved in the wrong direction recently, so these discounts are not achieved right now.
Gotcha.
And so It may, you know, markets change. It may come back into the money in a day or two. It may not for a year. We don't know. The markets are fickle.
But right now, as we stand, this would give us about a 1,300 for savings,
Yes, the difference between
A minimum of that.
5057
Yeah,
and 37.
1347, and I guess about 40,000 over the course of 30 years is what we'd say.
I'll trust your math.
Just trying to make sure that that's a minimum though. It could fluctuate. Up, could fluctuate down.
That's
Okay,
correct. Yeah.
okay,
For some period of time, the 30 cents, assuming that's what the initial discount is, it could be a little bit higher,
okay,
but let's just say it's 30 cents. That'll be locked in for at least 5 to 7 years.
okay.
It may be locked in for the full 30 years, depending on if that's the way the transaction.
Explain to us just quickly, the blackout. Why are they in a blackout right now?
This is all due to Dodd-Franks and all that legislation where corporations that are publicly traded,
Uh-huh.
before their earnings reports come out, they can't transact any
Okay.
deals because it might be perceived to be improper.
You might want to sell your stock.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any more questions? We good? Thank you both very much.
Thank you very much for
Thank you,
allowing
we
us to come
appreciate it.
today and speak to you, and
Thanks.
with your permission, we will leave. Okay, now.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
With that, let's get started on the budget.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mayor, I think it'd be best if we just go through the overall draft budget
Okay,
and then we'll come back and we'll do questions and comments by the department heads
okay.
and we'll just move on from there. So
Thank you for having the department heads
Yeah. that's
coming
something
and
good.
speaking to us. That is new, and I think that's very important for all of us to hear from them individually. So
I just
thank
wish
you.
I had $1 for every time I heard this isn't the way Patrick did it. So I could be tired tomorrow, but anyway.
No, but we do appreciate that. Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome. So Debbie, if you want to go ahead and I'll just let you move through it like we did in our budget workshop and we'll do it by entity. And then at the end of that, if you have any questions as we go through, we'll do it, just do questions as we go through it. All right.
Okay, y'all have your proposed budget for 2021-2022 at the current millage rate not being changed, one at 8.5914. So on your spreadsheets, anything that's in the lavender is things that will disappear. We have to have them on the budget for 3 years to show them, but we will not be using those lines anymore. And like the state filing fees. So as you go through criminal justice grants, those will all be discontinued.
I think I have an 11.
Yeah, you do. Look on your top page.
It faded
The
out.
other looks, it's kind of gray.
Yeah, it's kind of great.
Okay,
It
okay.
looks kind of
All
dirty.
right,
You know,
got it. Thank y'all. Got the right document.
Because of the Central Avenue grant process, well, it should be completed this year. Our budget has went down from last year. About $400,000. We've added some lines, but our overall budget will be less that amount. I don't know how y'all want to do this. You just want to go department by department or?
Let's
Yeah.
just,
Let's just start.
let's
and do
start
it.
with can we start with our revenue? Can we go
Yeah,
and
let's
start with our
Just
revenue?
go through any questions on the taxes,
Okay,
our revenues.
Oh.
And this came up, I think it is a question from one of the previous meetings, so our additional revenue from the increase in our ad valorem base is about $22,000 plus or minus, not very much, so.
Okay,
You can see our optional 6 cent gas tax, our local option tax. Then our carryover from prior year, we won't know obviously until we end the fiscal year.
okay, can I ask you a question about that? When we're looking at that, it's 42,000 this year. Is that based on what we've brought in so far, Debbie, or is that when you're looking at the local op 6? And then we've got over here an estimation, we've budgeted for 48,000.
Okay, if you look at your statement of revenue and expenses, that's what we've received so far this year. We use that to calculate what we're going to receive next year. Your local option 6, we budgeted 42,000 last year and we've already received 35,000. And so we're assuming that we still have 2 more months.
Okay, well, and I'm just,
What line
So-
is that?
we go down to your third
Line
line under
7.
taxes,
Line
line
7.
7 under
Right,
taxes.
okay, thank you.
So my question is, last year when you went down and you budgeted for 42,
We've averaged every year almost 48 anyway.
okay, so that's why, so you just
We
decided,
use the average of 3 years what we received.
okay, so that's what you're using. I just want to make sure. Okay, that was,
So everybody understands, we have 3 years of actual expense, the average for 3 years, this year's budget and next year's proposed budget, so.
Okay.
All right, electricity franchise,
Electricity franchise.
That's from our FPNL.
we have a franchise agreement with them.
I guess, and I'm gonna err on the side of being cautious. I know we're rounding up. Should we round up? Are we safe in rounding up in dollars, or should we round down?
I thought we should round up because electricity is going to go up. I mean, so we're going to get more franchise fees.
I mean, I understand. I just want to make sure. So if everybody will turn their phones off.
We were at almost 106,000 anyway for a 3-year period. So,
Okay.
and we've only budgeted 104 last year and we are at,
Now, this is electricity that we spend,
No, this is the franchise fee that we received from Florida Power and Light.
okay, this is,
Yeah, correct.
yes,
okay,
Same thing, we receive a franchise fee.
yeah, I see
for
this,
our
Garbage too.
okay.
Yeah, we are gonna, there are a number of new connections and new construction coming online, so I think we're very safe.
Okay, I just want to make sure because, you know, I typically round down and just want to make sure if we're rounding out. Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
The one thing that I don't quite get that is not expressed here, and I think in prior years, we've had like a pie chart and some high-level summaries, and maybe that will come at a future date, because I understand this is the first pass. But the thing that I don't see is, it looks like our total revenue is total without the grants is about $38,000 more this year. If you compare our total budgeted of 1.8 million and some over the total general fund revenue last year without grants of 1.789 million. My math could be off, but I get an increase of only about $38,000. But I know that we have increased a number of costs quite a bit more than $38,000, mainly for personnel and some equipment and things of that nature, various services. So how are we getting the budget to balance
I
out.
think as we go forward, though, as we go more into our expenses, Debbie will be able to help us with that, correct, Debbie?
Yes,
Okay. Right now, we're going through our revenue.
and this is just an estimate. This is an estimate on what we're gonna bring in. We may bring more and hopefully we won't bring less.
But if we do, we have a wonderful reserve.
Yes.
Okay, so if we go through this, does anybody have any additional questions with our revenue projections?
Well, actually, I do have one. If there is, are we including anywhere on here, or is that too much in the future, too uncertain, the CARES funding? The second round of CARES funding that's.
The American Rescue Plan,
Yes, that's supposed to be direct grant to cities with
it's
conditions.
not direct grants. It comes through the state and there's a whole process. I just got an email. I'll be happy to send it to you with about 4 attachments that you almost have to be a lawyer to understand, which so you might. But
No, that's what I'm asking.
it's very complicated. I don't anticipate us getting those funds this fiscal year.
Okay,
And then once, we will have to come back and designate capital projects that have a direct relationship to the requirements, the criteria for receiving the funding. But if everything works out with the federal and state government, you never know, we would receive this year, before the end of the year, 330,000, which I'm gonna recommend to y'all that we use to construct barracks at the fire department so that we can have an ambulance station here full time. And then next year, we receive another 330,000, and that could be allocated for any capital projects.
right, and I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said direct grant. What I meant was there's a formula, and theoretically, we're entitled according to the federal formula. But as you said, there are conditions.
Well,
To be
their
determined.
conditions are it has to be a project
Right.
that you can relate back to monies that you lost from COVID and that you hopefully would replace. But with us, it'd be easy to do, no problem. It's just a matter of, they're making it so complicated. And of course, because we are a CNU, local governments below the threshold to get the direct payment, we actually will receive the payment through the state Department of Economic Opportunity. And I do anticipate we'll get it. But I do think it'll be definitely next year's budget.
But it's not in this current budget. We don't have it
Right. but
we
you
don't
can't-
have it.
Yeah,
accounted for in this budget because it's still very much an unknown.
right.
Is that correct?
Well, yes, correct.
So we don't want to
Yeah.
put that in here and not have it. Okay.
So it's kind of a-
Okay, so let's continue on. So as we go through license and permits, the fire inspection fee, I guess we're deleting that one, correct? And then we're going back into the additional ones. And is this, Debbie, because we're deleting all of these, is because these are now done through the county or?
Correct.
Okay,
And we had to leave them on there for 3 years, so it's
Okay.
required, so now we can be off.
okay. And then if we come down, does anybody have any questions about that section, license and permits? Okay, as we come down to grants. I did have a question in here, Debbie. There was a number of 560,000 as an average. I guess that's, that was in, where did that, what was
It's
that
right
for?
here.
Yeah,
What line item is that?
That was a grant on line item 42 for the police vehicles that we got
42.
from USDA rural development.
I see what you're talking about. I'll have to go back and check on that average.
Yeah, that
Looks
seems.
like it totaled something.
Something,
About-
something I think went wrong there.
Yeah.
Because it's 560,000 and then it comes over at 216,000 for the average. And when I worked on that, I'm like, when did we get 560,000?
I'll get that fixed.
Okay, thank you.
But we don't anticipate it. We don't have any applications for any USDA grants or at this point in time, any grants because both the
And the paving will be
CDBG
complete.
and the grant, they haven't come out with the applications yet.
Okay. Okay. Any more questions on grants from any commissioners? Okay, and we're gonna go into our state shared revenue. Does anybody have any questions in state shared revenue?
Can I ask, look at
Absolutely.
line 51, for 2021, we have like 1,600. And for 21, 22, it's $100 less. Why?
Because of the police department, we're no longer, have
Gas.
them on our gas, and so
Gotcha.
our rebate's gonna go down.
Okay, thank you.
Then we're gonna go to over here in lieu of taxes. And of course, this is for the Lake Shore. That's what Putnam County pays us, correct? In lieu of them paying ad valorem taxes.
Yes, they pay it out every June.
Do we have a contract on that?
Yes,
Yeah.
We do. We do. Okay.
How long is that contract?
How long is that contract? Because they're getting a good deal at
Yeah.
$5,000.
wasn't it 20 years?
Yeah, it's been there a long time already.
I don't know, we'd have to go and look for the contract. I don't have it in my
It
office.
is for a long time though.
It is.
Yes.
Okay, that's just something we probably just need to keep an eye on and watch, just
Well, we need to get our hands on it so we can see when it ends.
That's-
In case we need to renew it.
okay. Any other questions on that?
No, but something tells me the county's never giving us any more.
But you know what? It never hurts to ask.
That's right, never hurts, put your hand down.
It never hurts to ask.
Don't ask, don't get.
And they're under new ownership again,
Yeah, I know. that.
so. Okay, when we come down to other general government. Does anybody have any questions here? I do have a question. We went up to, it looks like we've gone up to 2,000 when the average was 16. Where are we currently?
We took in that much this year, so I raised it.
You did? Okay, so we have taken in that much, so we're over, okay. Okay. Anybody have any more questions there?
The park recreation users fees. What are we charging for our parks?
I think it's $50. One of them is refundable and one of them isn't.
Yeah, it's, what we do is we charge $100 and if the parks are cleaned up after they're done using them, we give them $100 back. So we're really not charging them anything to use the parks. It's just a fee in case Keith guys have to go clean up their mess. And if they do, then we keep the $100. It's a deposit. Okay, basically is what we do.
Well, there's some event fees in there, I think if you're a non-resident, isn't that true?
Yes, if you're a non-resident, it is $50.
Right, and there are non-residents who are reserved and used our park.
What have we brought in this last year?
431, no.
163, is it? No, that's the average. Yeah, like $200, same thing.
Because I reckon a lot
Yeah,
of
that's what
people.
was budgeted on.
We haven't brought in anything this year because parks were closed due to.
Oh,
No, that's
COVID.
true, that's true, okay.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have any other questions in other general government? Okay, utility administration fees. You have
I got
some
a
questions?
question on
Yes,
every
ma'am.
line.
Go ahead.
Just what the average is and what we're looking at for 22. Are you just projecting that?
It is based on the formula that our former city manager had put in there, that they take all of utility billings budget, all of finances budget, and the insurance that's paid out of the general fund budget. Plus they take part of streets and they add it up, and each department has to pay that much. So if utility billing went up this year for their next year's budget, finance went up because we've been adding another person. And so their fees went up because they've made the three utilities pay for all of the city hall's employees.
So that comes out of the enterprise fund into the administration fund.
That's why there's such a big increase though too.
Okay, Commissioner DeVito?
Right, so if I understand this correctly, basically to operate the enterprise funds, gas, water, wastewater, and garbage, this amount of money is taken out of those funds and it goes into general administration and it pays the personnel.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so you move the money in order to pay the personnel, and they all work for this city manager. Then the CRA administration, it's my understanding, that's not really an enterprise fund, but that 32,000, it's a formula, and that money goes to certain staff, correct? Because they are deemed to operate the CRA.
Correct.
Okay, and so the last time it was explained to me, the CRA administration money went partly to the city manager, partly to the administrative assistant up front, and partly to finance. Did that how it goes?
Yeah, yes, but it's not just, I mean, we can't tell you how much, we just have to figure it out, and then plus any expenses too.
Okay, and so that, when you say expenses, like, do you attribute office supply expenses and that kind of thing, or are they broken out?
It's not broken out, no.
Okay,
They have their own budget line for some things too, the CRA does, the three CRAs.
okay, but basically 32,000, you're saying this year would come off the top for administration expense.
Correct.
And that does not include the unfilled $20,000 for a CRA economic development person.
Correct.
That would be an additional amount. Okay,
That's in their budget.
okay,
And the reason it's so high is because we have three CRAs now, and when we first started, we only had one. So we're getting additional money.
sure. And so for the north and south, those are the.
Correct.
Correct, okay. All right.
Because we also lose Avalon that goes to the CRA, so
Oh, yeah,
a percentage of our Avalon. My recommendation, if I was your consultant, would be that we reevaluate the two CRAs in the overall program. I can't, we've had the position advertised, even though it's, part-time or consulting. We can't get anybody interested in doing that, so, that's something the whole program needs to be reevaluated.
right, we've just, I think that's a discussion for a different day.
Oh, yeah, no,
Yeah.
that would be a whole separate budget, or not a budget, but a workshop
Yep.
on CRAs, correct?
We've been threatening to have that for some time now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, court cases. And this is an area that's going away, correct, Debbie?
Correct.
Okay. And election fines.
We didn't budget it because it's not necessarily going to happen, and if it does, we'll just, pay for it out of that. That's when somebody is, I think, late filing, or I'm not really.
Okay. And then, anybody have any questions on that? Okay, interest income. That's dropped down to 1,500.
That's my question.
Interest rates.
But still, we've still been able to maintain at least an average. You've got an average of right at 5,000. Why are we dropping down to 1,500 on that?
And look at the last year.
Line 75.
Yeah.
Well, interest rates have still been lower for a couple of years now.
Sorry, Phil, you said something, what's that?
We've only received so far this year, $1,495 on the interest that hits the general fund account. The ones that we're receiving a higher amount are the wastewater and water, I think it is when we
Well,
reserve accounts.
okay, then why in those other fiscal years, the 2019, 2020, and 2018, 2019, were they so much higher?
Interest rates are higher for sure.
But they, I mean, were they that,
I mean, that's pretty significant. though.
that's
Yeah.
significant.
They were, I'm pretty sure they were. Because, I mean, I've looked at our bank statement and the drop has been, I think it's been in the past year,
Yeah, I think it's, right now, I'm getting what,
minuscule,
a
Yeah.
10%.
but
I mean, it's,
Yeah, I think it's a little bit higher than that, but it's still not.
Okay,
Because, you know, we renegotiated with Center State when we found out we weren't getting what we should be getting.
right.
we'll look, we'll check this out.
Okay.
Double check on
And
it.
if we get more, then that's good too. I was just wondering, I was just asking about the difference. Okay, any more questions on that with interest income?
I was gonna say, this is very helpful.
Okay, rents and leases, let's go into there. So this is what we've got with, I guess, Debbie, this is the county office and then it's Gullet Title.
Correct,
Gullet Title is still on a month to month.
yes,
They're paying $600 a month
plus taxes.
plus taxes.
Mhm.
Okay,
Are we contracted with them as well?
month to month.
Yeah, just
Month to month?
They had told us they had plans to
leave.
to leave,
Yeah.
and that was quite a while ago, so I don't know what happened to that.
Well, what I understand is the building that they bought, they're getting such a good deal from us that they're renting the building they bought to move into and renting that out. So
I don't think anybody's using that building.
I don't know, that's kind of what I was hearing in the grapevine, you know?
They were, I believe that Jay and Holmes and Young were renting that back from them.
Well, we just need to keep that.
But they're not
mind.
in there now.
$600 is a-
Yeah.
is a very, very good deal for.
They're not in there
office.
now. That's all.
And then the county, I think, just renewed their lease last year.
And they're gonna paint and.
Yeah.
Do some good work to the building.
They're doing some significant improvements to that
improvements
building.
at their cost.
At their cost.
Now, what about the outside of the building? I believe that's what we're.
They're gonna be painting that, yeah, they're gonna do some wood replacement.
there's
paint,
That whole
and-
front facade.
And so subsequently, we have, we're gonna do the gullet or the other building, we'll paint that, to come out of CRA.
That sounds good.
And we're going to try to get, the Parker House people to apply for a facade grant stuff through the CRA to try to.
Yeah.
Make that look a little
So
better.
everything kind of looks a little
That's-
uniform.
That's Karen's job.
Yes, sir. That's no problem. Don't have to do.
Okay, let's move on. So then we're gonna go to our special assessments, alarm ordinance fees. Now, I guess we have to keep that line on there, even though there's,
It should be able to disappear.
okay, it looks like there's been no activity on it.
Years, yes.
Okay, so that's something that we can take off of there.
Mhm.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions on that?
Well, I guess my one question would be, and this would be to ask the sheriff, do we have an issue with false alarms? I mean, the only reason people have alarm ordinances and signups and fines is, you know, if you have a bunch of false alarms that are annoying the law enforcement. So, I mean, I would think we would inquire as to whether,
We can ask them, but
You
I
know-
think if they're the ones having to respond, it would
Yeah.
probably.
right, but it's, right now, it's our ordinance.
Ordinance.
And so I think we would have to, since we contract with the sheriff, we would have to do that with
Yeah.
them.
But
But,
we did, at one time, we did have a problem with false alarms.
Yeah.
But somehow when we started a little assessment, they kind of went down, real down, you know.
right, and I mean, I'm.
So before we eliminate that, let's talk to the sheriff and just make sure.
Well, we could collect it anyway.
Okay,
I mean, because the sheriff's doing all of that, so I don't see how we can collect it, because.
Yeah. I
we
think
still,
they
we
can
still have
collect
just have an ordinance in
I
place, so
think
we
you
would
can
have to address that ordinance
collect
and
it through
figure
the
out.
town.
So we'll talk to the sheriff and see how they're handling, how they're dealing with that. Okay, sales of surplus material. Do you have any questions there? Okay, no questions. Other revenues? We have any questions here?
I see all our police cars gone, so I imagine we turn
They
it back to the state or
No,
something.
No, they
we,
surplus.
one of them is being used and transferred to the fire department. And the other 3 have been transferred through the USDA in the grant to the sheriff's department to be used here.
Good.
Aren't they in
And
the
then some of them were
process of
surplus.
wrapping them too?
I'm sorry?
Aren't they in the process of wrapping them?
Yes, they'll be used, and they're gonna be used down here.
Right.
And the-
And Jason has a pretty one.
Yeah, the
now.
chief had his wrapped and
Right,
it
it's
looks
very
very nice,
attractive.
very, yeah, really is.
So I do have one question about the cars. So which budget is the code enforcement car under now, or has
It'll
always
be,
been?
it'll be a separate, under the new budget, they'll have code enforcement be its own department on line item.
Right, but I'm saying, was that car previously under the police department?
Yes.
Okay, I guess I'll ask my question there. And then I do have a question about that county landscape agreement. We get down to 93.
I want to start though, let's start at the top, so. If we go to other miscellaneous revenues, where's that coming from, Debbie?
It could be insurance rebates, it could be, I have to get a breakdown.
So I-
on that, but we do get money coming in, like if, our League of Cities, gives us a discount out at the end of the year because of our experience, then
Okay.
it goes there, it's just different
So
things
this
like
is where
that.
you dump all of those extras that we don't really have a line item for.
Yeah, yes.
Okay,
Why did we have 25,000 one year and we're down to 3 projected?
I have to go back into.
25 was the average, but
Right.
I'd have to go back and look at that 34,000 in the first year because I'm not sure what it was, just right off the top of my head.
I mean, you're being very safe with this because even like Commissioner West said, I mean, the one year it was 28,000. So it looks like there was 28,000. So at last year you budgeted for 6, you know where we are right now?
We only received $1,500.
Okay. Guess that's why we're being safe. Okay,
And sometimes whenever we got like, I'm trying to think back, Patrick would just have me put it in this account instead of offsetting the one where it actually came out of, so long as it was in general fund or so long as it was in gas. So that may be higher back then, it might have been. I mean, that's.
so
why I
this
was
might be
higher.
more, a more accurate, okay. Disbursement, okay. Greenscape, Commissioner DeVito, you had a question?
That's- Well, down at 93, so the county basically gives us a certain amount of money and we're responsible for both of the boat ramps at either end of Stella. Is that right?
Mowing and cleaning up around them.
Mowing and cleaning up.
Yeah,
Okay.
not infrastructure.
Okay, but for example, that would include shrubbery, like,
It mainly really is for the medians out there.
no,
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 she's
talking about-
93, it says
Go-
boat ramps.
Go down to 93.
That's
Median, the median
mostly
is,
for trash pickup and mowing.
that's okay, the
Yes,
median
okay.
is 90.
All right. That's what I want. Okay, that was my question.
Greenscape.
Um,
My eyes jumped up to that.
The greenscape was for the medians.
Yes.
yeah,
Side, about sidewalks and all that.
Well, didn't we have that for 3 years when the company that installed put the flowers out in the trees?
No.
It was a 3-year contract that they was gonna maintain it.
I'm not sure, Mr. Banks, I know that,
that turned over to us.
We just renewed the contract
yeah,
for this, and we're in the process of having the irrigation system repaired. And then we're probably gonna replace the plant material with perennial peanut, which is a very low maintenance and has a real pretty yellow flower most of the year. To try to cut down on, it's just tremendous. We don't have the staff and it's a lot to keep up with. So,
Right.
And I think that's something too, that when Keith comes in and he's giving his presentation, we could talk to him about that as far as our medians and some suggestions he might have. Do we,
When we planted the material that we got out there now. I think I was the only one, voted against what went out there, cause I know it was gonna be a headache later on down the road, and it was. It is.
And an eyesore.
I noticed up north that they have AstroTurf now
AstroTurf.
in their mediums.
A lot of places are, even residentials are doing AstroTurf. Always great.
May I make a
Yes,
comment,
ma'am.
please? We used to have lights around the trees and the trees grew and we took the lights off, but my husband does those lights. And we put blue ones up in several, but they're not showing off very well. So he's gonna take them down. He has a brand new white one that has multiple lights and you just click the little whatever on the light, or you could go down the street and just do the remote and they'll do red, white, blue, multi, and I think there's a yellow. But we can do them red, white, and blue for our days that are our national holidays, red and green for Christmas, whatever, but they should work out very, very well and be nice and bright.
What trees are those on?
The trees down the center of the street.
Oh, these trees, okay.
But you'll see at night, there's 3 or 4 with blue, but they didn't show up like we thought they would.
And one of the positive things about that, and that'll be, we'll be paying for that out of the CRA, is that currently we cannot use electrical with Florida Power and Light anymore for our Christmas displays and everything. So we're just gonna replace those with the Christmas banners that will just go in like a flag. And then with the lights on the trees, it'll be a whole lot easier to maintain and look much better.
So if you see this old man laying down in the middle of the median, he has to get down because the plug-in for them is only this high off the ground. So he has to get down there, and he's had people stop and say, "Sir, is something wrong?" No, just trying to get it to work.
Well, people are also gonna know where to charge their cell phones.
Right. Oh, well.
Okay,
I'm sorry, that's funny.
so as we continue down here, our travel, I'm sorry, our streetlight maintenance, that has increased. Have we increased that contract with them?
We just signed that contract.
Okay, and so it went up, so there was.
We did.
It did, okay, that was making sure. Okay, any other questions there? And if we have no more questions, this ends our revenue portion. Everybody good? Good.
I
Okay,
think there's a hand in the back.
I'm sorry, this is a workshop,
Yeah, we
no
don't
public comments. We'll have public comments when we open up for special meeting. Thank you.
Don't we take questions from the public?
No.
Not during a
no,
workshop.
comment
On the
workshops,
budget,
on any workshop.
yeah, on any workshop.
Well, that's technically not true. We had a whole workshop for public comment. I mean,
Well, you have
I mean,
to
this is-
specifically have it, you have to designate that, so, but this is just a budget.
This is just
workshop.
for budget, and we're also with our time too.
yeah, I know.
We have limited time.
Okay. But she can during the special meeting. If she has a concern or question. Okay. Debbie, you want to start up?
Page 5.
The city commissioner's budget. The only thing I increased was the miscellaneous operating supplies because we paid, we've been paying Zoom out of that. And whenever y'all do plaques and certificates that you're giving out to the schools or, you know, any person, I increased it for that. And I also increased the retirement just in case one of our old timers decides to retire and ask for that stipend that they are eligible to receive.
Well, that's not happening.
And this,
But that's good. We've got it in there.
Yeah.
We've got it in there. Now, the other charges, what is that? You've increased that also.
That's what I was talking about, your other charges.
Okay, I thought that was miscellaneous
Yes, it's
operating supplies.
miscellaneous charges.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions on this? And currently Joey Frederick, he's the only one that's getting a retirement, correct? Okay, commissioners, I do want to say to you, and I know you probably do this, that when you sign those checks, if you ever have a question or if anything looks, you're not sure of, just take that time and make sure you ask Debbie or Sheila and they can explain those to you. Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
Right, so I noticed in fiscal year, for commissioners 1 through 4, fiscal year 1920, each commissioner was charged, or to their budget item was charged $61.88. Do you remember what that was for?
It was your portion of something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I divided it between all the commissioners, the charge
Okay,
evenly.
was something, okay.
And so for for any of our conference or training, that we've got this, so it's the $1,200 and that includes everything.
Correct.
Okay. Someone asked me if I was going to the National League of Cities. I said, we're not on that scale. Our travel is not there yet.
In the past, if one commissioner did not want to go to one of the conventions and all, and the other commissioner did want to go to something special and it wasn't in his budget, they allowed that, with permission from the commissioner, that's their budget, to use that. Now, I think last year, year before last, they said, no, you use your line and that's it. But that's up to y'all, commission, if you want to share.
But you're not getting any more.
No, we're not getting it.
To get that straight.
Yeah, that's what okay, so no other questions there. We'll go on to finance and administration. Do we have any questions here? Debbie, you want to explain to us the yellow?
Okay, these are, I put these out there for each department head so that they would know that they can't touch those whenever we're working on their budget. Department heads working on their budget. The first one, executive salaries, includes the city manager, the finance director, because they're salary positions. And the regular salaries will include accounting clerk, Sheila and Karen's position.
Okay. Can I ask you, when you come across on line 121, executive salaries, you've got it in, you have it highlighted in blue there. Is that because you broke it out and moved part of it down here? Down
Yes, at that
to
time I did.
131?
We had to move it down to a different line for Phil to pay his, because he couldn't be paid out of salaries. He had to be a contract.
Okay, how much did we budget for that? How much was budgeted
That
for
was
this
it.
current year for 121? Was that the full amount?
42,000.
Okay,
You're 121 or 131 there?
130.
down 1 to
131.
131. Well, it starts at 121 plus 131.
Right, you're talking about that broken out amount.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay, and what, I'm sorry, I didn't catch, what was, the mayor asked what was budgeted
yeah.
and,
It was for Phil's salary is 131.
It's really not a salary, it's a.
Yeah.
That's
it's
a
a
contract.
No, I get that.
It's a
but
contract.
I thought the mayor asked what have we spent versus what was budgeted.
Oh, I haven't asked that question
Oh,
yet.
okay, I'm sorry.
I haven't
thought
gotten
you
there.
did.
I haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, I thought that was what you said, I apologize.
So what we budgeted for last year was 124. Is that correct? What was our actual budget for?
For that
Those
particular-
two together, yes.
Okay. And how much have we spent? Where are we at now?
On other professional services,
Mhm.
we've spent $22,170 so far, but that's could be some other things in there too. I'd have to go back and look at it, but
And where have we spent from 121, on line 121?
we spent 87,000 so far. So we don't have enough left to cover it. We'll have to take that from other budget lines.
Okay,
to
and
cover
that's because Michael, his payout was part of that?
Michael's payout, and because we have both Robin and my salary coming out of that now.
So they're both coming out of that, okay. Okay,
So the projection, the 145,000, whose salaries does that all include?
The city manager and the finance director.
That's it?
And you notice the regular salaries has increased quite a lot, but that's for the extra clerk,
plus we've also had,
accounting clerk.
that we haven't
And then
hired
we
yet,
have raises.
and we've had raises.
Yes,
No, they're not raises.
I mean, their cost of living increases,
adjustments.
I'm sorry, the cost of living adjustments.
A raise is when you're making the salary you should be making and you get a raise on top of that.
Okay,
We're not there yet.
okay. Cost of Living adjustment. Thank you for clarifying that for us.
that's true. And we did not budget for additional raise next year either, so.
So, but, and nor cost of living adjustments.
Correct.
Okay. Any more questions? Any more questions on this? Any more questions? We're gonna go to our legal counsel. Unfortunately, Mr. Pickens is not here this morning, not able to be here this morning. Right now, we're keeping with our current contract.
September.
But in September, that's up in September. And they'll, there might be an increase here, but we have this, we also have this additional 4,000. So you feel that we're safe there?
I mean, I don't know what y'all had talked to them about.
We haven't talked to them about any
We-
type of
yeah,
increase.
Yeah, just preliminary discussions, you know, probably have to be reevaluated. But I think this number's pretty close.
Okay, okay,
I mean, I do. And I mean, I think they now see that it's not something that's a tremendous amount of work for them. And I think that would be pretty close.
Okay.
And it doesn't take him out of their day-to-day operations either. He's here usually evenings.
well, unless
Correct.
he's having to do, yeah.
Well,
work
yeah,
for us,
right.
yeah.
And we've had a number of special project things that they've been working on that I don't anticipate that they'll be occurring.
Well,
in the
we
new
always
fiscal
do
year.
have a few,
Right.
yeah.
But well, I have a concern about that item because it was my recollection several years ago that Mr. Asbury was actually being paid not 3,000 a month, he was being paid 5,000 a month. And when he redid his contract, he wanted a 5-year contract, which is obviously not quite up. And he reduced his fee from 5,000 a month to 3,000 a month. That is my recollection about that.
My understanding is there is some history that he
Right.
did reduce his actual,
Let's let finance
But,
director
yeah.
answer that.
It was before the last 4 years, if it
Okay.
hadn't happened, I don't know, but I know we used to pay a stipend for his health insurance. And when the Florida Blue or the insurance commission said no, because just like y'all, we used to pay y'all a stipend towards y'all's insurances. No, they're not full-time employees and they're not eligible for this. So he just agreed to take it off and not get that anymore. But I don't know what he charged in the past.
yeah.
But, well,
And
then
I
was-
think that was Commissioner DeVito, I believe, just based on conversation, that was a long time in the past when we were going through some financial issues here in the city.
Well,
Well, right now, it looks like the last
Commissioner.
3 years,
You don't know that.
yeah, the last 3 years, it shows that he's been paying $36,000. Is that what we're basing? That's what
That's
we're
what, and that's,
budgeting.
and that's what he
we're
seemed
budgeting.
happy, that's what he seemed
It's
happy.
irrelevant what happened beforehand.
well, actually, it's not because, you know, for the initial part of that contract, when he was being paid 3,000 a month, Mr. Kennedy was doing quite a bit of the work. And I don't
I
know, I think we need to be realistic about it.
Well,
Well, and that's a good point. I agree with you and the then city manager just kind of took it over. I mean, I don't think there's any, you know, direct, I mean, he could have had the city attorney do the work.
Right.
And in my experience with Mr. Pickens and Holmes and Young, I call him and say, here's what I want. this is what you need to do. And so far, I've not had any problem. They've done everything I need to do. So I guess maybe that was a decision, individual unilateral decision by the city manager to do that. That was his decision, his discretion. I think it was a mistake. But at any rate, I think we're close. I'm not saying that they'll come back and do it for 3,000, it may be 3,500. But we can, we'll know that pretty quick. And so we can then, if we need to make an adjustment in the budget, we can do that.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah. All right. I like that.
But I think all of us agree that we need to talk with them. Go, I don't want to say negotiate, but you need to talk with them and find out where they're.
To get more of an idea of
Right.
where we are.
More of an idea, so we know.
Well, I mean, ideally, this is a contract, we should put it out to bid to make sure that we are getting the right scope of services, the right price, and what Crescent City needs. I mean, I think they're a fine firm, and Attorney Pickens, he's a fine person and a fine attorney, but it's customary to put out a bid and see what you.
Okay, we can talk about that at a meeting
Yes,
as we go forward. Okay, let's move on. Utilities. Mr. Larry, do you have,
No, it's all pretty straightforward, man.
okay, no presentations on this?
Oh, Keith here. Oh, I'm sorry, Jocelyn. You want to step up to that? Oh, yeah.
I got nothing.
Okay. The billing department, as Jocelyn tells me, regularly is pretty straightforward, and the budget is what it is. And the only item that we are looking at from a capital outlay standpoint, we'll be able to purchase out there, or we'll be able to use better place plan funds for. So if y'all have any questions, she's here to answer them.
I did have a question when looking over this. It looks like on line 169, other professional services. Back in 2019, 2020, that was 8,000. We budgeted 1,000. Last year we had 10,000 in there. It looks like we budgeted. What is that for?
I believe that's for the Edmund software program implementation and training and converting from the old system was what was the old system?
IMS.
IMS to Edmunds.
Mhm.
And we're in the final stages of that. The training was supposed to occur this week, but they had an issue with the trainer, and so they rescheduled for just
Monday, Tuesday, and
Monday.
Wednesday of next
Monday,
week.
Tuesday, Wednesday next week.
And
the
that'll,
hosting and the services are budgeted out of general fund itself, not the department.
Right.
You'll see that when we get to that.
okay. Okay, so with 1,000, we should be okay. I also was looking at our,
Yeah, we've not spent anything this year on other professional
we
services.
haven't, okay.
On line 182, you've got the machinery and equipment, and last year you wanted about 7K for that, and this year we have none. So
We're
where did-
replacing,
where did that-
correct, Debbie, our, that would include our hardware for computers and that type of thing. And there was also, there was a couple other items.
I think it was the meter reader, the hand.
Yeah,
the hand-
Equipment that we had.
Right, we're going to,
So
some
we've
electronic.
done all of that then?
Yes.
Correct.
Do we put any money in reserves for something like that if we needed to? Since we're not budgeting any additional money, if something was to happen and we needed an additional one or one of those broke.
We have a reserve.
Well, I mean, I know, but just, we don't do it individually.
You're talking about operating.
Yeah, okay. So it goes in there for that.
Well, she has equipment and maintenance if she had to have a repair done
It
on
would
it.
come out of there.
And, yeah, or
Okay. Postage and freight, 173, looks like we're paying $12,000. Have we talked about, as far as I know, a lot of that's with our billing, isn't it, with our billing going out?
Yes, ma'am.
Have we talked about giving the option at all for people being able to get those online? Will Edmonds allow us to do that program?
Yes, yes, it will.
So they
They'll
could
be
do
able to-
online billing and maybe cut down on that cost?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
We were doing email billing with IMS, but when they changed the firewalls and the email and all that, it went down.
Okay.
So we had to stop the email billing because they weren't getting the bills.
What are your thoughts on that and being able to do online?
Admins can't come quick enough.
Okay.
She's only spent $8,600 so far this year too. So
Okay.
we've got 2 more months that we may have to load it again.
Yeah, one more time, I think, we'll be good. We don't need it for this month, so. it should be all right.
Okay.
Our goal is to have that completely, and I have a commitment from the president of Edmonds that everything will be in place, training will be completed, and it'll be fully operational by October 1st is what, isn't that what he told me?
They're wanting to go live September 1.
Okay, so September 1, so hopefully work the bugs out between September 1 and October 1, and we'll,
Okay.
y'all will be good to go.
Okay. Gas, tires and oil, and that goes on
The meter readers.
the meter reader. Okay, that's what I want to make sure. Okay.
Anything you may need, you just got the tires and stuff. so.
Okay. Any more questions anybody has?
Just-
Commissioner
yeah,
DeVito?
for, so Phil mentioned that you might need some capital equipment and that would be coming out of their place plan. Do you have specific items and dollar amounts that you're looking for at this point?
Right, that's for the meter reader, buggy or golf cart, whatever you want to call it, so he can read in town.
We're gonna do a shared side-by-side vehicle that will allow the meter reader to use it during the week and then the fire department to use it for any special events. That'll serve 2 purposes, and it'll make it much easier and expeditious for the meter reader to do all the in-town meter reading, and then for the fire department, for the chief to use it if he needs it.
Sure. And was that the main thing that would be coming?
That was it.
Right.
That was the main item.
Okay.
Okay, that was all I have. Thank you.
We have any
Okay,
more
if y'all have
questions?
any other questions for Jocelyn, I'll let her get back, but
Okay.
she doesn't like to be.
Okay. Thank you, Jocelyn.
Go ahead, Jocelyn.
Thank
Good.
you.
She wants to
Okay.
be known as Jocelyn who?
I don't know why I'm going through this. Do you want to?
No, you're doing a great job, Mayor, because it's your workshop. so.
We're moving through this. Okay, planning and zoning. And of course, this whole purple gray area, that's all going away because we're no longer doing that.
Yeah, but how come we don't have a pool permit? Where's our pool? I'm just curious.
So
We've got a big one right down here.
the discussion on this
Let's go.
with the staff was that essentially, as you know, I've been advocating that this is a role that doesn't need to be the city manager doing it. And so what we've done is 2 things. We've put funds in here for an individual on a consulting basis to do your planning, zoning, assist in code enforcement meetings, any type of work with respect to the other amount of money that's in here for the recodification of the ordinances. So both line items 190 and 204. I don't anticipate to be anywhere close to this. I mean, I'm, short of just an absolute boom in construction and development. But, I think it's important that we do this. The one thing that I would like to include though, and I'm not sure, we'll probably have to do a deduction in the administrative fee and move a portion of that to overtime for the city clerk, because the city clerk, as you know, is the clerk for you, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the Zoning Board of Adjustment. So the code, I'm sorry, for the Code Enforcement Board. And consequently, that overtime, you know, most of all those meetings are after 5 o'clock. And so we do need to adjust for that. So which I think would be about $2,500 going from the administrative fee for planning and zoning to the overtime account line item for the city clerk. And, you know, I mean, we haven't received a new comp plan amendment or rezoning application in the last few weeks. We have had a couple people inquire and come in and pick up applications. So, you know, I don't anticipate a tremendous amount of work, but again, one more thing we could take off the city manager position and it be done, I think would be very advantageous for the city and from an administrative standpoint.
Mayor, I do have some questions.
Okay.
Okay, I am not really understanding, for personnel services, I don't see where there is funding for personnel services either paid out or that we have. What line item would that be? Is that administration fee?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so administration fee is for the services that you just talked about. to
Yes, ma'am.
hire. Okay.
And then, and the other, the recodification fee is for our recodifications for the ordinances, which would include all review and update of all ordinances pertaining to planning, zoning, land use, comprehensive plan, land development regulations, the whole gamut.
Which all of that needs to be done.
Well, and it's not gonna all be done in 1 year, obviously. And it'd be a process because we would want to have community-based workshops on each of the ordinances, each of the land development regulation categories as we go through that process. As an example, the sign ordinance, we, you know, it clearly needs to be updated and but we want, you know, the public input on that.
Okay, well, something, all right, so I just want to clarify what we spent in the budget for the current fiscal year, which, by the way, there's a typo in that next to the last line item at the top, it keeps saying 2010 to 2021.
I know, I was gonna do that privately and tell her.
Well, I'm
she
just saying
can change
that's, you know, it's just a typo, it
Yeah.
just repeats and repeats.
Averages also. so.
Right, we know what it means, it's just distracting. So that 1,500 actually was what was paid to Patrick Kennedy as a contractor at some point last year.
Probably. That's
Okay,
what I'm thinking it was too.
because Mr. Esposito would never tell me the name of the person that was doing planning and zoning. So I just have always wondered who was providing that expertise. There, I think the history of this, that $20,000 under 2020, 2021, that was something that I requested in the budget, I think 2 years ago, and we agreed on, and it's been carried forward. And it was not for a comprehensive recodification. It initiated, and this is in minutes, it was initiated by suggestion from Mr. Kennedy that we have professional expertise to evaluate the land development code and make suggestions about where it needed to be updated, particularly as relates to the CRA and inconsistent uses. So I'm not sure how this morphed into a comprehensive recodification, because that's not what it was budgeted for. That,
Well, I didn't know any of that. I mean, I was
I
always
can tell
told-
you, I can tell you how it got in the budget, and that it is in the minutes that specifies what it is for, and that there have been conversations during meetings by people who said that it was for a lot of different things, but that was not the original purpose. So I will find the minutes and share this with you.
Well, and this is a new budget, and
Right.
so, you know, the staff recommendation is for, and it can be done by a consultant to review the ordinances and recommend. We also will be doing a review of the comprehensive plan, and I sent an email to all y'all that, you know, that
Right,
we.
well, don't mind, that was my next question.
Mhm.
The email that you sent to us, apparently, along with some other municipalities, we have a state grant, you said, from DEO,
The regional council. got it
Regional
right.
Planning Council.
Correct.
Okay, so is that the $10,000 that you have in for this year?
No, ma'am.
No, so,
We don't get any of that money. It goes directly to the regional council. They just will be doing the work for the 3 communities under that grant, evaluating the comprehensive plan.
okay, and I guess at some other time, in the meeting, you've made a reference to the comp plan, that there's already been a communication with the DEO, the Department of Economic
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Opportunity.
And I can explain that if you,
Well, I don't know, it's up to the mayor, is this the right place to do it, or should we just move on through the budget? Because that's kind of getting into a different area.
I think right now we need to move through the
Yeah, I do
budget,
too.
if that's okay.
I think, okay,
Are
so
you okay
the,
with that, Mr. Leary?
sure, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I think we just need to move on through the budget.
I can do
This
an email to the
administration
commission on that.
Is, yeah, I think we just need to move on.
right, that's to pay for the services. But
Yes.
so my bottom line question was, the money that we're benefiting from is more paid, it's not paid directly. to us.
It's correct.
Okay,
Directly
so we
to the
won't do
council.
that. in the budget.
Okay, so let's move on to other general government. Is that where we're now?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody want to speak to this? Mr. Leary? Speak up.
Pretty self-explanatory, Mayor.
Okay.
I, mine, 221, we've gone from 2,500 to 4,000, can someone tell me why?
Because we've been doing a lot of advertising and all the advertising for all of y'all's meetings and everything, unless it's, for Pam or something like that, that comes out of, everything almost comes out of our budget, this budget here for advertising.
Okay.
On mine, online, if you come over here and on line 210, other professional services, and it has 377,000 last year that was budgeted. What was that for, Debbie?
Yes,
And we
Now,
dropped down
Larry
to
was
3,000, we've gone down a little bit on that. What was that for?
let me look at my last year's budget.
Well, we had engineering services for the Central Avenue.
So that would have been, that would have been all part of that?
Well, I don't think it's 377. I think that might be a
It's a typo, I'm not
calculation or
sure.
typo.
Typo.
And then we had a Clarion and inspiration for our IT. And there may have been something else before I got here.
I just want to make sure, because we've only budgeted for 3,000, and even our average is 18,000.
Let's see, 377. Yeah. Let's see what I did this.
And we have been paying a lot for advertising.
I'll have to go in and look what that is. I'm not sure, to tell you the truth,
Okay,
but I know we had extra fees with a Clarion. We had the search for, we had a search team for the city manager last year. And I don't think that's it, but I'll go and look and see. exactly
okay,
that is.
what have we expended so far in that category? In 210?
Let's see. Well, we've spent 36,000 so far.
We probably just need to look at that and see. Okay,
Because
Yeah, we were way over, we was only budgeted 6,000. Looks like for other professional services,
so we'll need to adjust that line item.
yeah, that,
And specifically include, the Clarion account will go down after this fiscal year because we'll weekly, but we'll just be using them on a as-needed basis. The inspiration account with our computer stuff will need to continue at least through the end of the year.
Okay.
So we'll make an adjustment to that.
Yeah, I don't even know where that figure came from. I don't even see it on any of my
I
paperwork.
didn't either, so that's why it kind of stuck out to me as well. So,
It should be, it was budgeted $6,500.
okay. Okay. And beautification, 2,000. Is that beautification for the building outside? Is that,
Yes, that's normally what we used it for the planners and,
Okay, then I can tell you about that. That's citywide, what is budgeted for any landscaping whatsoever in the entire city.
okay,
I thought we were gonna try to,
We do. We actually, we did an agreement yesterday with the Dempseys. And they're gonna start hopefully this week in re-landscaping both the city hall property and the annex building property and maintaining that. So I also would like to remove the oak tree here. That's a very dangerous situation, the way it's over the building. And it's essentially become an eyesore. Because when it was cut back, it hasn't grown properly. And anyway, we'd like to take that out and re-landscape that area.
Really quickly,
yes,
do
ma'am.
we need to keep our boxes out here? They've become an issue with people maintaining them and planting.
We're gonna have part of the agreement with the Dempseys that they will continue to maintain on a weekly basis. We're gonna get 2 smaller boxes built so they match out here. So all the entrances will have a small flowering box with, and they'll change those out, those plants out. They'll be annuals, not perennials. And so it'll add some color and decoration.
All right, all right. What about those great big ones in front of the police station?
We
Or that
can
other-
actually split those up. I mean, because they were constructed where they can be, made smaller. And so we're still working on how we're actually gonna reconfigure those.
All right, so you already have a plan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good.
Dave, what is 230, aid to private organ? I guess that's gonna be, there's a self-explanatory over here. So we give to the Crescent City Library, the Putnam Chamber, and then others 1,000.
yes. And that could be just like 1 year we had the Crescent City girls flag football came and asked for money, so that's where that.
Okay.
I have an observation about aid to other organizations or whatever. It's not really organizations, but the city and the Women's Club share responsibility for the Little Blue House. And it's my understanding that it is in need of some kind of repair work that needs to be done. And at some point, I think the Women's Club wants to come talk to the city about that, but we probably should get with them because that is a shared responsibility.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions on this? No more questions? Okay. This, of course, and with the aquarium, we feel like with aquarium, we'll be able to, after,
We're gonna have to look at that line item for both Clarion and Inspiration. Yes, for the Clarion, we will be reducing that contract substantially.
okay. And then we're coming over to the law enforcement page. We have to keep this on there, of course, for the 3 years, correct?
Right now, we're still paying salary and any expenses for her out of this,
For
because
the,
that's where she's
to the end of the fiscal year, correct?
correct.
Okay,
And then where will we move her?
We have to set up a new account for her.
She'll be directly under the city manager.
And,
Okay.
well, no, we're.
No, she'll have her own account, but
Yeah,
she'll be,
524
right.
will be her account number.
Should be in reporting to the city.
And it's in here, it's after the fire department, you'll see it.
524.
No, we can't put it up. Yeah.
Okay. Any more questions here?
I do have a question about one item that would be somewhere in the law enforcement. but,
Okay,
I also have a scheduling question. We have our first interview scheduled for 12:15.
we do.
We're on page 13 of 33 pages of the
I
budget.
understand.
And I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I think I need a break before I start interviewing
I
people
was
for 5
planning on
hours
that.
straight.
I was planning on that.
Okay,
5 minutes.
so 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break and then we're gonna
Before we
work for
start.
5 hours.
We have to find something to eat.
Yeah.
I don't think this is realistic.
Right.
Okay.
Can I bring up something about the fire department too, because we're paying the sheriff's department, and we're prepaying them.
Uh-huh.
We'll need to get permission to take money from reserves to make this next payment in July because we don't have that money in our bank account to pay it. Because we're paying them, we're paying them
We're
in July
prepaid.
for July, August, and September.
Okay,
Or we paid them, but in September, we're gonna have to pay them so we'll have to pull that money from reserves,
in
just
September.
temporary
And
until
then, but
we
then
build
you're
it.
gonna pay it back.
Correct.
Okay,
Because we're having to prepay them.
okay.
Who wrote that down there?
Okay. So do we want to go forward? Are we ready to,
We can
I
take a break and then come back to it. We.
do we want to do,
intermittent.
do we want to do the chief first? Do we want to do
Yeah,
the chief
can-
first?
Yeah, I think you can go.
So that he's been
Because he
sitting
has-
here all morning, so can we move on to the fire control?
Yeah, you've been
Yeah.
patient.
Patient as I can be, I guess, right? Giving you guys a packet, I don't want to really get into the entire packet for the most part, I just want to, some of it's just for your information as well. My budget's pretty much set, I've worked with Phil and finance to take care of that and move some things around that need moved. But one thing, I did want to show you in that packet, on your very first page there, you have a run sheet that we use. I just want to give you an idea of what you actually have here at this time. And I've been discussing for the last few years, volunteerism is dwindling and we need to start looking at other options and stuff there. So the people in yellow there, if you have my packet in front of you. Everybody on there?
Yeah.
People in yellow are the only ones currently that live in our fire district. The one in blue is out on leave right now with one of his family members has got an illness. All the people in white currently live outside of the area, outside of the fire district. And the day personnel over here, the people in green, are your normal staff, Monday through Friday personnel, 8 hours a day. And then the ones in white under the day personnel are fill-in guys. So if somebody calls out sick or something, those are people fill in. I just want you to understand kind of the fire department as a whole there, how that operates, and get you to actually see, 15 years ago, we started losing members because every year the training goes up, the requirements go up, and people just, they just don't want to come in and do this after tons and tons of work. So we get you to the next page there, kind of gives you where we're at. And I want to try to run through this real quick. The very top line is us 5-year caller average back in 2002 and 3 was 964 calls. Right now, we're probably around, we're at 1,000 calls a year. That's your next page on there that discusses the runs, what we've lost, what we missed, what we actually make, and the total responses. So that's something I've been keeping track of for a while, and I've done some numbers. We've been averaging about 20%, and that was before me. That's for over 20 years, we averaged a 20% miss. A lot of that is in nursing homes and doctors' facilities and things like that, or just when you don't have somebody available, or we're on another call and get dispatched to another call that we can't make. Now, somebody is making that call, so don't think nobody's making the call. Somebody is actually running the call. I'm just showing you what your members are actually doing right here. But that number continues to increase because we're decreasing in volunteers. And that'll take you to your next sheet, which is pretty extensive, and we don't have to get into all of that here. But we've discussed with Bill and stuff. What we've looked at, I've talked to the director of emergency services for Putnam County, and they've kind of come up with an idea is if we can get some living quarters in here in a bay, they could possibly move that ambulance into town and have 24-hour EMS coverage in the city limits at that point. Creating living quarters would also bring more volunteers into this area and give them an option to be here more often and actually entice people to come back in and volunteer. Across the top here, I've kind of given you what we currently have, part-time, one person, 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week, kind of breaks down the budget there. If we went to 2 people, you see where that goes. And then we change that part-time if we went to 12 hours is how that works. Budget, part-time, 2 people, 12 hours a day, just to try and increase our response and our actual people being here. You move down to the full-time, and where I hit this is when I go back to this sheets where I just showed you the run calls. ISO recommends anybody that responds to over 700 calls a year be a full-time paid fire department, 24 hours a day. We've been doing that for over 20 years, and we've been doing it with volunteer fire service. And so that's why I'm transitioning to this part here where we're looking at full-time people. Mr. Leary and I have discussed some of this monies to work with this, building the living quarters at the station and stuff like that. To give you an idea, a new station will cost between $1.4 and $2 million to build an entire new fire station. We think we can build just living quarters for around 300, maybe 325, and add a bay on there somewhere between 300,000 and 400,000 to be a total project. Now, with that increase would be some increase in utilities, of course, because we're adding an additional building and things, but that would be minimal compared to the service that you would actually get in the city. And then down, and so the full-time people you see as that goes to 3 personnel, that just covers the 3 shifts with no spare people at all. That's bare minimum, and that is not required. It's unsafe to kind of operate that way, but that's what I'm looking at in the full-time, just to kind of give you a basis. And then go to the next one where it says 6 personnel, that's for 2 people per shift, which is the recommendation of the minimum. And that also offers no more extra personnel. If somebody was off, we would have to fill it with overtime or leave it vacant. And then the last 2 lines, the 5 and 8, are to supplement the first 2 lines of actually what you would actually need to cover those spots. So if you were to do a full-time personnel of 1 per shift, 5 personnel is what it would take to actually cover the shifts for vacation and everything for here, and 8 on the second one to cover vacations and stuff for here. And you kind of see where that salary goes out there. Gets up pretty quick. And that's something that I would like you guys to start thinking about, possibly an MSTU in the city to offset that. You have to decide that today. It's just something for the future. As you saw your volunteers, you saw how many you actually have and how many are actually here. And the responses that we run, it cannot continue, indefinitely like that. I've been here over 20 years now. Next year I'll have 30 years in the fire service, and things have got to change. The county's slowly working on change and stuff like that on their end, and I see some things. Now, there's other supplemental sheets down at the bottom real quick. I'll touch on that. That's volunteer. I'm saying if you decided not to do any of this full-time stuff, we could increase the volunteer staffing pay and maybe entice some more people in here. And those are some numbers. And that was if we did every single day, if we had 3 person a day. And I broke that down into a lot of different areas there where if they showed up before 8 or after 8, we're just giving them a set date for if you did more than 12 hours, this is what you would earn per day per person over there on your hourly and daily rate. And the salaries out to the side would be what your annual budget would be in that green at the bottom of that sheet.
So,
That's a lot of information real quick. Go ahead.
the chief and I have had weekly discussions about, where we're going, what the county's doing, and the demand. And, the fact of the matter is that the volunteers are just not going to be able to fill the void. And one of the reasons is they all have to have the same training as a full-time firefighter, EMT, 400 hours.
It's about 450 for a volunteer, and if you want to be a paid fireman in the state of Florida, it's about 1,000 hours. So to give you an idea, and you have continuing education on that monthly.
So we, to me, from the standpoint is looking at what really helps us with attracting, economic development. And, if you have a ambulance based here full time, and people know that, they see it, that's a huge plus. looking at, the volunteers, if we could, increase or, pay them with building new living quarters. I think that we could get by with that for maybe a couple more years, but we've got to do something, or, something has to be done in order to meet the demand. The county's not going to do it. They actually are cutting the fire department budget, what, 100,000 this year?
Well,
proposing.
what the director's already asked for has already been cut back well over 100,000, what he's asked for to move forward in his aspect of it. He's not directly cutting my budget, as I know at the moment, but we get 50,000 from the county.
Yeah.
And that offsets, and that'll go into the next stuff, but what I want to do is I just want to get you on that page to see this. And like Phil says, the stuff in green is something we can possibly do over the next few years until we can figure out a way to fund this and get something a little better. Or some type of mutual agreement with the county where we pay for one person, they pay for one person, there's talks in that. But we've got to get some infrastructure built first, or the talks are engaged at that point. There's no reason to go on. I also put a couple extra sheets, just kind of finance stuff in there. The one sheet there tells you how much it costs to staff, just the equipment on one fire engine. Doesn't include the cost of the truck. Truck's 500,000 now, to give you an idea. And that's something you guys are gonna have to start discussing, put in my budget to prepare for a new fire truck. This one's already 10 years old. They only last about 10 years is the recommended replacement, 20 years on the long set of it. So you have about 10 years, and I've been recommending since we purchased this truck to put 25,000 a year back for the purchase of a new fire engine. And then the second one is what the county actually, the next two sheets, or what the one is what the county pays on an annual basis, and the one behind that is what they're paying like as needed in every few years. That should pay for our electric bill and our gas bill and stuff like that currently. We're not actually paying that as a city. So some of that comes out of that county budget of 50,000 that I showed you as well. So you kind of see what you have budget wise, where it comes from now. I just want you guys to have that information to look over, and just to express to you that as we move forward in the future, we're gonna have to look to possibly do some funding of some paid personnel or additional staff.
Jason,
Yes,
how
ma'am.
many beds do you want in this living quarters?
We're looking for 6, because that would accommodate 4 firefighters and 2 ambulance personnel.
Okay,
So we're looking at about a 12 to 1,500 square foot building, just sleeping quarters. We currently have a station with a kitchen and stuff in it. Most of you guys have been there and seen that. We're just looking at a couple showers, bedrooms, and kind of a day room where they can sit and do some reports.
kitchenette, well, I think you have that.
I would leave the kitchen as is, because there's gonna be a lot of stuff, issues with the building department of how this goes forward
Right.
to figure that out.
And so my recommendation and the chief's recommendation is that, starting in the new fiscal year, as quickly as possible, that the commission do a workshop, to just, look at all the different parameters and the direction we're going. In the city of Blackwood, when I was commissioner, we did an MSTU for fire. But we were also able to subsequently do a reduction in the millage rate. That wouldn't be the case here if you don't have the volume or the number of parcels. But at a minimum, that I think that's gonna have to happen in some form or fashion. Or you're gonna be looking at a millage increase.
Like Phil says, if we can do a workshop in the future, is kind of why I'm standing here doing this.
Yeah.
We can invite the county down and they can give you kind of an insight of their plans as well.
Okay.
But he's also brought to my attention more than one time, if we had structure here that put an ambulance in, he would probably move that to town. I think that would benefit all the citizens here and give us 24-hour coverage.
When should we do that? Should we do that prior to?
Pardon me.
Should we do that prior to the end of the fiscal year
No,
or
no,
going
'cause
into
it's
the
Well,
next
you
year?
have to have the building first. All that has to happen. We can have the discussion with him. But the other recommendation I would make with that, if he was moving the ambulance in town, I would require the people in there to be fire certified as well. That way it gives us 2 additional firefighters in the city. That's something that I would look at, and that would benefit us in 2 ways at that point, Mr. Banks.
I thought, it brought up a good idea. I think we need to do a workshop over
Yes.
this. We don't need to rush it, because I think now, if I'm not mistaken, we had come to agreement that to put so much money back a year for another fire engine.
We put back $100,000 last year into a special account under the general fund reserves, to earmark for that.
Right, okay. But that's really something that we need to look into, and we don't need to ling along with it. I think we need to get right on it, because I don't think too much, the county gonna be able to help us too much.
I see some things
You know, we
changing
kinda-
with the new direction they're going. I see some things changing, and I think some of our budgeted items that they currently pay for will no longer be paid for.
Right, so I think we need to have a workshop as soon as we can get one scheduled.
That's why I was asking, how soon do you think we need to do this?
I mean, as soon as you guys would like, I know you guys have a busy schedule, and most of you know my schedule. I work full-time elsewhere as well. So we'll come up with some dates that work for all of us, and we can sit down and have a discussion wherever you'd like. So I don't want to take your time. I know you're limited
If
on
you
time.
can
for this.
if you can maybe give us some recommended dates that
Yes,
work
ma'am.
for your schedule, work for,
That'd be good.
We'll work around your
So
schedule.
you want to do it before the end of the fiscal year?
that's what I'm asking. Should we do it before the end of the
Well, if
fiscal
not,
year?
we'll
I mean, we
make-
could do it in September. We
Your-
could do it in September.
Your villages have set up, it really doesn't matter about this point, because the changes are
Just
gonna
look
happen.
at your schedule, their schedule, and give us several dates that we can choose from, if you would.
Yes,
That'd be
ma'am.
great. Commissioner
other
DeVito, did
questions?
you have a question?
I don't know if you guys know.
Not for Chief Michael, I don't have one, but for me, I'm a little bit concerned that as a city, we are not really advocating for our city residents with the county, because our residents pay county taxes. And we had previously a discussion with the county, and that, I mean, our communication with the county at the level of the commission, I think has kind of dropped. And, you know, we were participating in the county MSTU, correct?
We were.
Right, and we got out of that, and then there was an understanding that the county, that there have been a lot of things that the county said that they were going to do, that they made promises to the
I can
municipality.
clarify real quick for you.
Yeah.
The MSTU, the reason we got in, we were looking for extra manpower, which we had manpower. We were looking to get some more stuff. And Mr. Banks had asked about paid personnel here, fire equipment, stuff like that. When we sat down with the county to discuss that, they could not provide any additional funds or items that they were providing at the time, is why I believe you all opted out. of
I
that.
know, I remember that.
You remember that?
I signed the
So,
letter.
yeah.
What I am saying is, there was a discussion around our opt-out that the county had previously made promises to the cities, not just us, but the other cities, that they did not come through with. So my feeling is, on behalf of our city residents, I think we need to relook at that thread of what the county had been promising city residents and see maybe where they have fallen down on that.
Well, I think that's kind of what we would do as part of this discussion, and I quite honestly, I disagree with that we're not advocating for our residents.
Well,
When you said that we're not advocating for our residents, because I will tell you that the chief works very closely with the county, and that he's been trying to set up as much as he possibly can for his station and for us, and has brought this to our attention. And I mean, this is something that we definitely need to
Yeah,
look
I
at.
think right now, I think you guys should continue with your meeting, and let's discuss this in a
Yeah.
workshop,
Yeah.
because you guys are running on
I just
time.
want to make sure that we're clear that there was a breakdown of communication possibly when that
I'm
happened.
saying, I know Jason advocates for us. I'm talking about our position as a commission based on historically what the county has said that they would do for all the residents, including those that live in the city limits. And what is being proposed right now is how we self-fund what the county is not going to provide. And I'm saying, I think another part of that discussion needs to be reminding the county of what they had said they would provide in the past. And it seems to have kind of drifted away.
Yeah, they were talking about an MSBU, and
Right,
it's
and-
never occurred.
And that has been in the paper, they've had the discussions. We were in that discussion in the past, and Jason certainly has done his part, but I think there's also a part for the city commission to play.
And I was hoping that through this meeting that we're gonna have, that's why I said, how soon should we have this meeting? Is
Right.
that something that we can do?
Yeah,
We can
and-
start those discussions.
And you guys let me know if
Because
you want
they're
to have it
important.
with us first, you would like the county involved immediately, or how would you want to do that, because then we're dealing with other people's, schedules as well.
Okay.
Just let me know how you want to proceed with that, I'll get you some dates for my schedule.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome. Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to suspend our workshop
Convene.
and we'll reconvene, about 12:15.
And there's, Karen, there's sandwiches and stuff in the break.
We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna open up our special meeting. We're gonna start with public comments. We have any public comments? Okay, seeing as we have no public comments, we're gonna close public comments for the meeting. And at this time, we're gonna call our first applicant. This is for our city manager, the permanent position. And Mr. Rudd, if you would like to come up, please, and tell us a little bit about you. And first off, we appreciate you accommodating our schedule as well. He's got to get back. He's got a commission meeting this afternoon, so he's going to be back on the road. So we do appreciate you accommodating us as well. And there you go. You want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Certainly. I'm a native Floridian. I was born and raised in Fort Myers. I graduated from Fort Myers High School. Went on to Edison Community College and then Tallahassee, Florida State University, where I got a bachelor's degree in communication. I spent 10 years in the video production industry, doing everything from local business TV commercials to corporate training and infomercials, those types of things. I attended graduate school at University of Central Florida in the evenings, so I got my master's degree in public administration. I wanted to change into something a little more of an impact in life to work. I thought local government would be a good place to work. And that's when I discovered redevelopment. I needed to do an internship because I had never worked in the public sector. And I interned actually at a Main Street program in Leesburg, Florida. They allowed me to work at night so I could keep my day jobs, had a mortgage to pay. And I just really took to redevelopment. I thought it was fantastic to actually work in a community where you could see problems and come up with ideas and go after them, make a difference in the community. So while in that internship, I applied to the Main Street position in the community I lived in, Eustis, and got that job. And I served there for a total of 10 years. My last couple of years there, I went part-time and took a full-time CRA director position for the city of Groveland. And while I was in Eustis, I got my national certification as a downtown manager by the National Main Street Center. And then when Groveland, I started my, I believe it was in Groveland, I started my certification through the Florida Development Association as a CRA administrator. And so through my career, I bounced back and forth between the public sector and the nonprofit sector, always doing redevelopment. And served in Orlando in an urban Main Street program, and in Palaca, and bigger than this town, but a small town program. And then in Maitland, it was interesting for me. It was a redevelopment program, and they didn't have a downtown, and they wanted to have a downtown. They wanted to create one out of a very suburban fabric. The challenge was they had fully leveraged their TIF and borrowed against all their revenue. So there was really just a little bit of general fund money to work with. So I got a lot of experience there in trying to work with really no funding, no borrowing capacity. And then I went from there to Newport Richey. Newport Richey has a very active CRA, with about a $4 million budget. Very aggressive. It was very attracted me to that. I really thought it was a juicy project to work in their downtown. Their downtown is really taking off and making a lot of progress. So that's sort of a summary. I love redevelopment. It's my passion, and my career goal is to manage a small community that is in need of redevelopment, that has a historic downtown. Kind of needs my touch, my expertise, and so I can continue to grow.
Yeah, thank you. We'll start with questions. I think I'm gonna start on this end. Commissioner Burton, do you have some questions for Mr. Rudd?
Okay, I have your resume in front of me, and of course, it basically goes through the community redevelopment. It sounds like you're very, very interested in all of that, the Main Street programs, economic development. But during those times, how many people did you actually manage, with your assignments?
Sure. In Maitland, my duties sort of diversified. I was over code enforcement for a while. I had one code enforcement specialist, and I had two permitting clerks for the building official. So, and then I had a planner. So it was a real mishmash. I had a part-time planner to help me with the CRA. I had a code enforcement specialist, and I had 2 building permit techs. And that's probably the largest my staff has ever been directly reporting to me.
Okay, and I guess I'm gonna follow up with the experience that you had managing those people or in those particular positions and stuff. How did that help you make the decision to become a city manager? Because that's many hats, many people.
It is,
Can be.
and it just got more interesting, the more diverse the sort of the subsets I was working with. I really enjoyed the field of management since I was in graduate school. When I was in graduate school, I drove my manager crazy at the TV station. I come back and say, you need to let us, be involved in this decision making. And he just was not interested in that. But so I've loved the study of management, and I'm currently completing the certified public manager program at Florida State University.
I saw that.
And so I enjoy managing people, and it really, I always see my role as empowering them to excel what's important to them and in their job. So I did I was a Boy Scout master with my son's troop, and they have a training called Wood Badge, which is really billed as sort of a universal training. It's not just for Boy Scout. They trained us in servant leadership. So our job as the Scoutmaster was to serve those. And that's the way I work with my assistant Scoutmasters. I had 7 assistant Scoutmasters. When I started there was 1. And so to me, that was a sign that they liked what was going on. I had as many adults go to summer camp with me as I had scouts. And so my job was to enable them and to empower them to serve the boys. And that's the way I work with my staff. I have a marketing specialist in Richie, and I hired them to do marketing, and I let them do their job, and I do what I can to clear the way so they can fulfill on what they're up to.
And just one more question, and then I'll let it go to somebody else. But have you ever kind of have you managed remote type teams? You say that you've dealt with, again, the Main Street programs, community redevelopment. Have you managed or worked with remote teams and outsourced kind of resources?
Like a consulting team?
Yeah, with whatever you've been kind of doing with the redevelopment programs that you've worked on?
Yes, ma'am. I in fact, in many of the communities I've served, I've managed a master planning process for the community, branding and rebranding a creating a marketing master plan. And I'll have a consulting team that I'll work with. Usually it's a team of 2 or 3 firms that have come together to respond to the RFP, and then create done downtown master plans, done bicycle pedestrian plan. So I enjoy that process. I always view my work with consultants as my job to get from them what we need, rather than just wait and see what they present to me and decide if it's good. So I work with them, and I throughout the process to get a product that the council and the commission is happy with and will unanimously approve.
I'd like to just finish with, I'm from the West Coast primarily, not necessarily the East Coast. And I've been down here in Florida for about 20 years, maybe a little longer, but I've watched Newport Richey grow. I've watched Leesburg. I've watched all of the different areas that you worked in grow, and done a good job with most of them. Maitland, I moved over to Orlando for a little bit. And of course, once the traffic got so bad, when it took me 45 minutes to go 4 miles, I decided that that wasn't the place for me. But at that time, Maitland had just started, and I'm sure that you were part of that when Maitland started to try and get like a little area or whatever. And now it just seems to have bloomed and kind of crazy right now in Maitland. But I think that I've seen some of your successes. So just thought I'd say you did a good job.
And commissioners, I'm going to ask, we're going to go around several times. So if you'll just ask one question at a time, that will be helpful so that everybody can get their questions in. So Commissioner Banks, going to go to you next.
Okay. One question that I got, I see you presently live in Lakeland, Florida.
Yes.
Right. If you were chosen, how quick do you think that you could move up here?
Well, I would live here right away. This happened when I transferred from Maitland, Newport Richey. I did Airbnb for months, and then I found an apartment, and then eventually we built a home. So I've looked, there's not much for rent here, but there is Airbnb. I think I'd be able to, I know I'd start right away staying here until we sold the house in Newport Richey. My desire is to live in the city limits if it's at all possible. I know it's very, right now, there's very little to choose from, but you never know. I say you never know when someone's about to put their house on the market. So we'd be watching for that. We're open to building a home as well. Or even if we had rent for a while until something suitable came on the market, that's the plan.
Commissioner West?
Really quickly, this kind of goes with Ms. Burton's. If you're our city manager wears all the hats. You have gas, sewer, water, managing grants. Is that intimidating to you?
It's not, and my practice is always to, I work to surround myself with people that are more clever than I am and smarter than I am, so to assemble a team and really rely on them to bring their talents to the table. And then I understand that ultimately, at the end of the day, the city manager is responsible for it all, but it's not intimidating.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner DeVito?
Yes, thank you. So my first question is, have you worked for a board before, been responsible to a board the way you would be if you are our city manager? And how do you view a relationship between a city manager and a city commission?
I have worked for boards both in nonprofit sector and as managing a CRA, I would report to the CRA board, which would be typically as the city council or the city commission sitting as a CRA board. So, and the degree of that varied with the city. In many cities, by ordinance, the city manager is the executive director of the CRA. But in some instances, they would allow me just to report directly. If I could sell the board on an idea or project, they would let me run with it. So that varied by community. And I think the relationship, that same relationship of executive director to board of directors is how I view the city manager. The city manager works for the commission, reports to the commission, keeps the commission informed. And at the end of the day, that's the relationship is very much like I had with the executive director is hired by the nonprofit board and reports to them.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rudd, tell me what you know about Crescent City and what you feel that we need here.
Well, I was familiar with Crescent City. I think the first time I came here was probably 2011 or 2012 when I moved to Palatka. I don't know if it was I came for the catfish or for the Christmas parade or something, but I just really fell in love with the community. It's a wonderful location and quaint little historic downtown. Just has all the perfect elements. And I felt back then, if this town takes off, we're in trouble. And Palatka is going to really be overshadow us. So since that time, I visited a number of times. I've done Blue Basin Trails events, kayaking, in the evening, having dinner at Three Bananas and so forth. And then since this opportunity, I've read the comprehensive plan. I've read the 2018 redevelopment plan update. I've read the strategic planning document you did for 2016 and everything on your website. Just dug in to learn about what's going on. And I came and spoke to the council back. Mr. Kennedy had me come and speak about the possibility of a Main Street program. It was probably 2014, I'm not sure when, 2013, somewhere in there, considering it. And I think, obviously it didn't happen, there just wasn't a champion at that time. And I think, I firmly believe in the Main Street approach. I think it's a successful approach when properly, when you stick to it, it's a comprehensive incremental approach over time to bring about redevelopment. And I think that would do wonders here in Crescent City. That the approach was built for this type of community with limited resources, small population. No one's coming to save you. You know, we have to save ourselves. And so I think that would go a long way. Even when I manage a CRA, I organize my work around the 4-point approach. You know, am I looking at the physical environment, the image, the marketing, promotion, the economics of the downtown? And then the organization is the stakeholders, is everyone engaged, and we're all going in the same direction. So I think that would go a long way. And even if we found, and I listened to your meeting last June when there was a presentation from the state, and I think Commissioner DeVito made the comment about we would have to see if there was enough interest in the community. If there wasn't, we wouldn't push it through. So even if let's say there weren't enough residents coming forward to participate, I would still use the Main Street approach to work, to look at, are we working comprehensively, incrementally, to bring about change, lasting change for the downtown and for the entire community.
Thank you. Commissioner Burton?
I'm good.
You're good. Okay, Commissioner Banks?
Well, you know, when I was reading, you got a strong resume. I was sitting down reading it last night, and do that, you can go with one cup of coffee. But I wind up drinking 3 cups of coffee. Cause I had a marker and I was checking and marking, and you know, I would say this, if I personally now, I'm just saying this, throwing this out there because I really think a city manager, sometimes small cities like this, like Crescent City, with a population of 1,500, 2,000, 20, and 2,500 people, they can overload a city manager. And when you overload a city manager, you kind of put brakes on a lot of his talent, things that he can do. What I mean by overload, I see some of these things that on your resume that you've been experienced, got a lot of experience in. To me, if we was to hire a city manager, we would try to take some of that weight off his shoulder and just let him be the person that is over it.
Yeah.
And not have to do it all. And I really think by reading your resume, you could oversee all of that, because you got the experience by me looking at your resume.
Yes, sir.
You go ahead, I'm good.
Okay, Commissioner West?
You see the yellow all over your application? Did the same thing. Thank you very much, I'm good.
Yes, yeah.
You're good.
I'm good.
Okay, Commissioner DeVito?
Yes, I wanted to ask, and actually, I'm very impressed that you listened to our commission meeting last year, where we heard from, as representative from the state. And just to be clear, I was very much in favor of a CRA. I'm not sure what I said about people not wanting to participate, but my question for you is, we have in our budget, I don't know if we mentioned this last year, we have in our budget money to hire an economic development CRA coordinator. What are your feelings about that kind of a position if you were to be our city manager?
I think it's important to have a combined Main Street CRA position. I think it would not be a part-time position. The $20,000 you have in there, I don't feel you'll ever find anyone with the qualifications to do that. I looked at that job myself way back when you first started. I heard about it, and I thought, you can't do that for $20,000 a year. So I think it would be important that it was a full-time position, Main Street CRA. And I think what's very common in CRAs is a position that also works the city at large. The salary can come out of both the general fund and the CRA. So that position could easily be a marketing specialist and public information officer, as well as CRA. Those duties all intermix, and So marketing the downtown and the whole city is an important component of the CRA and the main. So it's all together. So I think you could actually create a position that was attractive to get someone with a background experience that would come in and do those. And then they would have the advantage of myself, my training. They wouldn't have to convince me. One of my typical things of my job is always that I've got to convince a couple of layers before I get to the board. I've got an idea or a project. And in this case, they would have an advocate and city manager for redevelopment and for Main Street and to really help pave the way to bring you that information and talk about why we need to do this or that. Get
Okay,
the-
'cause just on that particular question, 2 issues. One, we appear to be maxed out on our budget right now. So how would you handle that? And it's my understanding that Palatka does have a part-time CRA person. Is it possible that the job description could be revised? Is it possible that we could tailor it to a part-time job and maybe work into that in the future? As a full-time person.
That's a possibility, and I haven't seen the detail of this year in the proposed budget. I have the larger amounts for line items, but and I'm not familiar with Palaka's position. My feeling is though, I know cities under 5,000, you're eligible for Main Street designation with a part-time executive director or manager. And those of us that were managers and directors around the state always kind of laugh at that because you've got a part-time person doing a full-time job, getting paid part-time. So it's a full-time job, and CRA is a full-time effort I think is needed. So I would figure out a way, even if not initially. So maybe while we're doing some planning and kind of getting our house in order, we're not paying a salary, and then that'll help to pay the salary the rest of that year, the first year, and then we work it out in the future. But it'd be important to find a way to make that happen.
Thank you. Well, so nobody else has any other questions?
Well, I did.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's
Oh,
okay.
I did, usually you don't do it, I understand.
That's
Go.
okay.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Forgot about me.
I do. Of course, economic development is near and dear to me, and it's something that I'm looking for in our new city manager to be able to do that. But I also know that with that and just being exposed to what Mr. Leary has been going through and the amount of other things that you have to be involved in. Commissioner Banks was correct in the many hats that you're going to be wearing. Are you going?
That's what I'm trying to say.
How do you feel that knowing where your passion is and your expertise is, that you're going to be dealing with that day to day that's not the economic development?
Well, for me, that goes back to the comprehensive nature of redevelopment. So many things like infrastructure is a component of redevelopment. So, you know, the water and sewer master plan or citywide maintenance, all those things are a part. I think the best business recruitment tool is a great business retention program. So what's it like to be in business in that community for existing businesses? How well are things being taken care of? So all those elements to me are kind of paving the way or setting the table for economic development. So when we're, whether we're maintaining the medians or doing a water and sewer improvement or looking at drainage or fixing the boat ramp, all those things to me are a component of economic development, preparing it. So if and when somebody's looking to relocate a company here or even just open retail, they see like, wow, they really paying attention to the details. It looks like a great place to be in business. I want to be in on what's going on there. So I see it as fitting into that. I think one of my strengths is my planning. I believe firmly in plan the work the plan. So I'm always thinking about what's the plan, and we've got to get it all figured out. And then implementation is the key. And I organize my day, my work. I have a to-do list that I'm constantly updating and putting everything on the list I know to work on it. So I stay very organized that way. my weakness would be, if you ask me what's your weakness, would be a messy desk. So, but within that, those files is organization and keeping all the plates spinning. That's the First things
Hold
up.
on 1 second. Commissioner
Sorry, I'm
Rita?
trying to shut my phone off.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna ask everybody to please shut your phone off,
I thought it was.
out of respect for our applicants.
One of the things I learned quickly as a Main Street director was multitasking and keeping a lot of plates spinning. There's a lot going on that needs to happen. You've always got to make sure everything is progressing. So I've had a lot of experience in that. I'm looking forward to.
Okay. I am, having grown up around DeLand, also a Floridian, I've watched what has happened in DeLand. Thursday night, I was in Eustis and in Leesburg. And I have to say, as I drove through there, and it was in the evening, it was later, and we stopped and ate. The energy there was so positive.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, you know, what do they have that we're missing? And so it's just refreshing to know that you had worked in both of those places prior to. So I'll pass it on to Commissioner DeVito. You have another question?
Sure, I do. As some of the commissioners have said, a city manager here, we're a very small city, we have a very small staff. And the city manager wears a lot of hats. One of them is, we have contracts for everything under the sun. The city manager is responsible for those. The city manager, at this point, pretty much is responsible for all of our requests for proposals, our contract negotiations. Do you have experience in doing RFPs, and if so, in what areas?
Well, I currently have an RFQ, just met the deadline for a feasibility study for a pedestrian bridge. I've always done RFPs and RFQs for our marketing and our master planning process. The plans that I've done in other communities. So I've managed those processes, as well as occasionally get a grant, DEO grant for, we just awarded our second DEO grant for, we need to master plan an old hospital site area in Port Richey. The hospital built a new facility and left, tore down the old facility and just left a big empty field. So, so managing the grant process, the deliverables, and getting reimbursements. So I've done a few of those in each of the communities I've served, which I've served.
Okay. I'm gonna go through one more time, everybody, if you've, as he's been speaking, and you come up with anything else that you want to ask him, Commissioner Banks?
Yes, we're a small town, and we got in this town, if you're chosen, quite a bit of infrastructure is done aged and need to be replaced. And so far, we've been blessed, I would say, to get government grants to work on some of it. But, you know, we didn't have to pass the bill and the amount to the taxpayers. And so far, we got a pretty good grant writer. But if you were chosen to be our city manager, that is one of the things that you would have to deal with. You think you could, because I was trying to find it on your resume here about some grants and something else I was trying to find. I reckon I'm asking too many questions. My budget. I knowledge you are about the budget.
Okay, well, to start with the grants, do you all work with Fred Fox?
Yeah, Fred, yeah.
Yeah, we worked with him when I was a Blackman. Actually, I think his son works with us in Newport Richey. So I see the importance of hiring a really talented grant writer, especially for those larger grants. Grants I've written have been small, $25,000 to $50,000, not the $750,000 of the CDBG. So I want to continue that practice of having those folks that have a proven track record for grants. And I think you mentioned the water and sewer up. The way I approach a project is really quantify. So what's the condition of the system? You know, there was a conversation in some of the past meetings about water and sewer master plan. I don't know if was completed. But sort of quantify it and then create an implementation strategy. So in the event we get a grant, we already know where we're gonna go, what we're gonna replace with that. My experience with budgets has been typically to prepare the CRA budget. And in the case of Newport Ritchie, it's about $4 million. About 73% of that is debt service currently, both to bonds and to the general fund. The CRA went upside down during the recession and the waterfront bailed them out. So now they're paying back the fund gradually over time. So with the remaining 26, 27%, we have some ongoing grant programs, we have a little bit of overhead. And then what's left is sort of what I work with the city manager on, what capital projects between that. We have penny for Pasco instead of Better Place. So we have some penny tax money that handles some of those kind of the negotiation of what's going to cover. If we can build this with the penny funds, then we can use the CRA funds over here. So that's the largest CRA budget I've worked with, largest budget in general.
Commissioner Burton? Good? Yeah, question?
Yeah, no, I don't really have any questions, but, you know, you always seems to been kind of a worker bee. You've been a worker bee. And, just want to make sure you're ready to be, you won't be the queen bee, but the king bee. You'll be in charge of all the other bees. Are you ready to do that? And when could you actually get to work?
I am. I'm a very historically I've been a very hands-on person, and I've been known to pull weeds and hang Christmas lights and do all that. I'm pretty good at driving a high reach, just to get it done. And I understand that I can't, particularly in a situation like this, I can't do everything. Part of the job is to figure out how to get this done, and then it can be done ongoingly.
Right.
It's just me. It's just not workable. And as far as when I can start, I would need to at least give a couple weeks' notice.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Commissioner West?
I think you've answered all my questions. What other questions?
Okay. Commissioner DeVito?
Yes, well, I have actually two questions, so I hope I can get them both in at some point. You mentioned assembling a team around you. How coming into a city that has an established staff, how would you see that concept of assembling a team around you affecting your existing managers? And do you have any experience in long-term staff development?
Well, what would happen is with an existing staff would be finding out everyone's function and their, as well as their, what their certifications or training. Maybe they're trained and certified in something that they're just not currently doing, so it might be a possibility. And then I really believe strongly in staff development and training opportunities, conferences, or now there's so much web-based Zoom training. It's just really kind of revolutionized the ability of training. So I always believe in that, finding a way to make it happen, to budget for it, or take advantage of through association memberships. There's free webinars and so forth. So really developing the team that's in place fully. And sometimes you find that people have passions. They always wish they could work on this or that. It just never came up or wasn't a possibility. So finding those things out, finding out about the staff and seeing, lining that up with the work that needs to be done. And you may find people just blossom in with a little shift or keep them where they are because they're doing a phenomenal job. But I've experienced those changes myself when a new city manager would come in. You're kind of nervous about what's going to happen, what am I going to do next? And so I found it great to have a meeting one-on-one, explain what I do. And then we have conversations about if I need to take on something new and whether or not that's in my skill set, and just have those frank conversations.
Commissioner DeVito, you want to finish your second question?
Sure, and this really kind of piggybacks on Commissioner Burton's latest question about going from being more in a professional staff position to the executive in charge. In my observation, watching the city manager in Crescent City. It is quite a challenge in any small city, I think. And that would be my main question for you. Do you feel like you're prepared to be able to juggle those demands? Because you, from what I see, you really have to be able to do long-range planning, staff management, and as well, keep tabs on all those day-to-day things. I admire greatly the work that the city managers do, but I think you have to have kind of a unique aptitude for that multitasking. And so I just wanted to ask you frankly, is that something that you have thought about? Is that step into having to manage the day-to-day and also do significant long-range planning?
I have thought a lot about it, because I have experienced, I've had worked for city managers that were very work focused and not people focused. And so people were leaving and there was low morale and so forth. So, and I worked for city managers that were very good at developing the staff, management by wandering around, staying connected, holding us to account, but also empowering us to do our jobs. So I've experienced both of those. And I think the key to that is staying connected with the Florida City County Manager Association and the ICMA, those organizations that train city managers. And you have to keep that in front of you all the time it's not just the work, it's the people, it's the commission, there's many aspects to the job, and you can't abandon everything just to crank out the work. And that's I think there's a pull for that. It's easy, just like, I don't worry about that. I can just do this myself. And that's a dangerous slope. So I thought a lot about that and how to manage that. And I think the way to do that is through my ongoing participation in association and with other city managers, always in check of am I doing a holistic job?
Great. And also I want to apologize that we may have met before because I participate with Blue Ways and Trails also. We might have been on the same kayaking trip, but maybe we had our hats and sunglasses.
I was on the board of directors when I was employed.
Right. So maybe we just failed to recognize each other in our dressing clothes. So thank you very much.
And I do want to say, I appreciate you being candid with us, especially when it came to the 20,000 that we have for a part-time CRA person. And I think that's very important, and that's something that I would be looking for too. And as I've shared, especially with Mr. Leary, is don't just tell me the good. I want to know the ugly too. And that's important, that I think we as a commission, that we have somebody that can is willing to not just, make it look pretty, but tell us this is the ugly part of it. This isn't going to work.
And this is probably why we don't have that person
Yeah.
showing up.
And if what we're doing is not right, then, I want to make sure that whoever is there, because you are the manager, you are the one that sees the day-to-day operations and how things work,
Well,
so that's important to me. I appreciate your candor.
I look at issues, my practice is not to look at right or wrong way, just there's what we're doing and then there's a result we're getting. And if it's not the result we wanted, we need to do something different. So I wouldn't say it's wrong to have a part-time $20,000, just the result is no person.
We're not getting it.
So we need to look at that.
I like the way you put that. Thank you. Okay, commissioners, do we have any other questions? Anybody have anything else?
I'm good.
Mr. Rudd, is there anything else that you want to share with us, or anything that you're looking to us for?
Well, I do have many pages in my phone of questions and things to research, but I just want to say to you, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you and meet with you and for accommodating my schedule. I'm very excited about the possibility of working for you. I want to be your city manager, and I see as put a shine on this gem of community. It's a wonderful community. The geography, the history, everything is just all the bones are there, all the elements are there. It just needs, I think, a comprehensive approach, an incremental. It's going to take a while to turn the ship, like turning a big ship, but I think it can be done, and just going to be, the results are going to be phenomenal.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Be safe traveling home, and I think Karen, I told him that because he's been sitting here all morning,
You could go have
Just-
some lunch.
just go back there and grab you something
I'll grab
before
some
you,
to eat.
to get on the road.
Thank you
And
very
again,
much.
we appreciate it. Commissioner DeVito,
Because Mr. Red needs someone to guide him. to
Karen's
find-
going
Oh,
to.
she's gonna
That's
go.
what I
Okay,
asked Karen
sorry,
to do.
I see.
That's okay? That's
Yeah,
Karen to
good,
do.
because it's not easy to.
It'll all be right there.
Okay, our next interview starts at 1:15.
We have time to get David, what's that day? Can we just go back to the workshop or do y'all want
No, I think I need a break.
to?
I don't know about anybody
All
else,
right,
but I
so-
need a break.
Maybe we just
Okay,
continue
well,
the workshop until,
let me
another meeting?
suspend the special meeting at this time. And then we will, come back in at 1:15. Looks like we have Mr. Foote. Mr. Foote, can you hear us?
I can. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Thank you for your application for our city manager position.
Yes.
You want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, sure. And again, just thanks for the invitation. I apologize. I don't know if I fully understood what we were needing to do in terms of logging on today, but I'm glad that I'm able to join you. As far as my background, I am currently the manager for the Borough of Indiana. I've been here for about 3 years. The borough is roughly 13,000 in population. But the borough is the county seat and host community to Indiana University of Pennsylvania. We've got 70 employees. We have our own police department, volunteer fire department, and a wastewater plant. Prior to my time in Indiana, I was a division manager for the city of Reading. I ran a $6 million enterprise fund for them. And then prior to Reading, Pennsylvania, I was in Gillette, Wyoming for a little over 7 years. And I was the sustainability manager for them. And that is where I feel like I had a really wonderful opportunity to learn government. I worked with every department and division within the organization. And I was so enthused by working in government that I took advantage of their tuition reimbursement program and went and got my master's degree in public administration from the University of Wyoming. I think what could be important for you all, perhaps in your thoughts and questioning for today is, one, do I have Florida experience? I'm a former resident of Martin County. I was there for a little over 20 years, started 2 businesses there. So I do have family and lifelong friends in Florida. My dad was a high school biology teacher down in Miami. So I have some roots in Florida, but I know that in terms of government experience, I don't have necessarily Florida experience, but I did reach out to the Florida City County Managers Association and spoke with them. And should I be a successful candidate, they would be matching me up with a mentor that could help me guide through those differences between municipal government, whether it be Wyoming, Pennsylvania, Colorado, or Florida. I've also reached out in terms of utilities and spoken with the electrical utility folks, the gas and rural water to get a feel for what's taking place in the utility space, and feel that with those connections, should there be a need to further develop any of my experience working in a utility space, that I feel like those connections were helpful. And well, I'll stop there, and if there's a need to get a little more granular, I'd be happy to do so.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to start with, this time I'll start with Commissioner DeVito, and we're going to go through this. Mr. Foote, each commissioner is going to pose a question for you, okay?
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Foote, thank you so much. I guess my number one question is, are you seriously considering coming to Crescent City? Do we have competition? If we offered you a job, would you be likely to take it?
So yes, I would not want to insult the commission by applying for a job that I had no sincere interest in. as I had mentioned to the mayor, one of the reasons why I'm exploring this particular opportunity is that I'm looking to transition back to a city form of government versus a statutory borough government in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I report to 13 elected officials. We have 12 council members plus a mayor. So I'm certainly looking forward to working with a smaller board. I think that would be, I think I could be more effective with a smaller board than working with 13 folks. I'm also looking to a transition out of a union environment and into an environment that I've spent the bulk of my career, which is working with non-unionized employees. And so if offered a position, I would seriously entertain that offer. So Commissioner, I hope I answered your question. If I didn't, I'd be happy to give a little more detail.
Answered it is fine, and you probably don't know this, but we have had occasion to go through a city manager process before, and being in Florida, sometimes we get inquiries from people who are not necessarily serious. So it was a realistic question, not directed at you individually. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner West.
Good, good. I wanted to say good morning, but it's actually this afternoon, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Or Michael, whatever you'd rather be called. We just have a small town. It's very tiny with a population of about 1,700 people. I know
Yes.
it's 100 on or a couple hundred one way or others, no big difference. We are very close to, well, I say an hour away from Orlando, Daytona, Jacksonville, but we don't have a Walmart, a Lowe's, a CVS. We have an active ACE. Would you be comfortable living here?
Well, I've been pretty adaptable over the years. I'm originally from Long Island, New York. I've lived in the Stewart area. I've lived in the Boulder County, Colorado, and then I've lived in Gillette, Wyoming, as well as here in Pennsylvania. So I'm a pretty adaptable person. And I think for me, one of the attractions to the community, to Crescent City, is really quality of life. And I think that speaks to what perhaps you just mentioned. It's just me. I've been non-married for a number of years now, and I don't need a lot of glitz and a lot of I'm not a shopper, so I don't need certain amenities. I'm looking for a quality of life where I can live in a nice community where I can, and I apologize if this sounds a bit corny, but really to return home and to be in government service where I could actually have an impact and do some really good work. To work with the commission to move your vision forward. So,
well, beautiful little community. I've lived here all my life, and I haven't really wanted to live in one of the larger communities, but we have a little problem every summer. We do have an occasional hurricane. Would that scare you away?
I've been through my share during my 20 years in the Martin County area. So hurricanes, no. And perhaps to your question, in my role as borough manager, I'm responsible for, I guess of the many hats that I wear as manager, and I'm secretary, treasurer, finance director, HR director, and the emergency management coordinator. So needless to say, I'm a hands-on person. I've been working closely with our county EMA and looking to partner with a sister community where we can combine our emergency management coordination to make it easy on the municipal management in preparation for the things that we encounter here in Western Pennsylvania. So to your question about being afraid of hurricanes, no, that I've been through them, and I would work diligently to prepare myself in the community for any types of weather conditions.
The thing about our community is we're not on a coast. We're more centrally located, and the coast gets the brunt of it before it gets to us.
And that's why I'm not as concerned as I might be if I was interviewing for a position on a community that's on a barrier island, might have a different feeling about that.
Thank you.
And quite frankly, as a business owner, my business had been, got flooded on occasion. So I've certainly been through wet weather.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Banks.
Yeah, if you were chosen, how long would it take you to get to Crescent City and start to work?
Well, I could leave this afternoon. And I was hoping I could be lighthearted with you. Thank you. In candor, obviously, I would need to give my current employer 2 weeks' notice. That's required by my contract. And then there would be transition that would need to take place. I don't know what your desire for a turnaround would be, but I would do everything within my ability to meet your required turnaround time. Would you like me to say more, or is that satisfactory?
I think that's good.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
I think
I'm sorry?
Mr. Leary is looking at a September 1st, so you'd have to be on the ground. Somebody would have to be on the ground by September 1st, ready to go.
Well,
Commissioner
I think that's very doable.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Michael. Yeah, I just have a question for you. You mentioned that you'd like to get out of a environment of union employees and get into an environment of non-union employees. What do you think what problems do you have with union employees? And I'll just follow it up. And how would you think that not having union employees would help?
Well, I've just been part of our negotiating team that successfully negotiated a renewal of the police union contract. With the utility workers union, we've been negotiating since the summer of 2019. I think the challenges with working with the union is, and I think if nothing else, it has strengthened my HR abilities because of having to manage the strict language of a contract. And so there's a little less flexibility when working with employees when you think about things that I like to have in place, which is a lot of cross-training and having backups so that should someone unexpectedly take some sick leave, that folks could step in and provide some backup. That's a little more difficult in a union environment because of the definitions of each of the jobs. And so when you're trying to move people around, it's not as flexible as, my past experience has been in working with employees in cross-training and having them provide backup services. I think the union has its place, and certainly protecting employees and negotiating on behalf of employees is certainly a benefit to that union model. However, I do think it just creates a little more difficulty from a management standpoint. So that's at least, I hope that helped.
So basically you're saying non-union is just more easily managed? Things such as, is it easier to hire? Is it easier to fire? Is it easier to, I guess it would be, of course, you'd be working through the commission to give raises, plus negotiate different contracts that we negotiated. The commission also would be working with you. So you feel that would be beneficial to you?
I think the experience over the last 3 years, actually close to 5 years in Pennsylvania, has helped me out quite a bit, because I think it's allowed me to see the employee side a little bit more, and to make sure that anytime we're looking to do things, that there's enough of an assessment of the impact to the employee. When you think about a contract, or at least the contract that I've been with the police union contract and with the utility union contract, there were guaranteed raises. And so the municipalities that I've been in before, and in work I've done before, raises tended to be performance-based. And so for my 7 years in Gillette, Wyoming, our raises were geared towards, one, the budget and approval by council of what the raises would be for that particular year that would be matched closely to the budget. And then there was a performance factor in as well. So it created an environment where folks knew what their expectations were and guided the workflow. With a union contract, performance really doesn't come into play. So you could be a horrible employee or a non-productive employee or a lacking in performance employee, but you could still get the same raise as everyone else that could be a real superstar. In terms of hiring and firing, we post positions for union members to bid on. And then if there's no bidders or qualified bidders, then we go out to the public. So I have hired from the outside as well as promoted from within here in Indiana. And I've also terminated employment with employees going through the Loudermill process and all of the processes for union employees.
Thank you.
Mr. Foote, in looking through your resume, it appears that your strength is really in infrastructure. And we are in need of significant economic development here in our community. How do you feel, what do you feel that you would bring to our community in that regards?
I bring to the community the fact that I'm in process with a number of economic development initiatives. And so I've already, I have that in my mindset. I have that in my motion. I'm in motion on a number of things. And as a former business owner, I think I understand what business owners are faced with, the challenges and the things that they want to hear and approaches that they wish to take. Matter of fact, I just finished a phone call with Dana with the Chamber of Commerce, just coming on with you all. And we were speaking a little bit about some of the economic development work and some of the challenges there. To the question, we have just selected a consulting group. We are applying to enter into Pennsylvania's the DCED, what they call a STAMP program. We've filed for economic needs, so we'll be leveraging a 90-10 split with the state. to hire the first consulting group to do a phase 1 assessment of borough operations. Phase 2 will be an implementation plan, of which will be the significant economic development work that we want to do. In parallel to that effort, I just hired a consulting firm, Downtown Redevelopment Services, that is going to be doing a gap analysis of our downtown environment, looking for what businesses are there, what businesses are not there, looking at what we would wish to attract, and as well as begin a workforce assessment to determine what the workforce environment is like, so that we can be looking at any job training opportunities that the state may offer. And then in parallel with those two things, I have formed some partnerships with our Downtown Indiana group and with the Chamber of Commerce and with Indiana University of Pennsylvania. And I have graduate students helping us do some community assessment work. We're doing some marketing and branding exercises with another group of IUP students and professors, all with the idea that ultimately we'll reach a point where we can move forward with our economic development work. And my goal would be to create a development office for all of that activity to be housed. So with all that said,
Uh-oh.
sorry, that was my phone ringing.
That's okay. You're back?
I'm back. So with all that said, I would hope you could appreciate that I've got a lot of that emotion, and it's one of my passions. And so I would be coming there equally as passionate to move your vision forward. And I think that's really important. This is not a unilateral operation. I'm here to serve the commissioners here. And so I would be looking for your vision of what you were looking for and what the community was looking to see, and then put that plan in place.
Thank you very much. Commissioner DeVito.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Foote. You have a lot of experience, I think, in areas that are important to us, just by virtue of your background as a city manager. I don't know if you've had a chance to become familiar with Crescent City remotely. Do you have a feeling for what any of our strengths or weaknesses as a city might be in terms of moving forward as a community or with economic development? And if you don't, I'll ask you another question.
Well, I'll give a short answer, and then perhaps we could go to a second question. I did just do some preliminary research, and one of the things that struck me was just the geography there, the environment there, the fact that the community with the water features that are there. My guess is that from an economic development standpoint, if in fact that opportunity exists, would be to be looking how to maximize the resources that you already have that are there. And to me, after living in the Rocky Mountains for a number of years, being close to water is very exciting. And looking at the water bodies there, my sense would be one of those assets that could be capitalized on, as well as proximity. I think that there are folks that are looking, much like myself perhaps, that are looking for opportunities to live in communities that they can just feel comfortable and safe. They don't need the urban feel like in Orlando. My brother lives in Orlando, and I keep getting lost trying to find where he lives because it keeps changing so quickly. And so I think that's part of it, is to keep a smaller town charm. I lived in Stuart, Florida, at a time when there were family-owned businesses in the downtown area. And then I saw that all move away and the area fall into disrepair, only then to reinvent itself into something new. And it would be probably what I would be looking to do, is to to look for those natural resources that are there and then capitalize on that.
Okay, I think that was a sufficient answer to a question, but I need to let it move on to someone else.
Thank you. Commissioner West?
I think you kind of answered my next question. We're looking, Lake Crescent is a large lake and it empties into the St. Johns River. We would like to acquire a little more land that's more public access on that lake. Do you feel like you would be qualified to move into that position?
I'm not sure if I understand your question. Are you talking about annexation?
We would like to buy some land.
To buy some land?
And-
So-
and for public access. We do have, I think, only 2 boat ramps, right?
3.
On Lake Crescent.
What would 2 on Lake Crescent?
Two
2,
on-
yeah.
two
sorry,
on
2
Lake
on Lake
Crescent.
One mixed up.
Crescent.
You're right, but on the big lake, we only have 2.
So I'm hopefully I'll be able to address your question. So during my tenure in Indiana, I've acquired 1 property. I was attempting to acquire a 2nd property. The vision of council was to take areas that were typically flood prone and perhaps bring some of those back to a natural state, do some park areas, and create a greenway. And so in an attempt to implement the council's vision, I've been working with staff, our city attorney, to be looking for appropriate property to acquire. So I have gone through the process here in Indiana of acquiring property for public use. In Wyoming, I was involved, I was a team leader. There was a group of us that worked primarily in the GIS division. And we were working with a specialty software called CommunityViz. And we were assessing areas for annexation. And there was a whole assessment process that we went through to do that. And we worked with department heads and the city manager at the time to strategize how to begin the process of acquiring contiguous property. And then, of course, my time in Colorado, in the Boulder County area, they were big believers in open space. And so I would think I could come with enough ability to Crescent City to achieve, I think, with the goals that you were expressing.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Banks? You're good. Commissioner Burton?
Crescent City is a very diversified kind of city. We have a large mix of people. And I'm not sure, because of the cultural differences here, it gives it a pretty unique flavor. I'm not sure if the borough in Pennsylvania, have you been part of a kind of diverse group of people? In other words, how diversified is your borough? And because it brings very different types of wants and needs for the city. And so it can sometimes become a challenge, I guess. And so I'm just trying to figure out, I've looked, you worked in Sarasota, you worked in Stewart, you worked up in Wyoming. I think, did you mention Long Island or was I wrong? And in Pennsylvania, this is a very, I mean, I love my city and I love that it's diverse and I love the culture of the city. And I'm just wondering, with your 20 and 40 and 50 years of experience, if you're, have you worked in a blended, I'm gonna call it a blended city?
Can I interject here?
Sure.
Mr. Foote, we have a large group of Hispanic people here. They work mostly in our fern industry. We are, you know, those flowers you order, you probably don't order them very often, but you call the flower shop and send flowers somewhere. All those greens that are put in with those flowers are grown in this community. And our Hispanic community works a great deal in the fern industry. And then we have Asian group, and of course, black and white. We have it all. And not everybody feels like they're comfortable, and particularly our Hispanic group. They've been hesitant about being part of our group. What would you do to help that?
Thank you.
Does that help, Commissioner Burton? I think what they're trying to get at, Mr. Foote, is that bridging the different communities together.
Right.
It's a tough one.
It's a tough one, and how do we bridge these communities together that feel like they're being left behind?
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So there's a lot in your question, and I want to be respectful of your question and questions. And so I'll start by saying that my master's in psychology and required that I spend time in clinics, free clinics. And so I can assure members of the commission that the sensitivity of a diverse population really, as an adult, that's really where it started to come together for me, working with people of color, working with folks who have identified with various orientations. And so that sensitivity was heightened and strengthened from that work. And from that work, at that particular point in time, I was very fortunate to be asked to join a nonprofit for a period of time in Boulder County. And I wrote a grant to a foundation. We conducted an outreach program that was geared to the Spanish-speaking population. That particular project was so successful that the foundation called me and asked me if I would write a second grant, because they wanted to fund a second phase of that work. And so I worked with our outreach staff to do, in this case, recycling outreach to the Spanish-speaking population in Longmont, Colorado. And both phase 1 and phase 2 were very successful programs, to the point that Longmont, Colorado signed the largest education contract in the history of EcoCycle's history, as a part of, mostly because of that work. When I transitioned to government service in Wyoming, the word spread that I had done that type of work in the past, and I was asked to support the city in their efforts to reach the Spanish-speaking community in Gillette during the time of the 2010 census. And I spent a fair amount of time working to develop relationships. And finally, when I went to Reading, I learned I learned a very valuable lesson. In a population of 90,000 people, a fair percentage of those Spanish-speaking, and I think represented by something like 26 countries, that regardless of whether you can speak a language or not, it all comes back down to trust and being honest. And so I can assure the commission that coming into a very diverse community, I would bring a level of sensitivity and openness that would be necessary to be successful in my mission, which would be being accepted into the community, and would do everything I could to create any type of programming or any opportunity for inclusiveness in any of those areas.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner DeVito.
Sure, thank you so much, Mr. Foote. The other commissioners asked that question. That was one of mine also. And a related question is, we've mentioned that we're a very, very small town, about 1,500 people. And just in addition to creating general trust and programming, how do you feel about your ability to have a relationship one-on-one with the individual members of our community while doing your city manager work? Not everyone here, but a lot of people like to talk directly to the city manager and establish a relationship with that person. Do you feel that you could roll that into your work? How would you approach that?
So I guess I could just speak to what I'm doing now, and then maybe that could help us with our discussion today. What I like to do is walk downtown, just poke my head in, say hello to business owners. If I'm walking around or attending events, I do my best to say hello to people, to speak to people, introduce myself more in passing, with no necessarily expectation that they're going to engage in a conversation, but more letting folks know who I am, so that if they would like to at some point in time say hello or talk, I try to create that space and opportunity to do so. I don't think folks like I'm certainly not going to force myself on anyone, but I think being available, being open, participating in any community events, participating in any community organizations, I have found to be very successful in my career, that I don't just join to be a member of something, I join to be active. So as a former JC and a former ambassador at a chamber, I've done a number of things to make myself visible, so that I don't always wear the manager hat, just the Michael hat, so that if someone's got a problem and wants to talk to me, they can.
Okay, so you have no problem meeting with people one-on-one, is what you're saying?
Not at all. If those opportunities exist, obviously, I would be cautious of what those, the expectations of any conversation would be. Obviously there's confidential information that people would like to know that doesn't get shared. So.
That's good. Thank you so much.
Commissioner West.
I'm good. Thank you, Michael.
Okay.
Good too.
Commissioner Banks. Commissioner Burton. Okay, Mr. Foote, with your master's in psychology, you can turn that on and off, correct?
You're needed.
Just asking.
Yes, ma'am. I will say that I think it's really helped in terms of my approach towards management. A lot of folks talk about being, an adaptive style of management, but I also feel that being adaptive is two-way, and being able to recognize how people like to communicate, how people learn, has allowed me at least to just be able to take a step back and make sure that I can meet an employee or a member of the community halfway. So I think it's been a real strength, and my job is not to psychoanalyze people. My job is to create connections for us to be able to move our initiatives forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, is there anything that you have of us? That you want to ask us?
And let me just pull out my questions. I guess I'll just ask, have I said anything or answered anything, a question in a manner that would keep me from moving forward?
I don't believe so.
I don't know. No, I think you've been very forthcoming and very detailed in your answers, in my opinion.
Okay, so then I don't need to expand on any questions. What would be the top three things that the commission would want me, if I was selected to be your next manager? What would be the top three things that you would expect me to get working on as soon as my feet hit the ground in Crescent City?
Commissioners, does anybody want to
I think
interject?
one of the first things you would need to do is talk to employees and be familiar with them and their talents. And also the heads of each department, find out what their needs are, what you can do to help them out. And then we could arrange for a public meeting so you could meet the public.
Commissioner, any other commissioner? Commissioner Burton, you have anything you want to share with him that would be a priority? Okay, Commissioner DeVito?
Well, I think that we need to talk about that as a commission, but just in a practical sense, if the starting date is September 1st, we will be, as you probably might guess, at the very end of one budget year and finishing up the budget process for the next budget year and making that transition. And we also have some new, I guess, we have new employees in finance. We have a new finance system, a new IT system. So probably you would need to get a handle on where those are, where they need to go from there. And to me, just making sure that there's a very smooth transition. I think that would be quite important.
I feel like the big thing is coming in and doing your own evaluation and then coming back to us as a commission and telling us what you feel, that you see where our strengths and our weaknesses are and what we need to work on as we go forward. So
Sure.
that would be.
30, 60, 90-day plan that I generally follow in entering an organization and how I would approach moving forward. And certainly the idea of getting to know employees, doing ride-alongs or visiting sites would be part of my early assessing and orientation.
Is there anything else?
I guess just to conclude, what are our next steps after today?
We're going to finish up the interview process today, and then at the end of the meeting, we're going to discuss at what point we want to make our final decision, whether or not we feel comfortable in making it today, or if we want to move it to a later date. But regardless, we will definitely be in touch with you by tomorrow.
That sounds.
Decided to do.
That sounds fair.
That sound like a plan?
Sound good.
Okay,
Yes.
so that's where we are.
Okay.
We appreciate your time today. We appreciate you going on Zoom with us, and we will get in touch with you. Is there anything else to add? Okay, we're good?
You're good.
All right.
Thank you.
You
Have a
all.
good rest of the day.
You as well. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, we have 15 minutes at this time. Do you want to take up?
Do we need to like bar you from that land?
You can, we can,
I was gonna say.
Sounds
We do code enforcement, yeah,
Want code enforcement? Okay.
so we could be in the workshop.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to suspend the special meeting and we're going to reconvene the workshop at 2:00. Okay, we want to pick up with
The budget.
code enforcement.
Page where we,
I think we're gonna be on
three, 26,
17.
17.
Yeah.
And then we need to move to 26.
I don't see code enforcement on 26.
It's on 17.
It's on page 17.
Yeah, it's line item 324. Line items.
Very top.
Okay. Is everybody there?
Let's roll.
Okay,
So code enforcement will be its own.
Department.
Right,
is this with her still working at 20 hours a week?
Yeah.
Our current code enforcement, okay, 20 hours a week?
which is a gracious plan.
But, Phil, do you happen to know off the top of your head what that works out to on an hourly amount?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you know what the hourly rate is for that position?
I'll just take that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I should have asked that. But it's about 14.
I think so.
Okay.
I can tell you.
Let me ask you, if this is a part-time position, why are we paying the pension and
Because she makes enough hours too that she's qualified for it.
Okay.
For the pension.
what is the number of hours for that? Maybe I'm feeling for it.
No, for pension, I'm thinking, I have to go back and look to tell you the truth, but the pension company tells us we have to pay her.
Oh, okay. Right,
She
no,
makes-
I'm just curious as to, you know.
She makes $14.61 an hour.
Well, I mean, I'm just guessing, but I would imagine for most people, unless they're already retired, that would be an enhancement to the salary, because the salary to me is, I don't know exactly what code officers make, but,
Well, it was $12.61 before we did the cost adjustment, so.
well, I'm just saying, I don't know where that falls and what most code officers make, but I'm guessing.
When you go down to her telephone and internet, that's $720. I guess that's annually. That, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
That's monthly, we can do that, well, I love that.
Gas oil. And then we go down to code enforcement operations and abatement.
That was the one that I didn't know what y'all were gonna do about that, because I don't know how much we want to budget for,
Our magistrate,
is
that,
well, that's when we have to do abatements on property.
that's true, okay.
All that comes out of there.
But, well,
Would our magistrate come under this as well?
It would, yes.
I didn't know if you put that into the code
Yeah.
enforcement
No, we
operations.
can't do it. I thought we did it in our way.
I mean, I don't know where y'all want to take that from. We hadn't discussed, you know,
We're, the ordinance that, the changes that we're working on and making based on the last commission meeting, rather than have either a requirement that there be just code enforcement magistrate, we're gonna do the ordinance where it's either or. We can have code enforcement board or magistrate. And the reason for that is, we seem to be moving in the right direction with the code enforcement board. But at any time, we could switch. We do have a meeting on the 28th, which will catch us up with all our cases. And so, roughly a magistrate would be about $300 a month. Anticipating we'd have a meeting every other month based on caseload.
Every other month
Correct.
at $300 per meeting.
Mhm.
Okay.
And it could come out of that line, the code enforcement operations.
Mhm.
So we're looking at possibly about $1,800 if it went.
Right, and then, so I owe you a call or an email about that ordinance.
Yeah, Bobby started working on it, and he's got the changes that reflect that the appeals would go to the commission and not to the circuit court. Obviously changing the city.
Did we actually vote that that's what was? gonna happen?
No. I mean,
No,
that's
he's
the
looking into
recommendation.
it, right?
I mean, we can vote on that at the final hearing, yeah.
Okay.
And, yes, ma'am, and what other, if you could just email me the other changes, I have them written down somewhere. If you could do that, and then the change that I'm gonna add, the paragraph that gives us the opportunity to do either or.
Like, because I did just a little bit of research, but my observation, my question about abatements is, I mean, when we talk about abatement, we're talking about the whole court process to basically foreclose on a property. It's my understanding from what Mr. Asbury presented, that just one abatement would probably take the whole 6,000.
I don't, in talking with the code enforcement officer, we haven't done any abatements in several years.
But there's,
Yeah, we could, I mean, but, you know, we hopefully that, you know, the other very important change is I would like to reduce the number of members from 7 to 5 so that, you know, 7 is problematic as to getting 7 people to agreeing to serve, and then 5 is would work fine.
And based on the size of our community, that falls within the statutory requirements.
back to how much we put towards abatement.
Mhm.
There's been varying levels of enthusiasm by the former mayor and whoever in terms of, you know, we have a lot of blighted properties, and it just to actually foreclose or do whatever we need to do to take them into city ownership or whatever. It's expensive. So, and I just think we need to help Debbie Peacock and Robin out a little bit and just be realistic with ourselves about what our goal is gonna be.
Well, I think as we go forward, it's expensive, but at the same
Yes.
time, you can turn that property, if you can turn that property around.
Right, I'm not arguing
Yeah.
for it one way or the other. I'm just saying we need to look at what it costs and figure out, okay, what's our goal here?
To interject a little bit here, the city doesn't have to always be the person or people buying these properties either. There's probably some other alternative ways to have other people or other organizations purchase these properties and redevelop as well.
And there are groups out there, and that's what they look for,
And
is
that's exactly what they
come
want.
into
So
an
it's not-
area to
it shouldn't
redevelop it.
Fall always, to be determined that the city's gonna do all this.
Okay, well, I'm not
She's talking
arguing,
about the abatements,
She's
we
talking about-
we'll get with the attorney.
but I'm just saying we need some realistic information about what we really need for that line item. Yes, and obviously, we need creativity here. That's the only way.
Well, and I think, one of the most creative things is telling people, we're gonna foreclose on you, or you can quit claiming the property in
Yeah.
the city, and then we'll clean it up and then put it on the market.
Right, but there are some costs involved. Jay has explained that to us, so I'm just saying, I think we need to know what we're talking about when we plug in that workshop.
Yeah, because it's very expensive now, because I can recall a couple of houses that we took in possession somehow, cost us over $21,000.
That's what I'm saying.
And the property ain't worth but about 1,500.
So,
Two lots.
in that case, it would behoove the city between the city manager and the code enforcement officer and the city attorney to go to the property owner and say, we're gonna take your property anyway. Why don't you just quit claiming to us? We'll get it cleaned up and then we'll put it on the market. So, you know, and that may not work in every case. We have to go through the process. So, but we'll get with, the city attorney.
And knowing that that's a priority of ours, that we've discussed that maybe as we go forward, that's, as new city manager, that's some research that he can do to help us with those numbers.
And ideally, just speaking in general to our code enforcement operations, my thought for a long time, it has been that we would get a bigger bang for the buck by putting money more forward into prevention, making sure that we don't continue the situation where we don't really take any action until a property is pretty much demolition material. And I know that other communities are more active in that way, and I think that it would save us money in the long run, but we have got a hole to climb out of, I think.
Well, we've been proactive in my direction to the code enforcement officers that let's treat it as this, a public relations situation. You go and talk to the property owner, you know, explain to them what their violation is, you know, explain to them the process to go through, give them a time frame to get it cleaned up or whatever needs to be done. And then if it's not done, then you go back to them and say, okay, you know, we're gonna write you a citation or you know, you appear before the code enforcement board, you know, really try to do it in a step-by-step process, so that we try to work with property owners versus being so regulatory in nature. And that's worked in 2 recent cases I know of. So not going to work in all of them, and obviously we've got some very serious, significant problems. So we may have to look at readjusting this. Actually, I'm not sure that there's 20 hours of work every week for the code enforcement officer, and so we could maybe reduce the hourly, the number of hours on a weekly basis if they were amenable to that. One thing is now, at least we have a qualified code enforcement officer, where I don't know that the city did in the past. And to try to find somebody for, you know, paying them that amount of money, and, you know, it's a catch-22, so you gotta be careful.
But you know, in prior budgets, once upon a time, we had said that we were gonna put X number of dollars in a budget because we know the condition the city was in for the abandoned houses. And you take right now, I can think of 2 abandoned houses where the city gonna have to at least come up with $40,000 to get them towed down and hauled away and cleaned off. And the properties ain't what about $1,500. The lodge for one. And on the end of Main Street, just before you get to the that big church on the corner, that old 2-story house out in that field, where they done bolted up till they can't bolt it up no more. It gonna cost us great money to get those properties took care of.
Maybe just a fight.
Okay, we're ready to,
Okay. Okay, is she on? At this time, I'm going to suspend our workshop, and we're gonna go back into our special meeting. Opening up a special meeting. Ms. Hayes, no, she's gonna be on Zoom. Ms. Hayes.
Where was this one?
She's a resident. She's a resident.
Oh, hear me now?
Hello. Yes.
Hi.
Hi, Ms. Hayes, how are you?
Hi. Oh, how are you?
We're good. How are you doing?
Oh, it's a beautiful day here, so it's great.
Hold on one second. Just give us just a second, Ms. Hayes, please. Okay, so it's a beautiful day in Michigan.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. How's the weather there?
Beautiful day in Crescent City as well.
Oh, well,
So thank you for joining us. And if you just want to tell us a little bit about yourself. we'll let you start off, and then we're gonna go by individually. Each commissioner will ask you a question.
Okay, well, I am so happy to be here before you all today. My name is DeAndre Hayes. I'm currently the supervisor of the Charter Township of Lansing. Born and raised in the city of Detroit, I went to East Lansing for my undergrad degree at Michigan State University. I obtained my master's in public administration with a focus on public management from Central Michigan University. Landed my first position in Lansing, an internship at the House of Representatives while working third shift in private industry. And I love the job so much and I worked so hard, they said, we got to pay this girl. So they brought me on full time, and that began my love of public service. So I began as an intern and currently I'm the supervisor.
Okay.
Okay.
And do you want to tell us a little bit about what you're looking for as far as moving to Florida and in our area?
Yeah, so what I'm looking for is a position where I can fully utilize my skills, culture that I think is synonymous with what we have here. And from my research, I see Crescent City is full of wonderful people with a lot of hometown pride, neighbors serving neighbors, neighbors helping neighbors. And in terms of city administration, some of the challenges that you listed in the position, I think that I'm suited to help. Specifically to kind of spark up some economic development, to kind of help transition the administration and provide some great oversight and leadership. And I think just having a city manager who is both responsive and accountable would be an asset to Crescent City.
Okay, thank you.
You're
With
welcome.
that, our questions. Commissioner Burton, you want to start?
Sure. Okay, I just want to say something. You're coming from Michigan. My first question is, have you always lived in Michigan?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so I just want to let you know something about Florida. And you'd be coming to a county, our county, Putnam County. It has challenges. It's the entire county that has challenges. It's the next to the poorest county in the state. And the schools rank in the bottom 50% statewide. And the health-wise, we rank second from the bottom to accessible healthcare. So my question to you, I mean, this is I think, because I come from New York and I come from Vermont, very northern states, coming from Michigan to the south, and I'm not just saying in particular Crescent City, but the south, could possibly be a culture shock. So how would you kind of handle that?
You know, I think that I'm well suited to make that transition because I was born and raised in the city of Detroit. And I don't know how much knowledge you all have about the city of Detroit, but it's undergone some major changes over the last couple of decades with a huge portion of the tax base moving out of the city, and a lot of deserted land, deserted buildings. Our schools suffered as a result of it. So you could say I come from a school system that was considered low performing at the time. In terms of healthcare access, still those disparities existed in the city as well as access to some of the basic services and needs. And so I think that you have to be open to challenges. And part of my role as a city manager would be to help alleviate or to resolve some of those challenges. I don't think this will be a culture shock for me because it's not so different than the way I grew up, maybe different than the environment I'm in now. But I almost feel like I have a sense of responsibility to reach back and to help where I can.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Banks?
Pass this time.
Okay. Commissioner West?
DeAndre, I want to tell you something. Please don't get insulted. I read this whole packet you sent. I'm going, yeah, I think he's going to, wait a minute. This is a sorority. This is a lady. But hearing you speak, I really, really just kind of like you right away. I think that you could possibly fit in nicely. The only problem is culture shock from a small into a small community because We don't have a lot of shopping here, but we're not far from Orlando, Daytona, and Jacksonville. We have a lot of water in our community, but it sounds like to me, just first impression, that you would fit in beautifully here.
Thank you.
Could you see yourself happy in such a small community?
Yes, I could. And I currently reside in Lansing Township, which is a municipality just under 5 square miles. The only difference is that my retail shopping is more probably readily available. I don't have to drive 40 miles to get to it, but it is a very small, intimate community. It's just an urban area, so I'm surrounded by 2 major cities. And I realize it might be an adjustment, but I think that the benefits would outweigh those cons. You know, when I looked up Crescent City, I wanted to see for myself, why do people stay here? Why do they reside? And I saw a lot of stories of people who grew up in the city, moved away, and have come back. And they'd cite it's a great place they feel to raise their family because of the beautiful outdoors and because they feel like there is a sense of community. So I'm up for the challenge to weather the culture shock, but I'm just excited about the opportunity.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. So one of my questions to you is, we are the budget is maybe a third that of the Lansing Township. How many staff do you currently supervise? And then
So we have just under 50. My current direct reports are less than that. It's a little dicey because people who would fall under the realm of our clerk are now coming underneath me. So we co-manage, but primarily I have assessing, I have both of our chiefs of police and fire. Code compliance is under me. I have now taken on some additional HR and payroll payables responsibilities. I'm working in collaboration. We have a new treasurer and a new clerk. So that's a little unique to turn over 2 of the 3 elected officials in one cycle. And so it's been challenging. So whereas I could give you a concrete answer, I feel as though I've had to step over to collaborate and help manage other departments as well. So things that had not previously fallen into my purview now do. So total, a little under 50 employees township-wide. That includes fire, police, emergency services, and all of our departments, including Parks and Recreation, Public Works, and we have a water utility called Westside Water.
I have a follow-up. but that should
Okay, you
be
go
mine.
ahead if you want to. Go ahead.
I'll pass it on down the line, I think. Anyway, okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Hayes, as you're in your role there in Lansing, can you just expand on that a little bit as far as what you do on a daily basis?
Oh, okay, absolutely. So administration and oversight, strategic planning, and working on creative ways to attract development are ongoing things. Now, what I focus on each day varies by project and what my direct reports are working on and how much insight or feedback I need to provide to them to follow up on different projects that they're working on. And so currently today, for example, we had a board of review meeting. So I had to sit into that. I went over to the fire department. They wanted to show me some new equipment they have to lift up trucks and semis in the event that someone is crushed underneath it. I also had to talk about some upcoming budgeting issues because we're going into budget season. So every department head has now received the numbers that they need to start working on finalizing their budgets to have them into me in the next couple of weeks. So day-to-day administration. I also sit on the DDA, which is our Downtown Development District authority, essentially. And so we talk about how we are managing our development, which is called Eastwood Town Center, and also other opportunities throughout the region. We have a big development project that's currently taking place on the west side of the township, which was a collaboration between myself, the city of Lansing, and 2 developers out of Grand Rapids. And so every day is a new, exciting, challenging day.
You're used to wearing multiple hats.
I am. I am. We are a small municipality, and although it may sound like 50 people is enough, essentially because of the roles that are necessary, I wear multiple hats. And I have taken out trash, I have swept floors, I will pull out the vacuum cleaner, and I'll go meet with mayors in other towns and give interviews to media. So no job is above or below me. So we do what needs to be done here.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
Commissioner-
Now you manage these people, just to ask your hiring and firing, type policies, you know, especially as far as, hiring can be easy, firing can be hard. So how much of that kind of have you done?
Well, the beauty of where I am at Lansing Township is that we have a lot of employees with longevity. People come here and they retire here. So we don't have a lot of turnover. One department that had experienced quite a bit of turnover before I came was our police department. And I soon found the flaw in the administration, and that was remedied immediately. In terms of disciplinary actions, we have 3 unions, a fire union, a police union, or really 2 now, because we have supervisory police that we recently promoted. And so we have them as well as their subordinates, and we have a Teamsters union. So in those union guidelines, it outlines disciplinary action. So there are steps that I have to take depending on what the infraction is. And so we try to use a very corrective action approach, because what I found when I've had to implement discipline is that people genuinely have been remorseful about it. You know, they want to change. In some instances, they didn't even realize they were offending other people. I most recently had to step in between 2 employees where an employee made what was considered an inappropriate remark. Well, one person felt like they were being sexually harassed and the other person felt like they were just making a joke. And so we had to clearly distinguish between what's appropriate talk in the workplace and what's not.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner DeVito.
Yes, and I must say it is a pleasure and refreshing to meet you and talk with you.
She has great energy.
Right, you know what, I was just gonna say, you have great energy.
I've got it written down here.
Right, but, one thing that I think would be a significant challenge, and I want to know how you would address that, is your background is in Michigan, and you would be coming to a small Florida municipality with a very small staff. The front office staff here is really just a few people. How would you become proficient in Florida laws, rules, and procedures so that you could, fulfill your responsibilities?
That's an excellent question. I think my approach will be similar to the role I took when I first came to this position. And it's that I was given a book of ordinances. So I did have an advantage because I was a trustee beforehand. So I had more time to become apprised of what those laws and rules and regulations were. And I helped draft some of them. But essentially, it's a process. So you take the ordinances, you take the rules and the procedures, and you just have to read them. You make time to study them. There was many days when I took homework home just so I could be more aware of what the expectations were, especially if it was project related. So the only way I know how to do it is to read it and to go through it. Sometimes your staff can be a valuable resource, especially when it comes to code compliance, because outside of ordinances, they also have other guidelines by the state and the federal guidelines as to what constitutes building safety. So sometimes you have to rely on your staff to kind of fill that void, but other times you just got to roll your sleeves up and you got to put the work in.
Okay.
You good? Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Banks.
Yes. If you were chosen for the position, how long would it take for you to come to Crescent City and get set up and ready to go to work?
Oh, okay. I ideally would like 4 weeks to ensure that I leave my employees, my staff, and whoever my predecessor, who's coming after me, in a great position. I have already put some thought into what that transition process would be like, and I drafted a little plan. And so that would be a 4-week transition for me to ensure that they are up and running, that they have what they need, because as I stated, they'll be going into budget season. I want to make sure all the numbers and figures are right. And then I would have some time to move my things down to Florida. So it would be a physical move for me as well. So ideally 4 weeks would be the minimum, but if the timeline was extended, that would be welcome too.
Okay, my second question is, okay, what was the first thing you do when you come aboard if you were chosen?
So the first thing I would do is conduct what I consider to be a listening tour. I think part of what makes you a good leader is the ability to listen. I would like the opportunity to meet with every commissioner individually. I like to talk about your vision for Crescent City, what you see, what's working well in government, what would you like to see done differently? How do you feel like I can help facilitate some of those changes? I like to meet with the staff members individually to kind of gauge the same thing from them. I like to meet with some of the community players, local churches. I saw that you all have annual events. You have a Rotary Club that's very active. I like to meet with these individuals to just get a better perception of what it is that I can do to help, what the goals are, and how we can attack them together.
Good.
Okay, Commissioner Burton,
I'm good,
you good?
I'm good.
Okay, Commissioner West?
It has been a pleasure talking with you, DeAndre. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure speaking with you all too. Thank you.
Oh, we're not done yet. Wait a second.
We're not.
Not done.
Yeah.
Commissioner
I'm
DeVito.
just saying this personally.
Commissioner DeVito.
Sure. Hi, I have a couple more questions. Because I realized I was listening to a sermon in church a couple weeks ago, and I realized my role is the wet blanket realist in the cast of characters. So I guess one concern that I have is that really the city manager here, we are more like, have you ever watched and the Andy Griffith show, Mayberry RFD? That's a really old that's an old show on TV that's only on reruns. We are very, very small. Florida law rules and procedures, and especially for small cities that don't have a lot of resources, are almost a specialty from what I can see. And the role of the city manager here is very pivotal. There aren't necessarily staff with more expertise than you to help. So to me, it seems like it would be quite a challenge. I mean, you would, on the one hand, have to be able to hit the ground running to keep our operations moving forward, as well as doing the things that, you know, you would like to do to get to know the community and the commission. Do you feel that you're up for that?
I absolutely do. And I was doing a little research and I noticed, and maybe you can fill me in on the role of the city attorney. Do you think that there's any benefit to speaking to the attorney in terms of strategizing the best way to become aware of these laws and regulations any quicker than just me doing a self-study?
I absolutely think so, and I think that'd be a good help for you.
Okay, great. And that would definitely be something I do, to reach out to someone with the legal expertise, including yourself, Commissioner, to find out more about what the best way is to go about this. Because if I were hired for this position, I want to do a good job. And realistically, it's a lot to learn in terms of the rules and regulations. I'm well versed in Michigan law because I started as an intern in the House of Representatives. So I was there to see a lot of laws made and passed over the last 10 years. So I'm moving to a different state, and I recognize that there is some impediment to coming in and having to learn this. But what I found is that managing people and some of the languages involved in administration are universal. So I have no doubts about my ability to hit the ground running, to be able to provide the best customer service and to work well with the existing staff and to come up to speed very quickly.
One thing about our lawyer, he's local and he's lived here all his life, his family has, and he would be a great resource for you to call anytime.
Oh, thank you for that.
Commissioner DeVito, do you have another question?
I did, hold on just a second, I need to.
Commissioner Banks, he has a question.
Okay,
Okay, Commissioner Banks.
Okay, if you were chosen, you would be coming into a diverse community. How you think you could deal with that? And how would you choose to meet the people? Would you go out and meet the people, or you would have open door policy? Especially in a small municipality like we have.
Yeah, so I come from a very diverse community here. Our community is unlike many that I've seen. It's very diverse in terms of race as well as religion. There have been some religions I were not aware of until we had individuals who moved into the state, and specifically into the locality where I am. I'm near Michigan State University, so there is a myriad of just different people from all around the world. So it's a global community where I am currently. An open door policy is what I currently have now. We're considered a very small municipality. So if a resident is coming in to pay a tax bill, it's very natural for them to stop by and want to talk to me. And, you know, they'll tell me things about the street or things that they would like to see corrected. And sometimes they just want to make small talk, and I welcome that. I really like to have visits from the community because, you know, it gives me a chance to communicate with them and to find out what's going on in the communities. We can't be everywhere at once. So it's nice to have some feedback. I think you also have to go to where the people are. And that's why I'm big on where people meet. So churches and halls, assemblies and different community events. I think you have to have a presence there. You can't just, you know, be there to do a job from 8 to 5. People need to know that you really care and that you're available when they have a need.
Commissioner DeVito.
yes, now, have you read our charter and what is your understanding about the relationship between the Crescent City Commission and the city manager?
So a little, my understanding is that you are a 5-member commission board who makes the legislative policies and laws for the city. You're responsible for coordinating essentially the services of the city. Our relationship as a city manager, we would have to have great communication. I work for the commission. I'd be very clear about that. I understand that the mayor is the administrative leader in terms of her role in the city, and that I'd be working very closely with her. I would expect that you would want me to provide you with timely information to keep you apprised of what's going on in the city. I'd expect that you'd want to hear ideas and initiatives to propel us forward, economic development opportunities. If I've reached out to someone for grants, how public work projects are going. I saw on your website that you're looking into a trail. So these types of projects would fall under my wheelhouse, and I would be responsible for directly communicating that to you as lawmakers and decision makers so that you can go forth and make a decision as to what the direction is for the city. So I'm a support to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner West.
I'm good right now. Thank you.
You know, the one thing that we haven't really is, I would like to know what you could, your assessment of your strengths and your weaknesses.
Oh, okay, that's a good question. So if I could think strengths, just a few, I think that I'm passionate about public service. I love it. It's not just a job for me. It really is a calling. I feel like this is what I was made to do. Another strength, I try to be a good communicator. So that's something that I think that I'm pretty strong in and I'm constantly growing in. In terms of weakness, I'm not a naturally organized person, so I have to work very hard to stay organized. And what I've done is I've implemented systems in terms of how I file, how I keep things on my calendar. And it's only because I really like paper in my hand. And all my staff is like, we need to just keep it electronic. But it's something about having files and documents in my hand that I'm just not ready to let go of. So that is an issue. Also, there was a time, I would say, in terms of a weakness, where I would for something, and I would kind of draft down different tasks that need to go with it. Sometimes you can get so carried away in the details that you don't act quickly. So I have found ways to fine tune that. Things don't always have to be perfect before you implement it. Well thought out, yes. Thinking about the pros and cons, yes. Meeting with respective parties, absolutely. But you just can't sit on your hands because sometimes you miss an opportunity if you fail to lead.
Okay, good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Carry on. Commissioner Banks.
Let me ask you this, y'all do have a county government in that area?
One more time, sir. I can't quite hear you.
Yeah.
County, do you have,
County.
they're set up a little differently, so.
Like a township
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
like,
They're in it, she's in a township there now.
Yeah, we county government, city government, townships and villages. And a surprising fact about our state, we have more townships than we have any other form of government in the state of Michigan, over 1,200 townships.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we need.
Okay, Commissioner DeVito.
fine. I heard you mention development, which we are in need of economic development. And you mentioned a large project on one part of town. But my question to you is, we're a very historic community. We were founded in approximately 1883. Do I have that close, Judy? Somewhere there. Do you have any thoughts or visions about how a community redevelops itself using its history versus replacing itself with completely new development?
Yes.
Actually, I would like her to answer my question. Is that okay? And then you could ask a question?
It's not a question, it's just a little more to what you're saying.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just go ahead. And if I'm not clear, maybe Commissioner West can clear it up.
Is it okay to answer or should I wait?
Yeah,
Go
Go
ahead.
Great, I'm glad you asked me this. So I'm going through my notebook here because I did a little audit of the city. And I just want to touch on a few things that I noticed because I realized my role as city manager, if I were to be chosen, would be to be a part of the CRA. And so I think that looking at the history, Florida essentially is known for two things, agriculture and for tourism. And I think that you are actually posed in a very unique position, having so many historic homes and places of business that you can market it as that type of historic gem. So I think you don't always need something new. New can come in to complement the old. So I know you have some city-owned land that had been marketed. I don't know if that's still available, but I think you utilize those spaces to kind of cater to the new, and you preserve what you have that is old. And so one of the things that I noticed is that on your website, it's kind of a come to visit Crescent City. I noticed that on the visitor page, there were quite a few broken links, and the imagery I didn't feel was quite congruent with what I think you can be. I think that Crescent City can be poised as a destination location. I think that it's charming. I think that you have two rivers that surround the city that people love to boat and they love to fish. You have a historic walking tour, which I thought was pretty awesome from what I just saw online. I was interested in coming to walk it to see these historic places myself. So I do think that there's a way to welcome the new while appreciating what has already been created. I'm not sure if that's your question, but okay.
Spot on. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay, Commissioner West.
What I wanted to add is, my husband and I grew up in this community as little kids into little old people. Anyway, we were talking the other night, and we named 15 businesses that are no longer here, that were here and vital when we were young. And I think that's what I was trying to add to what you were saying, Lisa, is we're missing a lot now, but we could become a destination city. We have a lot of water and we're in a beautiful little spot.
I agree.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have any more questions? Okay, we good? Okay, Ms. Hayes, do you have any questions of us?
I do. I have a few, if you'll just indulge me for a moment. The first is, I just wonder, and any commissioner is welcome to answer, what are some of the traits you think are necessary for a candidate to possess to be successful in this role?
Anybody want to answer?
Sure. I have some thoughts. Is that okay if I go ahead? Okay. Yes, thank you for asking that. This is Lisa DeVito. I think to be successful here, a city manager has to be pretty much live and breathe the job. I think it's like being a CEO of almost any organization. You just have to devote your time to it. I think the city manager here has to be a multitasker, definitely wearing many hats. It has to have a lot of patience. Not only are we diverse in terms of culture and race, we're diverse in terms of education and understanding. I would say we have a lot of unique individuals here. So you would need patience and also the ability to accomplish a lot of ongoing daily tasks while doing a lot of long-range planning. So multitasking, long-range planning, doing the tasks, and putting up with a very diverse community in many, many ways.
Thank
you. I think something also important, and we've talked about this a little bit already today, is that bridging our diversity here in this town to where everybody feels like they have, that they're part of the community. And I think that's important to all of us, is making sure that the city manager is able to do that. Go ahead, Commissioner Burton.
I think you kind of hit the nail on the head already with how you expressed who you are and what your vision would be here. I think it's very important that we really kind of take Crescent City and again, take the new and meld it with the old and start revitalizing the city into a just an ecotourism type destination. And it sounds to me like that's something that you've already kind of looked at, and you've already expressed that today, that would certainly be on your list of things to do. So I really appreciate that.
Great, thank you.
Hidden gem here.
Yes, you did.
But we're going to be discovered with 1,000
Yes, we
people
are.
a day moving into Florida. And that number, we are going to be discovered, and it's important that whoever is leading us leads us into smart growth.
Yes.
For
sure.
Okay, Commissioner West.
DeAndre, we have a large Hispanic community that's moved here to work in the fern and greens industry. You know, those flowers you order or you may get from someone that has flowers, that has a lot of greens in it too. We grow them all here. And you don't have to speak English to be able to work. I'm just telling you, they're wonderful people. They work hard, but they don't have a voice much in our city government yet. How would you approach that?
About making them feel seen and heard. And I think one of the benefits to my new pastime, I'm learning Spanish right now because I do think it's important to learn how to communicate with people. You have a large influx of the Hispanic population because of the opportunity to farm. We do too in Michigan, but primarily you see them on the outskirts in what we call the thumb or the upper peninsula. But when you look at the demographics, our country is changing. So the more you can learn to communicate with other people, the better off you'll be. And I think it's essential to someone in my role when you have to bring all different types of people together.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more? Do you have Ms. Hayes?
Just one more question, I'll say. What has been the feedback from citizens regarding the services that they are provided through City Hall? Do they feel like the government is responsive? Do they like the current way that they're receiving communication through the office of the city manager, or are there some opportunities for improvement there?
Anybody want to interject? I guess it depends on who you're talking to.
I think that there's definitely, yeah, we need some improvement there. I don't think, I mean, we're working on it, and of course, when I first came to Crescent City, there was really no communication. We do have a website, and of course, the website still is kind of a working thing in order, you know, that they just kind of keep working on it and making it better and better. I believe that we're working on a Facebook page, is that correct? So that we can try and tie in what's happening around Crescent City a little bit better, because it seems like everybody likes to be on Facebook these days. So yeah, we definitely need some work to be done with communications. We just got, well, beginning of the year, we shifted from our police department to the sheriff's. Putnam County Sheriff Department now is in charge of everything here, which, you know, has upset a few people. And we kind of hear that on a regular basis, but even that's starting to get a little bit better as the sheriff kind of settle in and do the job that we've contracted them for. I don't know, can anybody else?
I think also, we also, and you've probably dealt with this there, but Florida has a very stringent sunshine law. And sometimes it makes it a little difficult because of our communication.
Yes.
And
Between
the one thing between commissioners, and the one thing that we don't have is we don't have a public resource officer. We don't have anybody to really do any of our public output. And everybody takes it some take it on themselves, and we have to be very careful in Sunshine is how we do that, especially through social media. And so, you know, we've just got some issues, you know, with just getting it out there and making people aware of what's actually going on here in the city and the facts. And as you know, oftentimes through social media, a lot of things, it's not necessarily factual, but people tend to believe it. And I think that's been a big concern of all of ours, is how do we get that out there to them without doing anything that would in any way jeopardize or violate the sunshine, but making sure that our residents have the facts and can go forward with that. Anybody want to add anything else?
Sure, yes, I think that in different ways that our city needs to step forward in terms of the customer service and communication. As I've said, we have a very small staff, but I think just getting into a habit of communicating regularly on very mundane issues, like when is the trash pickup going to be and that kind of thing. So yes, I think we have a lot of room for improvement there. We don't have a lot of resources, but I think we could improve. And so yes, you put your finger on something. And we did, I think, have some mechanisms for communicating in the past, and maybe we need to look back and see what was done earlier. So thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hayes, do you have anything more for us?
One follow-up, because I'm also wondering what type of communication would work best between a city manager and the commission. So, you know, how often would you like to be updated regarding administrative issues, and how do you like to receive your information?
Okay, commissioners, speak to that. Commissioner West.
I would say if there's something important you feel like we need to know, email works really well.
I think if it's immediate, I think a text on my phone works even quicker. Email does work well.
You're right, the
for-
text
Yeah.
can work too.
As such as a hurricane coming, you know, I wanna know immediately.
Right.
I think if we can kind of get ready, but I mean, that's kind of exaggerating a little bit,
It
but
just depends on
yeah,
the
what.
level
The
of
situation.
importance,
Situation.
the level of importance.
And you have a wonderful help with Karen Hayes, our city's, well, we're giving you a new clerk now, so our city clerk, but she's wonderful help also.
The other thing, too, is communication, right now, we kind of meet with our city manager before every commission meeting, just to kind of go through the agenda and, go through, well, probably how you feel and then how I feel, or I can't speak for the rest of everybody, but
Right.
where we sit down and we just kind of discuss it so that you're not gonna be surprised during the meeting. I'm gonna be surprised because I have no idea what they think, because of the sunshine law, but you at least will know, where everybody kind of stands on some of the issues and probably can help, direct a little bit, where you, you know, being the city, manager, might be able to persuade us one way or another. I'm just gonna say it that way. But other than that, I mean, I don't know, you know, unless you wanna go out for a beer every now and then. Karen has a tendency to take our city manager over to, where's that place? The Parker House. You know, things like that. I mean, that's totally up to you, though. So.
Okay, Commissioner DeVito.
Sure, well, there's one requirement in our charter that says specifically, that the city manager is to make a monthly report to the commission and the public. I think that there is an opportunity to, do that more fully and more in the spirit of what was intended, in our charter. We don't really have a formalized way of carrying out that charter requirement, but it is there, and it does say a monthly report goes to the public and the commission. So there's something to work with there.
Well, and typically they do that during the commission meeting when they give the city manager's report. They have that opportunity then.
But I don't think that really complies. I'm saying I think there's an opportunity to expand on that because I don't think that's what the charter intended, and other cities do it in a way that is, there's a more complete nature to it.
Okay.
So for a communicator, that is a method to communicate.
Okay, Ms. Hayes, you have any additional questions?
No, that is my questions. Thank you all for your input. It has really been educational for me.
Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for your interest in Crescent City. We are, at the end of this day, we're going to discuss how we're going to go forward. We'll let you know tomorrow whether or not we were able to make a decision today, or if we feel like we need to do some follow-up interviews. Is that
Well,
good?
That sounds great. And thank you all for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Renee.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
We've got 15 minutes. Do we want to,
I need a break.
Buggy.
You understand, Commissioner, that all these breaks, so at 5 o'clock, we still have the budget workshop to complete, and that's gonna take at least an hour.
Well, I looked at the schedule. I think it was very ambitious, but if I feel that I physically need a break, then I just can't help that. And y'all can either give it to me or go on without me. So it's up to you.
and at any time, anybody can excuse themselves too if we need to be excused. Just
Can I interject something, as I sit here and listen to this and communication and having been in this job going on 5 months. And the issue with community diversity and trying to bring the Hispanic and the Black and white community all together and everything, and you keep talking about the city manager doing that. That's the job for the commission and the individual commissioners. And being a former commissioner, I can tell you, that's an important job. That's not something, the city manager can't run an operation, city government, just like any private sector person can, and try to have all these outside responsibilities. So I think that's disingenuous to try to, make that a part of what the city manager does, in addition to all the other things that are currently on her plate. So.
I don't think that that's what we're trying to do.
I
That's
don't
the way
think
it's
so
coming
either,
across.
Phil. I'm
Well,
sorry. I just want them to aware that we have this community here.
And there's
It's
some problems and
it's-
issues that come up because of it.
right.
I agree.
Okay, that's all.
I think,
Right.
yeah.
It's like that, just recently, when you got your phone call at 6 a.m. in the morning with
Oh,
bad news. They have to be ready for those kinds of things.
Yes, right.
That's all.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
But
the
point
worst
taken,
thing.
we understand, and so maybe as we go forward with the next 2 interviews, we just need to be a little more,
Quick about it.
Well, I think one of the interviews
Clear,
will be well
clear.
aware of this.
But
I
we'll
don't-
just be a little
I'm not-
clearer about that.
In the 5 month going on.
I haven't adjourned the meeting. I haven't
Oh, you can't adjourn.
suspended, okay, I've suspended the
Okay,
meeting.
so I haven't encountered any of the things that, and maybe, maybe I'm missing something.
our special meeting. Not sure where we are today. We're going back and forth between a workshop and a special meeting. Mr. Butterfield, thank you. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Thanks for considering me for this position.
absolutely. Your drive up was,
Yes, I live in St. Pete Beach, and I work for the city of St. Pete Beach, and when you called, this coincided with a trip heading north, so we
Oh.
timed it just right, so.
well, good, that worked out.
Got a trailer and some dogs in the back with my wife, and,
Well,
so,
you want to tell us a little bit about you and what you do? And
sure. I'm currently the operations manager for the Public Works Department at St. Pete Beach. It's a city of about 10,000 people. We say that, but on any given night, there could be 50,000 people in town. It's a resort town, and so lots of people there, small areas, but always a lot to do. I've lived there for 6 years. Before that, I worked briefly at Brown University, and before that, I had been in the military for 27 years. I had a variety of positions there. I started my career in Florida, in Pensacola at flight school, after graduating from the Naval Academy, and then proceeded to, I just wanted to serve my country and wanted to fly, and the Navy offered both, so it was great. And I didn't intend to make it a career, but I just enjoyed the people and the flying and the travel and the sense of service. So I ended up staying in a lot longer than I'd ever thought I had to. My final job, I was commanding officer of Naval Support Activity Lakehurst, New Jersey. And while I was there, it combined to be a joint base with McGuire Air Force Base, Fort Dix, which a lot of people have heard about, the base that was formed when World War I was just starting to move into that war. And then Navy Lakehurst was combined. So I ended up being the deputy base commander to an Air Force general. As time goes by, she's already retired as a 3-star general in the Air Force, but she's a 1-star general when I worked for her there. So I bounced around a little bit after getting out of the service. A lot of us aren't sure what to do. And I went to see my city manager at St. Pete Beach and just asked me for some career advice, because I thought actually running a base, a very big base, gave me a lot of experience with what I seemed like a city manager might entail. Just you got to learn to translate the military jargon to the civilian talk, but a lot of the same things: utilities and facilities management, and running budgets, finance, and taking care of people. And so it was great. He gave me advice and sent me over to the public works director, who was a fellow veteran, he was an Army veteran. And he had done the same thing, gone from trying to translate his military service to being a public works director of a large city in Ireland. So, and then he ended up at St. Pete Beach. So I got some mentoring and some guidance, and got me back into the workforce. I had taken a few years off. I injured myself, and it took a while to get back to speed. But I'm in full health, and I already have health care coverage, so I wouldn't ask the city to pay for that. So. Anyway, long story, but yeah, I'd kind of grown up a gypsy. My dad was in the service, and then I kind of again followed on that path. And a lot of my time I was stationed somewhere in Florida. I was overseas a lot, but so Florida just kind of grew on me. It's the longest I've ever lived in one place in my life, so I love it. I think it's I'm more than ready to jump up to the next level. Being a city manager at a city this size would probably be a challenge for me, but one that I would be able to answer the call. And I also have some family in the area that I'd love to be close to. So as much as we love St. Pete Beach, my wife is in healthcare and can now work from anywhere thanks to telehealth. And so we thought, what a great thing to, if this opportunity was the right fit for us and for you, to be able to hop over to this side of the state and be near family and meet the challenges that every city has. So I tried to find out a little bit about what was going on here and what those challenges might be. There's more to learn than I know, that's for sure, so.
Okay.
Anything else you need, but
Well-
that's me in a nutshell.
Thank
so far.
you. We'll start with our questioning. I think what we're gonna do is each commissioner will just go through the line. So Commissioner DeVito, it's your turn to start this time.
Certainly. So, what is it specifically that you would find attractive about living in or near the city of Crescent City? What appeals to you about Crescent City?
Wow, there's a lot to like. I love a challenge, and like I said, I think being a city manager of any city is every day there's plenty of challenges in your inbox that you can't solve all by yourself. You need to work with constituents, stakeholders. And I really enjoy solving problems and doing so collaboratively with people. I mentioned I have a family in the area, and I know the area north of here very well and southwest area very well. I was stationed in Jacksonville. My children were born there, and I still have a lot of friends there. So, but this is not Jacksonville. It's close, but different. And I'm interested in. I love being a part of solving problems collaboratively, and obviously there's a commission, staff. There's the citizenry, who I'm sure they're all watching virtually. It's the one that made it into Dorsey. I like being a part of those things. I'm not a loner. I like to be a part of things and help make things better.
Thank you.
Commissioner West.
Your wife's not out in the car, is she?
I believe she is.
With the dogs, with the animals,
We have 4 dogs.
4 dogs.
And, So, yeah, she's out there.
Would you like her to come in?
I think she thought with the heat and everything, and
She's staying with it.
the littlest one is pretty slippery. He's a tripod because his
Okay.
previous owners couldn't keep him from running out between their legs of the house. And he lost a leg, and he was gonna get put down, and we took him in, and he doesn't know he's a tripod anymore. He's just
He's
as
just,
slippery.
okay.
So it's tough. It's tough. Anyway, I know my wife can handle herself. So, but thank you for the concern and the interest. Yeah.
All right, my question for you is, in your resume, you're touting yourself as a communications expert. What is your management style?
When it's my decision to make, I'm very happy to make the decision, but the older I get, the more I know there's more to know than any one person could possibly know. So I try to seek out who knows the information I need, and then make the best decision you can. Sometimes an imperfect decision is better than no decision at all. There's no decision, it's still a decision, it's just an action. So, but I definitely like to, I want a meeting to be as long as it needs to be, or as short as it needs to be. You don't want to waste time meeting just because it's time to meet and there's nothing to cover, but you don't want to just plow ahead without all the information you need to make the best decision. So
Right.
I would say I try to be a good listener. I know I'm talking a lot today, but I'm being asked questions, so but I try to be a good listener and try to ask the right questions from my experience. But I'm not the most eloquent orator or anything, but because I like to communicate, I like to listen, and I like to talk. I think eventually I can get the information I need to make a decision, or to pass a decision to my boss, or if I'm proposing things to the commission, then I would.
Well, we have many of our employees. We don't have many employees, but most of our employees have been here for a long time. And they know what they're doing, and listening to them and getting their input is really important to continue their work and to give them some credence in what they do.
Agreed, absolutely. The corporate knowledge is essential.
Right.
And hopefully I would come in with different experiences, and I've seen things done differently somewhere, and I can take the best of both. If there's something, if I'm like, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Or if it's, hey, I done something else somewhere else, let's try this. And so, yeah, I think the best part of communicating is listening. And I will do my best to do
I think
that
you're
wherever I
right.
am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Banks.
Yeah, by looking at your credentials that you mailed, you don't have no city manager experience at all.
I have not been a city manager, no, sir. I felt like the equivalent of what I did in the service, that led me to go talk to my city manager in St. Pete Beach to ask for some career advice. And he agreed, but he said, you're not gonna be able to just come in and be a city manager. The civilian world has its own organizations and the ICMA, which I've joined, and try to learn from their website and the magazines that they send, courses that are offered. But no, I have not been a city manager, so I can understand your trepidation that if I'm not the right fit, I'm applying into other places where they have, it's a large enough staff, they have an assistant city manager, and that would probably be a great step for me. I know it'd be a risk for you to go with somebody who hasn't officially been a city manager yet. So I understand that, and it's business, I wouldn't have my feelings hurt if that was the reason why, but I do have a lot of management experience, and in the service, a lot of time gathering info from different sources and then briefing your bosses, briefing the general or the admiral, or sometimes congressmen and things like that. So understand the higher up, the busier people are. And so you may want to have them read a 12-page paper, but they want 2/3 of a page. And so they have the info they need to make the decision, because there's 10 more in the amongst afterwards. So, I do have some experience taking care of people, like managing people, and pretty significant amount of experience there, but no, I haven't had this stuff before.
Commissioner Burton.
I'm very okay as far as not having the city management experience. But also, you know, I read a paragraph here, and it basically says that earlier this year, the Beaches Division, under my stewardship as operations manager, led the way to our designation as #1 beach in the US. Okay, it kind of goes on, and then it says, I manage all utilities and streets and facilities and serve on 3 boards in Pinellas County. I enjoy working at St. Pete Beach, and believe in just 2 years on board, my efforts have made a real and positive difference for residents, visitors, and staff. Nowhere do I see in any of your resume what those positive differences and real differences were. Yeah, I see, because I believe every time I get up and I go and I walk around and I talk to my constituents that I'm making a positive and real kind of difference, but you know, what was your contribution to make St. Pete Beach the #1 beach in the US? What did you do to really help that?
That's
and
fair
do
enough.
that?
Fair enough question. I would not take the credit. One thing, I was in the service so long where you don't write resumes, so I'm probably not the best resume writer I'm talking.
But this is your time in the in the sun.
There's a lack of quantitative information there. I agree. A lot of my job is taking care of folks so they can do their job, and then if they make me look good in the process, so be it. But I always defer to the folks doing the work. So it's an example of listening about what equipment we need. We have 4 miles of beaches, and if we don't have the right equipment to keep them clean, then people don't want to go there, or people see something dirty, they take bad care of it, and problems get worse instead of staying the same, getting better. So when I got to this department, the person that had been there the longest told me of our 23 positions, we'd had 25 turnovers. Like 2 people had stayed the whole time she had been there, but some places, some positions that people had left twice. This is a 5-year period, complete turnover. And when I got there, and up to 2 years later, we've had 0 attrition. So stabilizing the workforce. I mean, you know, every time you try to hire somebody, the cost of advertising it, interviewing, training the person, finding the right person, and usually goes, the position goes empty. So I think I'm a good manager and a good builder. I got people going to training where they hadn't been offered training before. And I got a couple of pieces of equipment, including a beach rake made only in Connecticut. And we got it with, and it's on a tractor and it cleans the beach every morning, not the whole 4 miles. But we have to follow FDEP guidelines. You can't get too close to the dunes and you have to stay above the rack line, but not, I didn't think, I used to just go to the beach, safety beach, and then I got into this line of work and I realized there's a lot, just cleaning the beach isn't that easy. So just finding the right people and doing your best. Now I can't control a lot either in my position. I'd love to get pay raises for my people. Inflation is going crazy everywhere, and there it's getting hard for people in St. Pete that have grown up there multi-generations. They can't afford to live in their own town. Things have gotten nice. So trying to keep people paid correctly and some of that, things are out of my hands. I go asked it to be considered. I've been successful enough to get a pay audit study commission where we're going to compare our pay to neighboring cities, and that hasn't been done. I couldn't get an answer over the last time. So I felt like our town was people were driving through 3 other towns to get to our town to get paid less than they could have got a job in the other towns. So you're kind of hard up against that. So having a good esprit de corps, people liking their work environment is one of the few tools I have to keep good people. So, but duly noted, I can improve my resume.
Well, I just want to say my dad was in the Navy and yeah, so we thank you for your service.
It was an honor to serve, and I would do it again, but it's a young person's game. That's for
Yeah.
sure. You have to know when to move out of the way, and you take pride in it. You go,
Yes, we do.
you know what, these people behind me, I helped train them, and now they're up to it, and you step back, so.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think that with a resume too, resumes are difficult to write because you're having to boast about, yourself. And, just based on your background, that's probably was a very difficult thing to do. Just
And
because you
thank
served
you.
others.
It's,
So we'll give you some, yeah.
okay. And then also, you don't want to give too much information. Again, that like the general fall asleep on page 3, just one page. But you don't want to leave anything important out. So I will.
Okay, Commissioner DeVito, do you have any questions?
Usually do. I'm trying to decide on which one I want to ask first. Yeah, if you were offered the job as city commissioner, what would be your first steps in taking the position? And what would you expect to accomplish?
Great question. I think first I would want to drive around every road in the town, walk around parts of it that are densely built up, not really, but really get a feel for the entire town. And I would like to meet every single city employee, part-time, full-time. I would like to meet with each of yourselves to find out what you expect of me. And I need to get familiar with the budget, because anything I want to do, everything costs money. There's some volunteers everywhere that do great things, but most everything costs money. So I want to really look at the budget and see what flexibility I had. And one of the first things I think I would work on is getting a state-of-the-art website, because the more I know, that's the front door. 40 years ago, it was billboards, then it was TV ads, before that it was radio ads, but now online ads and a real popping website where you get at your fingertips information on what to do. So I think some of that, like really real property look of like learn the town by going around it, meeting the people. I want to meet citizens too, but I know that's the commissioner's role to deal with the public. So I meet with you and figure out what you expect of me. I wouldn't want to step on anybody's turf, but definitely meeting all the employees, and not just shaking hands, but having sessions where I could learn because I may have some great idea, but it's been tried before, and it doesn't work in this climate or in this population density or what have you. So I want to get some of that knowledge from the people who are here.
Thank you.
Commissioner West.
This is a hard question and I hate it, but here goes. Can you give us some of your strengths and weaknesses?
Strengths, I really care, whatever I'm doing, I want to do it well. And I do like to, I like to do things as a team. Not every minute, I like some time to myself to do a crossword or read a book or something like that, but I enjoy people and so I think we can all do more together than apart, so that's good. I mean, weaknesses, I'm trying to lose the same 30 pounds for about 10 years. Sometimes I have a hard time delegating because I feel ownership, so it's a constant process because I'm trying to have a feel for, am I overloading one of my people who work for me, or am I not giving them enough? Sometimes it's tough. So I never want to overtask, but because when you have too much to do, it's tough. Either something's going to drop or everything's going to be done not as well as it could. But you don't want idle hands either. Because most people appreciate a chance to work. So I'm forever working on delegation. It comes to my personal life too. I still think I can trim that tree, and maybe it might be better to call the guy that has the right tools and the right ladder, and might be have my name. So those are two. I could probably think of plenty more
That's good.
weaknesses.
That's good. We all can, not alone.
Commissioner Banks?
Hey, if you were chosen, how long would it take for you to get here and be ready to go to work in Crescent City or Crescent City?
Well, sir, I assume the need is pretty soon, but I have a current employer that I would need to give proper notice to, but I have given my city manager and my director a heads up. They know where I am and they don't look around because we're a pretty small staff too. And sometimes I think the saying is you have to move out to move up. And so September 1st, definitely. If you really need to be quicker than that, I could probably talk to you, but just to wrap up some things I had one on there. It would involve a move. It's obviously it's about a 3-hour drive. So we'd be trying to stay right here in Crescent City or very nearby. So September 1st, no later. So that's 6 weeks. That's less than 6 weeks.
Thank you for being candid with us too about your interviewing in other places, applying and interviewing. Commissioner Burton?
I'm good.
You good?
Yep.
Okay, Commissioner DeVito?
Sure, and just in terms of that, you did mention that you're applying to other places. If we were to offer the job, would you strongly consider it? Do you have a sense of where we are in your preferences as to where you would like to wind up?
Yeah, I'd really like to be near my aunt who lives in town. Love to come here. But that said, it's an extra. I'd have to find a place to live here, and this isn't a significant pay raise for me, so I'd have some stuff to do. I rent out my house in Secret Beach, so I sell it. So I said September 1st. I'd have some things I'd have to take care of. So, but you were asking.
I think that answered that. Just generally, would you be likely to accept? Would you be comparing us to other options? I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense of where we stand in your preference, and I think you answered that. That's fine.
All right. Yeah.
That's great.
I'm definitely interested.
Okay.
So.
Commissioner West?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm good.
Good. And Commissioner Burton, do you have anything?
No.
Okay. Tell me what you've probably done some research about Crescent City. What do you feel is that we need here? Have you looked at, as you've driven through and you've done your research, just tell me a little bit about what you see here for Crescent City.
I think it'd be wonderful to try to attract some medium-sized businesses here, and because it just feeds on itself. If you get 30 good new jobs here, then more people are shopping and everything feeds on itself. So I'm not very up to speed on what you have here. I tried to do some research, but I didn't find a lot.
Okay.
Again, I don't know what the status is right now, but I'd love to reach out to every neighboring city too and make sure there's a network of that. There's things that we might not be able to pull off on our own, but we can pool our resources and do them together. So, and that may exist like a league of cities kind of thing for the neighboring 5 cities. But I know a lot of the neighbors are water, and that's got to be a prime driver of tourists that come here. And tourist dollars are great, but it'd be great to also more businesses. And so I know a lot of people are moving to Florida. They say every day right now. I don't know how long that'll last. I know that was happening in the 90s, and then we had an exit too. Now people are coming. So I kind of go back to the online presence of trying to make sure people know this is here and what a beautiful spot it is. Especially if you're nature oriented, love the water. Not everybody can afford to live on Palm Beach, but we've got water right here, and it's a lot more affordable. And I think there's a lot to do about getting the name out there. It's a great name too, Crescent City. It's kind of catchy, and
It's a hidden gem.
yeah.
Commissioner DeVito, do you have anything else? Any other questions?
No, I think we've gotten into a good rhythm here and people have asked a good variety of questions. So, well, just, I do have one question for Mr. Redfield. What did you like most about living in Providence, Rhode Island?
Providence, Rhode Island. Well, there was always something to do there. I used my GI Bill right after I got out of the service up in Boston or Cambridge, and got a second master's there. And I went to Brown. It was about a half hour, 40 minutes south. And
I saw that.
so both Cambridge and Brown, you had people coming in that were experts in their field. Especially at Harvard, it was tough. There was like 3 lectures every evening that you'd like to go to. Plus, you had to study for your classes and write papers. So kind of the crossroads. So getting, and then Brown to a lesser extent, but also had it. There was so much culture and visiting authors. So to get to go hear people at the top of their game for free, to go hear a lecture, and if you buy their book, have them sign it, it was pretty special. Very special, but it's tough to afford to live there for long either. So,
Right, the Northeast is very expensive, that is for sure.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
Commissioner
I just
Burton,
wanted to ask
you're
about
good?
Thank
You're good? Okay. Commissioner Banks?
I'm good.
To your credit, Mr. Butterfield, I was in St. Pete Beach Saturday.
Oh, great.
And my daughter just recently relocated there and grew up on the beaches of South Walton. So, big competition for
Absolutely.
number 1 beaches.
Yeah.
And actually, out of all the beaches down there, she really has fallen in love with St. Pete Beach. So
Right
to your
now,
credit, to your
Right now,
credit.
we're dealing with red tide.
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Even the scientists are like, I'm not sure, but it's a natural phenomenon, but there's some man-made things too. And so it's really tragic.
That part of it was not fun. So do you have any questions of us?
So one of them I was gonna ask was, how long do people stay here when they hire on? It sounds like it's a place where people hire on and they like it. They like working for the city and they stay on. Is that the case? You think the turnover is low?
Yes. We have many employees been here a long time.
Yeah. So the job listing said 21 employees, but there has to be more than that. There must have been there's only 21 full-time employees. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay,
And that's
Andy Griffin, Mayberry RF2.
over the lake, 2 lakes.
Yes, but I mean,
Yeah.
we're very small. People do more than one thing.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's more like a little village.
Yeah.
And you do wear many hats. As a city manager, you wear many hats.
The Navy, I think as much as any of the services, develops jack of all trades like that, because you can only fit so many people and the food they need for the next 6 months on a ship. So everybody has their primary job, and then 10 extra collateral duties that we call, so I think I would fit in that culture. So,
Okay. Thank you. Anything else you have to ask us?
Whoever you pick, I hope it's a great fit, because every citizen and needs a good city manager, and every staff, whether government or private, needs good leadership. And so, and I know every city has its challenges, and so, but it's a beautiful spot here. Whether I'm selected or not, I'll continue to come through here and visit Mayor.
Please do.
But I really appreciate you considering me, and I thank you.
Thank you. We're going to discuss this afternoon whether or not we feel like we can make a decision or if we need to go to a second round of interviews. But we will reach out to you tomorrow and let you know either way.
All right.
Okay. And regardless, we do wish you the best also.
Same.
And thank you and be safe out there traveling.
I sure will.
We appreciate you coming today.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Pleasure
I know.
meeting you.
You too.
You can go.
Do you can either go straight out there, yeah, depending on where you're parked, left or right.
I think I'm ready for the left.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks again.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do, if it's okay with everybody, is we're gonna go ahead and suspend the special meeting again and go back to our workshop. See if we can, let's, I'd like to get this moved. Yeah.
Well, if I could just say one thing.
Yeah.
You know, I'm from Salem.
Yeah.
Okay, are we back in the workshop?
No, I haven't suspended it yet. I haven't suspended it. We're still in, you ready to go? I can suspend the camera, suspend.
No, I just have something I want to say, so
Okay, I'm
I
gonna-
can do it anytime.
Okay, I'm gonna suspend the
Right, 'cause-
special meeting
okay,
and we're going back into.
as to how
Okay.
how we're doing this. To me, I don't know. The budget is very important, but I think the hiring decision is very important. I'm hoping that we can prioritize and put our focus on the interviews. I'm finding this somewhat disruptive, like I'm not getting the most benefit out of either, when
Okay,
you multitask, out of either exercise here.
okay,
We will be doing another budget workshop
Right,
next month. And so, but,
right.
you know, we're required to do 2 workshops. And, you know, you don't want to meet you don't want to meet many days. So we're trying to get everything done, you know, within one day. It might be a long day, but it's.
yeah,
Okay, I
And it's
understand
been-
that.
I mean,
but I would just like to share how I feel about how this is going, and everybody will have their own feeling about it. But I think they're each very important, and I feel like I am losing the benefit a little bit, and as well, maybe even, I don't even know if this counts as a budget workshop for the benefit of the public.
Of course it does. It's advertised.
Yeah, it's
That's what we've been
advertised.
doing it since 10 o'clock.
Okay, it's not advertised that we're going, this particular format is not advertised, and I'm talking about the practical effect of it, but regardless.
well, and we're just trying to accommodate, we've got people from all over and we're trying to accommodate everybody's schedule as well without having to meet multiple times. And so
Right, I
it's
get
been
that.
it's not definitely the best case scenario, but it's what we have to work with today.
I think the next meeting that we have on the budget will go much better, just
It will.
because we will kind of know what we're talking about, but we'll also be more focused. I mean, today, I agree, we're kind of jumping around a little bit, but I think we can get through it. And just remember that we are gonna have a second meeting on it, which will be only for the budget.
Are we
Yeah.
gonna have Dave? Is Dave coming in? Or
Yeah,
are we gonna have?
He's right behind.
Oh, there he is. I'm sorry, Dave. I sit down a little low. I'm sorry.
Turn to page 21, and
Okay.
we will go through the gas utility
What's the line?
line 401, starting line 402.
Okay. So you see the line, yeah, if you get the line, it's a
Mhm.
little easier, 'cause my page is, oh, I guess these are.
So as I had communicated to each of you by email, was that it's incumbent that we raise both our fees for our services and our base rates in order to make the gas authority, assure solvency on a monthly basis. And so I'll let Dave give you a little bit more detail on that and give you a background.
I understand how we are, as far as finance, we're hurting, there's no doubt about it. Every day, the cost of everything that we do that costs us money, that we're not making money off of, keeps going up. Not only is it going up, it's taking 4, 5, 6 weeks for us to get it because the factories are closed, COVID. It's what they're using for an excuse anyway. So it's causing problems, and now with our cost of living increase, we have to cover that amount of money too. So I was talking with Tom Joffreys that was here earlier this morning that was talking about the rate proposal or the gas pipe proposal. He was doing a rate study with us and we've been talking probably for about 3-4 months. He isn't completed with it, but we've discussed a lot of the topics and everything. So the biggest money changer that I can see as far as the gas department, right now, if you're a residential customer, Judy's a customer, Ms. DeVito, myself, it's costing you $9 a month for a minimum charge if you're a residential customer. If you're a commercial, it's $9 a month. We're extremely low. We're like on the bottom of the list for probably all of the southeast of the United States. Generally, those rates are like 3-4 times higher for a minimum rate. So just by looking at everything last year, looking at all the monies and charges that we charged last year, this has nothing to do with the cost of natural gas. This is just service charges. We had made like $150,120, and that was based off the $9 a month residential, $9 a month commercial. If we increase that to $12 a month minimum on the residential to go from $9 to $12 a month, and the commercial to go from $9 to $15 a month, that should generate an additional $53,640 just based off last year's numbers. Now, I spoke with Tom, and Tom said that he felt that the $15 a month for commercial was a little on the low side. He said he would probably look at 18. The standard is 25 and higher. So for Florida. So I figure as small as we are, we only have 100 commercial customers, and a lot of those are churches. I mean, they're not really using that much gas, and usually it's in the winter or, during the winter months when they cook or whatever. But as far as a large commercial account, we only have like 2, and that would be the nursing home, Watts Funeral Home. And Watts Funeral Home is nothing like it was. Their consumption's gone from like maybe 1,000 therms a month to 500 or lower.
They have other competitors now.
That, and they're pretty much trying to sell the business. That's pretty much what it is. But our nursing home in town is our largest right now. But outside of that, the graph drops off. You have restaurants, they're 300 to 500 a month therms, and then you drop to your churches and small community centers or whatever, and they might be 20 therms a month. So they're very little. But with that, if we did those changes, like I say, we could generate, as I say, basically about $54,000. And then also I went through last year's numbers based off our service charges as far as a new customer, it's a $35 turn-on fee. Bad bill turn-on fee is $35. Firm goes out and works on an appliance, it's a $50 charge. If we change those up from like a service charge call from $50, if we change it to $75, bad bill turn-ons, if we go from 35 to 50, an NC turn-on, meaning a new customer, go from 35 to 50, and possibly on our labor charges too, to go from $50 an hour to $70 an hour, which is, we don't really do a whole lot of labor charges. They're few and far between. Usually that's a major line cut or whatever. We charge somebody money and they generally don't pay it. So, but with that, we could probably gain about another $8,000. So we've been probably looking at about $61,000 to $62,000 increase just based off last year's numbers. Now, that's strictly up to y'all, but one good thing is none of these charges represent any change to the cost of our natural gas. Natural gas, we're not changing the cost there unless we want to do that. One thing I would like to see though is the way we bill, we get a bill from the pipeliners, Florida Gas Utility. It's an estimated bill because our charter, we bill the last day of the month. Well, if the pipeliners are still billing us till the last day of the month, so we get an estimated bill. So it's a question mark. The next month that balances itself out. So it doesn't really change the rate that much in the summer, but come winter, that first month from summer to cold weather, it's a freight train. It's a wreck. I mean, we might be off 15,000 therms. You know, and that's a lot of money to make up. So then this rate's $1.32. Next month's rate's $1.72, 40-cent jump because we have to make up for that difference. So really, something else I would like to propose is possibly having a minimum rate. If it's say $1.50, the gas price would not go underneath that. And if it does per the pipeline, we keep the difference. We don't pass it to the customer. Our markup would start at that $1.50 rate. So, or excuse me, not the $1.50, but that would be the minimum rate itself. I mean, we'd probably buy it 40 cents, 60 cents, 70 cents. It varies through the time of the year and everything. Our price that we're actually buying it varies also, but it can look like a roller coaster. But like Mr. Banks can say, well, for our Pound Light, they used to do budget billing. They would take an average of your consumption through the year, and that would be your minimum rate, which would help, but our computer system will not do that. So that idea is out the door. That would be way too much complication. But we need to do something because we have to generate, because we're losing customers. And we're not losing customers because, oh, we're going to go all electric or we're going to go LP. We're losing customers, period. There's empty trailers, there's empty homes out here all over the place. We probably have lost, since I started working here, we've probably lost 250 customers. Now, granted, that's over 40 years, but still the decline in the area, there's a lot of empty homes. Now, because of all the politics and whatever up north, everybody's wanting to come to Florida. That may change. A lot of these empty properties, people may start buying up. There's still a gas service there. By Public Service Commission law, every 10 years, we're supposed to get rid of that. We're supposed to totally terminate that service and abandon it. We're behind on that. That's another cost factor. But some of these houses are being bought up. They've been empty 10 years, whatever. Somebody's finally buying them. They're fixing them up. So we have a gas service there, so we can turn it back on. So we've earned money there. But a lot of it, we've had surveys done and they think, oh, well, you're losing customers to other competition. We've lost some to some competition, but we haven't lost that much. It's mostly because they're just empty. You know, it's abandoned homes or whatever. So that's hurt us. We have lost some to electricity on our trailers because the power lobbyists have, I guess, put enough monies in the right people's hands, and most trailer companies will not build one for natural gas. It's a special order. It may take 6 months. So if you want that trailer to move in, say in 3 months, you're going to take it with all electric. So that's one issue that we're coming into, because we have a lot of trailers in our system. I mean, we're probably, I'd say 70% of our customers are trailers. So that's a big
Manufactured homes.
issue. Yeah. Yeah. And they're not modulars, they're trailers. Modulars are totally different. But anyway, so that's basically what I'm looking at. Tom Joffrey's is still working on that proposal, but we'd really like to set something up so we can possibly start, you know, come this fall. So we can set this in, or at least by the new budget. But if it has to be like November, we missed our October deadline, but we have to notify our customers of these changes. We can't just drop it on them. So I don't know if legally we should give them 1 month, 2 months.
We, what I would propose is that if he's got the information put together, that we bring it back to the August 10th meeting. And we'll have a recommendation for you with it broken out specifically. And we'll go to that. But one of the things that Dave can tell you, I don't have to tell you, is that this is the first budget process that he's been directly involved in since he's been here.
I've never been in front of the commission before, but now granted, I didn't take over as a head till 2007, but generally it would be basically like a department head meeting. You kick numbers around, whatever, and then y'all would go over it in your own meeting. As far as me in front of y'all, this is the first time, so.
Yes, I remember.
And I think it's important, that you hear it from the guy that's running the company, the gas company. Also, this isn't something that's all of a sudden it's been going on for 10, 12 years. And the former city manager, I don't know if he ignored it or didn't want to deal with it, but the rates should have been increased, and they could have been done step by, on a stepping process that would allow not for, incremental increases over the years. And now we're forced with, we gotta make some tough decisions. And if you don't, we've already taken $80,000 out of general fund reserve to put in the gas fund reserve, because the Public Service Commission requires you to have a certain balance in your, of reserves in your enterprise fund for gas. And so that's where we are. There's really, if you look at this budget, there's not anywhere to cut. It's already been cut to the bone. And we've got, four staff people counting Dave. So it's time to fish or cut bait.
Well, the other issue too is 9 years ago, a lot of these rates that I'm proposing, that's what we charged them. But then certain powers that be said, we're in a very poor community. We're gonna do our customers a favor. We're gonna lower the rates. So it went from $50 to $35, So we started losing money, but that's been going on for 9 years and it's never been increased. So by this increase, we haven't really gone up. We've gone back to where we were in 2013. So, I mean, but it wasn't my position to push, I work for the city. Y'all tell me what to do. And at that time I was in charge. Well, 2013 wasn't, but he left in 2007. So that's when I took over, late 2007.
And as you look at if you look at the budget and you look at, what's the 600-pound gorilla here is the $57,000 payment back to USDA Rural Development for, our construction project that we had. We can, look at refinancing that. I think we could get at least a 1% better interest rate on that. And that's something that I just have not had time to delve into to really, talk. We would have to do it through a private sector financial institution, because USDA will not do a direct loan for a refinance. So it'd be a guaranteed loan. They can't guarantee either 80 or 90% of the loan with the individual financial institution. All that's going to cost money to go through that process to get to that point. But it can be done, and 1%, will help us. So anybody have any questions, Mayor? I'm sorry, we kind of jumped ahead.
I
We wanna go
have
back to
something to throw out, please.
Commissioner West.
Excuse me. Let's look at residential. Next year, let's bump it up $10, sorry. The next year, $11, and the third year, $12 monthly. Let's consider commercial. Jump it up to 15 monthly next year, the second year, $18, and the third year, $20 monthly. I think that would help it. It will give a little increment along, and let them know it's coming each year. And I think that could help us tremendously.
Yeah, that's basically what we did with our gas rate about, time gets away, maybe 10 years ago, where we actually went up on the rate.
Yes.
Our cost, and it was incremented over a 3-year
Right.
period. It would go up about 0.5% a year,
Right.
same situation.
Okay, I have a question.
Commissioner DeVito.
I think Judy has a proposal I mean, that's a specific proposal. I think that's the kind of thing that we should talk about in August. What I would like to know before we get to specific proposals are, where does that, how far does that initial money raised to get us? For example, Phil, I'm sorry, David said, raising certain rates would get us to 53,640. What I would like to know before we consider specific increases is, what do we need to make this effective financially as an operation? To me, I think we need to have the data that tells us what the bottom line is, or how far behind are we going to be? What do we need to catch up? That is what I would like to know for August 10th. And then I'm very sorry, we're gas customers, but I don't pay that much attention to my bill. When you say the $9 a month, the base fee. So is that what we pay separate from how much gas we use?
Yes.
Okay, so whatever you raise, that's gonna definitely raise someone's bill.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
there's no doubt about it, yeah.
All right, that's
But
fine.
what are we looking at? How much are we looking at? Just like a $3 raise? per month?
Well, if we go from the 9 to the 12, if you did it one increment, yes, it would be $3.
$3 more a month.
And on the
we'd be paying as
commercial, if you
residential.
went to 9 to 18, you're looking at a $9 increase.
Okay.
Because like I say, we're not looking at doing anything with the cost of
We
gas.
need, Debbie, right, close to $100,000 to assure solvency so that we're in the black every month. And that would be putting a portion back into the reserves and then repaying the general fund reserve. Is that correct? Is that we were discussing the other day in our budget workshop?
Yeah, and just another thing, their admin fees for general fund. Each department has to pay a certain percent of admin fees. And Davis is going up from 107,000 this year to 113,000. That's his share. And he's gonna be really close even this year making his admin fees because he's not bringing enough revenue in. That covers all of the finance salary, all the utility billing, not just salary, their whole budget, all utility billings budget, and most of the streets budget is included in that, and then it's divided by, there's a certain calculation in there for each one. Water and sewers is gonna be like $147,000, their admin fees. They're not bringing enough revenue, and I've told them for years, they're not bringing enough in to cover the city's admin fees, much less their own salaries. So they've got to do something.
Well, but it's not really them, it's us.
Yes.
Correct, that's right. You have to do something, and whether or not the prior commissions were unaware of this, the city manager didn't let you know, or if he made a unilateral decision, or whatever reason, here's where we are today. It's gonna take at least $100,000 increase. We'll get the numbers for you at the August 10th meeting, and we'll put them into the budget. And I'll be making a recommendation to you, and then, it'll be your decision, but
Right.
you really, honestly, as I pointed out to you in the email I sent you, you really don't have much choice.
Yeah.
Other than finding yourself gonna be taking money out of general fund reserve to put into the gas.
And an
operation.
enterprise is
And so,
supposed to be making us
you know,
money.
you
not
know,
us losing.
rob Peter to pay Paul, and Peter's never gonna get paid back.
Right.
So Dave, are you saying that this increase will make everything whole?
No.
Well, the 50-some thousand will definitely help, but now Tom Joffrey's that was here, his calculations, I haven't seen the actual written report yet. He's talking about increases up to $90,000 to $100,000. So when you're talking about the $100,000 to make us solvent, that will put us in the ballpark. But the other problem is, okay, if we do all this, if we increase the $90,000 to $100,000 next year or the year after's budget with our cost of living increases, okay, if we go up, say, another $1.50 employee per hour next year, then another $1.50 an hour the following year, It's just more cost gonna be added to our budget that has nothing to do about making money. It's just money going out the door.
So basically, the general fund actually just subsidizes the gas company, to kind of keep it afloat.
If we get to that point, I mean, years ago, we had a monster cash reserve. Powers that be that came in, spend, we're the gas department, we're the, I won't say what we're called, there's around here at times, but so, you know, the reserves went away. And then we have major projects like the 1997 pipeline project. with that
Well, you know,
bond.
we can look back and we can see, you know, we can talk about all the mistakes that we made.
Sure, I know. what I'm
Now we
talking
have to
about.
kind of look forward
Correct.
and really have to consider, you know, how we want to move forward.
And how
And-
fast we want it.
Well, it's not even about how fast. I mean, if we're subsidizing using the general fund, you know, people that don't use gas shouldn't be subsidizing it.
I agree, and that was part of some of Patrick's theory about, you know, lowering some of the prices and everything, because city
Well, see,
people
that's
have
not
been
theory
sued
at all.
tax.
That's just poor management.
Well,
Period.
Okay.
regardless, that, let me ask you, I'm gonna ask a question,
Sure, sure.
okay?
I hope I have the answer.
My concern, you said, so we've lost 250 customers over the time you've been here.
Yes,
But I also know currently, are we able to add customers
we're adding
just
customers.
based
sure.
on infrastructure?
Oh, sure, we have plenty, see, that was the whole thing about the 97 project, we could not keep anybody else coming on in the winters. We were losing pilots, we were losing gas pressure. The city commission, they cursed Guy for what he did by finally convincing them, we've got to get this pipeline in. But we wouldn't be here today, the gas department would have either been sued, totally out of business or whatever, we had to do it. But because of that, yes, and with the construction project, we are increasing our pipeline size as it comes down because our old main was 3-inch. 3 inches a bastard size in the gas industry now. So therefore, they're forced to replace it with 4-inch. It gives us more volume flow, so yes, we can increase our customer base with no problem. Now, if we're wanting to do a massive asphalt plant out by the junction here, probably not. But in the center of the system, no problem. But small industry, whatever, we have no problem flowing that much gas.
So, Mayor, because I know we're
I
getting
know.
close to the time, the Florida Gas Utilities, Mr. Jeffries was here this morning, his staff. I've asked them, which I also included in the email, to do an evaluation, and they're gonna do two things. Do an evaluation, make recommendations to what will assure that what they think will work to make the gas authority profitable from the standpoint of, you know, paying their way. And then the other thing, if in the long term, you know, the commission feels like this might be an opportune time to look at selling the gas authority and going to a franchise fee, then they can also help with that. So they're looking at it from a much broader view and certainly have the expertise that I don't have. I mean, I can come back and show you numbers and things, but I think it's better that they're the entity that can do that. So that will happen and we'll get that information prior to final budget adoption.
I think we need to wait for that information too. I think it'd be a good idea. And then we'll kind of know, because we don't know. All we know now that we've fallen with $100,000 a year short.
Well, it depends. It fluctuates.
You're right. And you can't maintain a business going in the hole like that every year. So we got to move, we got to do something, but I'm like I would rather wait till we get the report back from
Tom Joffrey.
yeah, Tom Joffrey. And then we can kind of form our opinion.
Well, my hope is that we'll have that report in time to put it on the August 10th agenda. And that we'll have a recommendation and it'll be based on what they have given us. And that, you know, you move forward then after the new fiscal year, because we have to have a balanced budget. Then you may have to do like you do with the fire department, you know, have another workshop discussion as to what direction did you go.
Tom told me that he didn't have any problem getting those numbers to us by that, because I told him, I said,
Okay.
we're in a time crunch. We need
Right.
this. But the biggest thing about the gas department is, I know if we're losing money first thing, well, let's sell it. I agree, but the problem is, when we owe $600 and some thousand on that bond loan, phase 3 coming up, you're looking at $1.5 million or more. It would be cost to us, but because of our financial situation, the Department of Transportation pays 100% of that. They paid phase 1, phase 2. If we had to pay on this, we'd be out $6-7 million already in the last
That's a concern.
6-7 years.
That's a big
I know.
concern.
And that's one of the things they'll be addressing.
Commissioner DeVito, we need to wrap this up. So do you have any more questions? You said you had a question.
I did, but I think I'll just send it to Phil or Dave Frank and it can just come back to us. with all the
Okay,
other
come back.
information.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
That it?
you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Y'all have a great day.
We weren't too hard on you,
Same
were
to
we?
you.
No, I mean, y'all are just doing your job and I'm glad to see that
We
because
hope to
we
see you
need a
next
strong
month.
commission.
I know this has taken a long time today, but I think that we've, really delving into this and we're,
Yeah, right, we getting
and,
somewhere.
If anybody ever has any questions, you know where I'm at. I'll be
Oh,
more
we
than
know.
happy to talk
Thank
to
you.
y'all.
Thank you.
Yes,
One
Commissioner.
observation is, if you're not a city gas customer, please consider signing up.
Yeah.
We gotta support our gas department.
Okay, so we're at 4:15.
I mean, you want to go see if he's over next
Yeah,
door?
let's see if he's next door.
We have our next.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's go, man.
I'm on it.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Okay, I am going to suspend our workshop. And we're gonna reconvene our special meeting. So, thank you, Mr. Hart. I'm gonna go ahead, before we get started, I do want to just share that at some point in time, previously, before you ever even applied, you and I had conversation about the city and kind of some things that were going on and what we, what we needed. I just need to go ahead and I want to disclose that, just so that in case anybody has any questions about it, we had a very candid conversation at some point in time before you ever even decided you were gonna do this. So, thank you. And with that, do you want to go ahead and tell everyone a little bit about yourself and what you're hoping for here today?
Good day, Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Leary. It's good to see you all. So my name is Gary Hart. I'm not gonna totally rehash my resume, y'all have it in front of you. But I will put some things in the context that aren't in there to give you a little bit better perspective, a little bit better sight view of Gary Hart. The last position I held in the military as a retired 24-year Air Force veteran. My wife is a 20-year Air Force veteran. Last position I held was as a part of the command team for an installation at Robbins Air Force Base. For those of y'all that don't know, I don't want to insult anyone here, but an installation, any military installation is basically a city. You have a mayor, which is normally the commander, a deputy mayor, which is normally their number 2, and their command senior enlisted person, which is normally either in the top executive level, the C3 suite, or their city manager. Having said that, I want to put it in context that I was a chief master sergeant. I was a chief master sergeant for the last 6 years of my 24 years. In that, the Air Force has 270,000 enlisted members of a 330,000 person force. The chief master sergeants are in the top 1% of that 270,000. So I was part of a very robust chief master sergeant force. There were probably anywhere from 24 to 4,400 of us throughout the Air Force. That last position, however, had me operating in the top 10% of that 1%. There were only so many of us to go around to actually command these bases, which, as I said, are basically cities. I was directly responsible for 2,700 employees on the installation in support of 24,000 employees that worked for the Department of Defense daily. As you saw in my resume, that dealt with everything from law enforcement, EMT, to civil engineering, to communications, information technology, to public affairs. That was the gambit. We were very successful in my tenure there. We were one of the top 5 bases in the Air Force for our support that we gave to our, we'll call them citizens, but our members that were stationed there. I grew up in city management in that the Air Force Base, again, is a city. I began in information technology, communications, grew up there, and then I did a stint in human resources for about 5 years. So anytime I think about city management, city managers, your chief administration officers, I think of the people that actually grew up within the city. It's hard to be able to lead, to manage, to help the folks that work under you if you have never been where they were. So if I come from sales or I come from food, how can I effectively lead them if I didn't know, if I wasn't boots on the ground where they were? Part of my job following the military, I was asked to come be the military liaison for University of Georgia. There in the middle Georgia area, where I built innovation hubs, worked on smart city initiatives, basically collaboration between academia, military, state and local offices, and small businesses. I used to try and help our academia help focus on military issues that they can help fix their innovation, as well as small businesses. I used to say we solve problems through software. I began moving my family down to Crescent City in August of 2020. We knew that we were going to come here. We started coming here about 5 years ago to help some family down here that had actually started teaching. In that, we knew that our family, our greater family, we were all going to move to a central location. Those last couple of years, we narrowed it down definitely to South Putnam, as many of our family members have already moved into the area between by Lake George to down in South Putnam. So again, it was an easy decision to make. I will tell you that at the time that we moved here, we were lucky enough to find a property. Everyone knows how volatile the real estate market is right now. It was easy to sell our house, not so easy to find one. We were lucky to do that. We had no idea at the time there would be a city manager position open down there. And I can tell you that my wife and I both believed and hoped that Mr. Leary was going to stay on through the interim. He's process driven. He's got a strong leadership skill set, but that didn't work out. I can tell you that putting in for the position, why submit for the position? We're retired. My wife and I, we're enjoying time with our family, with our kids, raising them in a great community. I can tell you that it's a life of service that the wife and I came from. We grew up in a life of service. I can tell you that. But I will also tell you that I'm selfish. I'm selfish in that we're part of this community. And if there's a chance that I can help be a purposeful part of that community because my children and my family are being raised here and I can help, then I'm going to. I did not know it at the time, but I already have a network established, many transition veterans that are in city management or working within cities, Palm Coast, definitely all throughout the southeast that I continuously talk to. I have a friend in Georgia that told me, why do you want to get into it? Do you realize you're going to go from federal government to local government? And I said, yes, I definitely understand that. I'm excited about it. He said things work differently in local government than they do federal government. And I said, well, I'm gonna steal a line from a friend of mine who is an assistant city manager. And he said that it's all about languages. 30 years he spoke Spanish, being in federal government. He learned that city management spoke Italian. So when he got out, he said, all I had to do was the same dialect or the same base language. I just had to figure out terminology. So we all speak the same language. We just use different terminology. And I thought that was a great way of looking at it. I've been doing this for years now. You just do it differently. But I'm quick on the uptake. So having said that, again, my family and I are here. We're here to stay. And we appreciate the opportunity to come out here today.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to start some questioning. Commissioner Burton, you want to start us off? You're not ready? Okay. Commissioner Banks?
Okay, when I'm reading over your hello, you never been a city manager. In other words, you retired right out of the service.
Yes. That is correct.
Yeah, so you never had a job as a city manager, or assistant city manager.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner West?
I have two questions. One?
You can have two questions.
Okay.
Just one question. That's what I said to him. One question at a time.
Just hold on.
Go ahead.
Okay, I congratulate you on your extensive history of service and working in the Air Force.
Yes.
And we know that you haven't done public and city government. How do you plan to transition from where you're told to do all to where you have to come up with the ideas? In other words, transition from military to city government.
That's a great question. Thank you. I will tell you at the level that we operate at in my last position, we were the ones that it was much like we see here. Our commissioners were commanders across the base, across the installation. They were responsible for people, and they were responsible for bringing their concerns and the things that they needed done to the commission, which we were part of. Having said that, our job was to make sure that we could go out, much like my boss was the mayor. He would tell me we need to do X, Y, and Z. We have to fix things. This organization needs this, this organization needs this, and we would prioritize and we would figure out how to get after it using the resources that we had. Our whole job was City Hall. So, you know, it was you're not always going to make everyone happy. Again, you have to prioritize with the resources that you have. But our job was to listen to everyone's concerns and then figure out how to move forward. So we were actually the ones that were, especially in our setting, you know, our civil engineering, public works, you know, our LEEMT, our communications, our you name it. We were the ones giving them marching orders on how to press forward on using the resources and against the concerns and against the issues that were brought to us.
Okay.
Commissioner DeVito.
Oh, thank you. Hi, Gary. Good to see you.
Good.
So my first question for you is, it's a two-part question. Have you read the city charter? And what is your understanding of the relationship in Crescent City, according to the charter, between the city manager and the city commission? How does that function?
So can you repeat the first part?
Yes, have you read our city charter? And what is your understanding of the relationship between the Crescent City Manager and the City Commission? How does that function?
So the job of the city manager is to actually run operations for the city. They handle the gamut from public works to parks and rec. Again, and in the city charter, so the city manager works for the citizens of Crescent City. The commission is the duly elected representatives of those citizens. They're the ones that bring the concerns up from their constituents. Again, marching orders will come from the commission because those are coming from the citizens and the things that you see as issues and concerns throughout the city. I also believe that communication up and down is very important between the city manager and the commission, as well as from the city manager down to the departments.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hart, tell me what you feel that your strengths and weaknesses are. Give me two of each, top two of each.
So weaknesses. I sometimes get flustered with the inability to move forward. We've always done it that way. Mentality doesn't always work for me because that's not conducive for a collaborating environment. And the other part is family work-life balance. Military, it was very work-life balance. We were always gone, my wife and I. So spending time with them. I think I've found that balance. And again, I'm retired, so it's easy to find that balance right now. But I think having seen the side, I think it'll be easier. And my children will definitely expect, my family will definitely expect me to continue to work on that. So
Okay.
definitely 2 weeks. But
Those are your two weaknesses. Give me your two strengths.
my two strengths, one is collaboration. I have no problem going into anyone I don't know to have conversations with them about issues and concerns that I need assistance with and trying to figure out how to collaborate with them on moving forward. And again, it's always a give and take relationship, much like the interwork between commissioners, the interwork between the commissioners and the city manager. Would you like my second?
Yeah.
I think my second one is passion. I'm all in. Again, that life of service helped to instill that passion to make sure that I'm always giving 110%. And it kind of goes in hand with how I get irritated when you can't move forward, but you're passionate about making sure to take care of your people, about getting everything moved forward so that you can see some kind of positive trend.
Thank you. Commissioner Burton.
Just kind of reading the resume and listening to how you're trying to explain as a military guy, trying to kind of say what and how you did things in the military and trying to take that and put that into a context of being a city manager per se, or it just doesn't quite fit for me. You know, when I kind of read the deputy director, you put next to the city level, you were a primary advisor, okay, to the installation commander. And when you call a commander mayor, like, geez, I hope not. I hope Michelle is not commander. Although she might want to be, just joking a little bit. But, you know, realistically, we don't kind of work in that type of format, you know, is all I'm trying to say. There's no coming in and people, you know, when I see Phil, I don't stand at attention, he doesn't stand at attention. And I mean, and when you say, well, I'm gonna work for the commission and the commission works for the constituents. Yeah, we do work for the constituents, but we all work for the good of all the constituents, and not all the constituents at times feel I'm doing the right thing for them or whatever. There's always that battle. They're not a group of individuals that march in the same way. Okay, most generally they march a little bit opposite. And so it's really tough sometimes for the commission and the city manager to make those decisions that are best for the city, I guess is what I want to say. So what, you know, when I was hearing you, it makes it sound like you're definitely have a military mind. So what is my question? I guess my question is, how long have you kind of actually been out of the military? And what kind of civil type jobs have you worked to kind of bring you into more of a city or civil type mindset? Does that make sense?
It does, it does.
Okay.
So I've been out of the military for 2 years.
2 years, okay.
And the year following that was when I worked in academia.
I see it at Brown, or excuse me, Middle George State.
Correct.
Okay.
Now in that, and much like when I was in the military, so I hope I haven't come off as too militaristic, but because it definitely was.
Well, no, I wouldn't expect it. I mean, you know, my brother just retired from the military. He was Air Force, same rank. And, you know, I love talking to my brother. And he's been out for maybe 4 years or so. So I mean, I understand that and you know, just the actions and just the way you talk and everything, and the way you just be standing there and being the same, but I'm just saying that there's definitely a difference. You know, dealing with kind of a small city commission than dealing with people that have ranks and have very specific jobs, I guess. That's all. So it's okay to be military oriented, but I just want you to understand that, you know, it's very different. That's all. So go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
So at that level, where we worked, we were on the daily working with our surrounding community partners. So the other mayors of our cities that fed into what was, so our installation was the largest industrial economic engine in the state. So it behooved the towns as well as the base leadership to work together, to collaborate. So again, one of the things that we did, and when I'm making the comparison, I'm probably not doing it justice in that I think I was only trying to say that we as the command team were responsible for making sure that everything within the city, the installation ran properly, that we were in charge of support, that if we failed, we definitely heard from, as I would imagine, the city manager. If the city manager were failing to execute contracts, failing to, take your poison, I am sure the commission would be unhappy in making sure that the city manager understood where they came from and where the city manager needs to go to actually fix.
Commissioner Banks?
No, not this time.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Commissioner West?
All right, my second question actually is going to bounce off Ms. Burton's. In the military, the higher ranked officer has the last word, as we know. My husband was Air Force too, but he didn't do career. He wanted to come back here and live with me. How would you handle conflict with a city employee not being military now? Just give me an example first, off the top of your head.
Let's see, I mean, conflict resolution is
You
something.
don't have to last, well, you're the boss. True, but how would you handle that conflict? In military, you just say, do it. You know,
Yes, I
but
know.
it's a little different.
It is, but it depends on where you are. I mean, if we're in Iraq or Afghanistan, we don't really have a lot of time for.
Right.
For extended discussion. When you're back here in the States, in a setting, and I'll say much like this, people see military and they think uniform, and they think, oh, everyone's at attention. It's another corporate entity, it's another, you know, when I'm out there doing my job, there is someone on the other side of the fence doing that exact same job, they're just not wearing a uniform. So to go in and actually speak with someone that works for me that I'm having conflict with, again, it always came down to what's causing the conflict. There's always three sides to every story. So again, I think it's getting to that and then trying to figure out how do we fix the root cause and then go from there. Sometimes you can't,
You're right. Sometimes you have to be boss.
very much so. But again, you would hope that your rationale and your justification is going to be very, very on the right side.
Convincing, right? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner DeVito.
Sure. Gary, I am so delighted that you live in Crescent City. I was thrilled when you moved in next door to our house until you got your permanent house. I just thought, there's a family, they're really nice people. I went and knocked on your door. You guys were just fun to meet. But I am a little bit concerned about the transfer of your experience in the military to running a very small city, which I've compared to other applicants to the size of Mayberry. You've mentioned frequently that you're good at making things run properly, and I have no doubt about that. But to make a small city run properly, there is a very important knowledge base that has to do with Florida law. There are chapters in Florida law that govern how cities have to run, what they need to do to be successful. And in a city the size of Crescent City, the city manager is usually the most knowledgeable person on the staff. How would you address that need for a knowledge base of Florida law and how cities operate?
So again, much like every time that we move to a different job, more often than not, that's not up to you on the military side. So they send you to a new job, you have to adapt, which means quick on the uptake, making sure that you're learning and asking questions. Again, that network that you built, the network that you will build, it all comes down to making sure that you get spun up as quickly as possible on the things that you're not strong in. Again, I would say that operationally, there are many things that the city does that, again, it's all in processes. The devil's in the details. And as long as you're making sure that everyone is doing their job and they can measure that, to be able to show the commissioners where you currently stand versus where you're going to be versus where you were. I never found it to be a problem to get spun up to actually learn my job, whatever that job was.
Okay, I mean, for example, do you know, or are you familiar with chapter 112 on the code of ethics for public employees? Are you aware that as a city manager, you'll have to file an annual financial disclosure?
I am not.
Okay, I mean, that's just, and there are just a myriad of those things. That in some cases, you almost need to know reflexively. So it does concern me a little bit that obviously you have not had occasion to acquire that knowledge base. And it's a very significant need. So that is a concern. But I know you're sharp. I know you're very sharp. But anyway, that was my question and you've answered it. So thank you.
Mr. Hart, now that you're a permanent resident here, tell me what your perception is as far as what the city needs right now.
I would say, again, going back to process, I would say the last 6 to 12 months have been very telling for the city on things that have come up that have been addressed, continue to be addressed with respect to information technology. You've got a Putnam County Sheriff's contract that y'all are working through. There's blight. These are all things that y'all already know about because I come to the commission meetings. I know that y'all know about it. I know that you're moving forward on trying to do these things. Every time I hear, well, we need new business. Okay. What about the existing businesses? Are we making sure that we're giving them the support they need, that we're actually getting the city set up for the influx of families that I believe will start coming here. If there's a silver lining in a global pandemic, is that now we're seeing families that have jobs elsewhere that can move to places they actually want to live. All the broadband initiatives that are happening out here, that goes a long way to bringing, I wouldn't say young families, I'll say families, to come in here and live and be part of the community. In doing so, there are things that are going to have to be, again, who do you want to attract? Who do you want to retain? What's our regional identity? Are we the bass capital of the world? Are we antiquers? What are we here? Because when I look at places like the Chamber, I see the Chamber shoot right by us with their eye on South Putnam County going straight towards agriculture. They sit up in, so all these pieces that just need to continue to be addressed to keep us moving forward, because again, we're coming out of a pandemic where you're going to have plenty of families looking for places like this, a small town with the small town charm and the historical charm, but do still want big town amenities. Excuse me. Part of that is broadband. Part of that is less blight.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Burton.
Good.
You're good. Commissioner Banks.
Good.
You're good. Okay. Commissioner West.
I'm good.
Commissioner DeVito.
Yeah. Gary, you mentioned that you have family here, quite a few family. Is my understanding that some of your family is a significant property owner south of town, and that there are economic development plans out there. Do you see your role as serving as a city manager having any conflict of interest with significant property owners that are immediately to our south? We're now an economic opportunity zone. I don't know specifically anything about what the plans are, but do you see that as having a conflict?
I do not. Because everything that, outside of day-to-day operations and outside of CRA, which the strategic plan and the vision you all set forward for the strategic plan is going to set all that. I would say that, the continued work on, I keep coming back to broadband, but we've got several rural citizens that are still within the city, but outside, of that band. Especially again, pandemic, highlighted a lot of things between workforce and school. So again, I think there are many things to keep the city manager busy between day to day, and then trying to help continue to facilitate and collaborate with congressional delegations our commissioners to make sure that, we're still pushing forward to have the citizens taken care of. Because again, my family does live here. I only want for my family what I want for everyone.
Right, but just to be very clear, and as you very correctly pointed out, we represent the people of Crescent City. Would you feel that you would have a divided loyalty in any way between family members who have significant economic interests and your responsibility, to the people who've hired you in Crescent City? I mean, do you see any potential conflict? Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, anybody else have any questions? No questions? Okay, Mr. Hart, do you have any questions of us, or is there anything that you want to leave us with at this time?
I appreciate the opportunity to come out here and speak with y'all today. No matter what we're going to be in this community, my family's name will be in this community, but will be a purposeful part of it. Make sure that we're successful as a city, which means that my children.
And you have, we appreciate that. We appreciate
Yeah, we
that.
appreciate that. Thank you so
We
much.
see you out and about a lot. We are going to discuss, at the end of our meeting, we're going to discuss if we need to go through a second interviewing process, but we'll let you know tomorrow what we decide. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners. Let's stay, I want to stay in this special meeting that we have right now at this point in time, and let's talk about what we want to do going forward. Have some options. We have some options here. We can go ahead and take a vote and choose city manager if we feel that we're ready to do that. Yes, sir.
Maybe we can always do a ranking,
We
like
can.
we did for that, if you prefer to do it that way, and then have a discussion.
We can do
It's up to
that
you,
too.
Whatever y'all want to do.
Well, it was my understanding, I looked at the agenda said discussion and vote for city manager.
Slash. So it was an option whether or not, that's why.
Well, I just usually said vote for city manager, so I came prepared to make a decision.
Yeah, me
I mean,
too.
if you're prepared, then
Good deal.
And I guess in terms of discussion, if I could just say one general thing.
yes.
Looking over the last couple of years, one thing that I have seen, and Commissioner Banks and Commissioner West probably saw it, the most qualified candidates tend to have very short shelf lives. And if you don't grab them while they're available, you don't necessarily get them. So anyway, I'm ready to rank it.
Okay.
If you got the ranking papers,
You want the rank of it? I'll roll it, print them off. Just gonna do one, two.
You thought we were gonna raise hands?
Yes, like that.
it's been a whole lot of days since. we've been
Fourth
through
term.
this. Yeah.
First term.
But when you raise hands, you cheat. Sometimes people put up two hands.
You know, I will have to say, I will say this, that we have had some, I believe, some very, very good applicants. This is a hard decision. We've had some really good applicants.
Yeah,
This is the first time in a long time we've had good applicants.
okay.
Yeah, I would
Watch it,
agree
Judy.
that. very-
Oh, seriously.
It's okay. I'm
We
not,
haven't
it's okay.
had
No,
them.
I,
We haven't come.
I
It's
agree.
okay. I'm
And
not,
I have to say, I thought that actually every candidate that we interviewed, whether I thought they were the strongest or the weakest on paper, I learned something from them.
yes.
I
Yes.
thought they were all very genuinely nice people, which is a very welcome thing to have. And so, yes, I think we were very fortunate.
I think we were too.
I
And
know we
that's
were.
nothing, what I said is nothing against who has been here, and certainly not you. Not against you. What I'm
honestly,
saying is, we
they
just
all
haven't
have
had this quality in this
Exceptional
plan.
quality.
Yes.
Many more than I do. And, you know, I've been involved in county manager process, you know, several times. These are 5 outstanding candidates. I mean, you know, I think it's just absolutely wonderful and they all, and I'm like Commissioner Vito, I mean, I was very impressed with all of them personally.
Right.
I was too. It's a hard decision.
Very, very
Even though I don't
surprised.
vote.
It's gonna be a hard decision.
Right, well, and the one thing that concerns me is that, well, I know the mayor said she had had contact with, Gary Hart, right? You had personal contact with him. He was my neighbor. And then I think when the emails first came around, when we were first getting the resumes, I think Phil indicated that he knew and kind of recommended Mr. Rudd
I didn't recommend him. I said that he was on the city of Black staff when I was a city commissioner.
Right, well, I'm just saying the process we've gone through, we didn't necessarily get recommendations from the others, but I was just very impressed. Even Zoom was not a problem, the way it was with the interim manager. That came through, I was a little worried when Mr. Foote started to freeze up before he was done, but
That was probably our,
right, but JT must have fixed it.
I'm sure JT.
Because you know, there's nothing you can do when that happens. It's just terrible. I know.
So while we're waiting, Mayor, in terms of logistics, once a candidate is selected, do you want me to work with the city attorney to draft, the city attorney to draft the contract and then bring it back to the commission for work when we do that? You know, similar to what I guess y'all did with Mr.
It's gonna be up to the
Esposito.
commission. In the past, the contract came back, not for the interim, but in the past, I believe the contract came back to the city commission. So,
Wait, before we get to a contract, hold on, I asked about this before. We have not had any background checks yet.
no,
correct?
we have to do
I
that. We
understand.
have to do
Yeah,
that.
would
These will all be subject to,
Subject to.
Right, so
background check.
just to be clear, the offer is going to be contingent on
Mm-hmm.
a satisfactory background check. And then as well, how did we do it with Mr. Esposito? There was a contract and it came
back one evening before the city
Yeah.
commission.
Just before.
Right. Yeah. Both of them actually, the one prior to Mr. Esposito came back to the city commission. And so did Mr. Esposito's.
And
I have firsthand knowledge of that.
Would the commission be adverse to, since we don't meet again until August the 10th, to maybe, you know, depending on the process, maybe holding a quick special meeting
yeah.
to approve the contract if and when we get to that point?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, I think it would be helpful if it could be circulated, you know, in advance.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Right,
No, I'm
right,
not-
right.
Yeah, I wouldn't, I want you to have it.
Give us time to study.
Yeah.
Yes.
And make sure when we do that we put in it, that miles too, cause we don't want no city manager staying in D-Land or our land. We want him staying so he can be here in a short while, no further than Alaska
Well, y'all,
or either. Cause houses is rough to get, whether y'all know it or not.
they're really
By the
not
time they
tough to
come,
get right now.
time they come on the market, people snatching them.
I've never seen Crescent City with as little availability of houses, have you?
Me neither,
I'm just dumbfounded.
but all around,
There,
So are we muting a public meeting right now?
Did you hear that, JT?
Yeah. Yeah, I had to put it down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
So wait, how exactly are we doing this? We put rank our choices 1 through 5? Is that the deal?
Correct.
Yeah.
Wait, yeah.
I'm gonna do a 5-minute recess while you do that with us. Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess.
Are we back in session? I can't hear anything right now.
Hello? We can't hear anything.
Yeah, I don't think they know what Florida Sunshine Law is. We can just do a records request for the full transcript, I guess.
Well, but will it?
Recess, special meeting is open. JT, do you have us on?
We are.
Okay, we're on, good. Hope everybody can hear us now. Okay. Mr. Leary, did you have something you needed to
Well, I was
say?
just gonna say that, that's the ranking based on 5 points for 1, 4, 3, 2, and 1, based on 1 through 5. And so, you know, that would take the top two and then discuss, have a discussion and vote on that.
Okay.
If you're ready to select one.
Could I ask a question about process? So this time we're giving points to the top.
We did it.
Right, we
that
did this
same way.
we did this to narrow it down, but there's another way to do it, and I think we did it for a prior city manager selection where we just ranked them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we said so many, we just took like the top 2 or 3 that got the most #1 votes. Does it come out differently when you do that?
That's the same thing we did.
Okay, so in other words, it comes out with the same order.
Correct.
Okay. But before there was a tie and now there's not a tie.
Before there was a tie.
Well, because we did, when we did do the point spread on the point system, I think it was, Charles Rudd and.
Wait, she hasn't announced it. But there was no differential, there was some kind of tie, and now there's going to be a slight differential.
No, ma'am, before it was just who got the most #1 votes. So there really wasn't a tie. Because one person got more #1 votes, but when you do it by a point system, you bring in how the individual commissioners ranked them 1 through 5 based on a points system of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now you can do it any way you want to do it. And so the original way, in the first tally, Mr. Rudd had the most number of #1 votes. And I think Ms. Hayes had #2, the second most. In this one, Mayor, you want to announce it? I mean, it was the opposite, correct?
The opposite. So right now, based on the point system, Ms. Hayes has 21 points. Mr. Rudd has 20 points. Mr. Foote has 17 points. Mr. Hart has 10 points and Mr. Butterfield has 8 points. So that would make Hayes and Rudd. Hayes, the top two.
So
now we vote on
that, and now you can vote. Now that you know that they're 1 and 2, you can vote on the 1 and 2 as to who you would select.
call.
But make sure you hang on to that #2.
Yeah.
Okay.
In case #1 turned down.
So is that what we want to do at this time between Hayes and Rudd?
Yes.
If you can
Are
just,
you ready, Karen?
can you just tear off a piece of paper
Yes.
and rank them
Does
1 and
everybody
2?
have a piece of paper?
Everybody has a piece of paper and a pen, if you were just ranking 1 and 2. And
I have paper. I'll share.
Please do.
no, collect them.
Just write your choice, right?
And make sure you sign. you
Yeah,
sign
right,
it.
your first choice and your second choice.
And sign it.
Yes.
I'll give it to the clerk. Please.
I want another piece of paper.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, Michelle, I've got one I can give her. Hold on.
Sure.
In church, when you fold your check, people are gonna open it anyway.
Does she want this to put, so that she can
Yeah.
put that, so we have it on one document?
Well, we just need it for the record.
Yeah.
Mayor.
I gotta forward it to us to sign it.
No. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Mr. Rudd has 3, Ms. Hayes has 2.
Okay.
So looks like Mr. Rudd, based on background checks.
You want
And,
to go ahead and vote on that?
yeah, we need a motion to accept this. So we're gonna need a motion to accept it, but keep in mind it's based on background checks, please, as you make your motion.
I make a motion to accept Mr. Hayes at 1,
Mr.
No.
Rudd.
Mr. Rudd at 1, Hayes at 2,
I'll second.
depending on the background check.
I'll second.
And technically, Commissioner Banks, I have a friendly amendment. Do we want to say accept or do we want to say offer,
Offer, yeah, I mean, that would be the good
offer
word.
the city
Offer,
manager position?
Yeah.
just depending on the background check.
So your motion is that we offer the position based on the background check, okay, to Mr. Rudd with the backup as being Ms. Hayes. Is that correct? Is that your motion?
That's it.
Okay, and we have a second, you seconded it, Commissioner West, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, all in favor, and I would like us to do a roll call on this one if we can, please, Karen.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton.
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, motion carries, thank you very much.
Mayor, can we go ahead and do the 2 resolutions?
Yes, I was gonna say, let's go ahead and finish this up.
And the ordinance.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to open up public hearing. This is gonna be everybody ready? The first reading of ordinance 21-06, an ordinance providing for, approving and fixing the budget, setting the millage levy at 8.5914, allowing for general operations of the city and its various departments, approving and fixing budgets for special funds and debt service for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2021, and ending September 30th, 2022. Do we have any public comments? Do we have any additional testimony, factual testimony for or against?
What are we doing? We just had a budget workshop, so we are adopting a budget on first reading.
No, this is the ordinance.
This is for this year's budget.
Right.
Okay, but it's the millage, but it says, there's language in there, I'm sorry, I'm still on my city manager packet. I'm looking at language that says this is the budget.
That's special
It's
funds
for-
and debit service for the fiscal year.
October 2021
This is,
and ending September 2022.
this is the first reading.
Wait.
Yeah,
No,
it
no, no.
says we're providing for
No,
and
no, no,
fixing
that,
the
that,
budget.
that shouldn't be there. I apologize.
That's
It
what
should
I'm
be the-
saying.
We're not doing, no, so we're only doing the 2
Okay, that's what I
resolutions
love.
on the back page.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Hey, cancel that.
that won't
Thank you,
come until
Commissioner
September.
DeVito. I was,
Right,
Yeah.
because we don't even have a budget.
Right,
Right.
correct.
well, as I was reading and I was,
I'm sorry.
okay. This
So,
is gonna be for R 21-02, a resolution of the commission of the city of Crescent City authorizing amendment to the fiscal year 2021 general fund. Do we have additional testimony for or against? See no one come to the podium. Do we have any public input for or against? Okay. Seeing none. Ms. Peacock, do you want to speak to this?
No, I thought you was asking.
No.
no.
Keith is just up there ready.
Yeah,
Keith
he's ready.
is so excited that he is just ready and prepared.
I'm just all smiles behind this.
Yeah,
These are
He is
the
all
required,
smiles.
these are the required resolutions for the budget transfers to address $80,000 coming from the general fund reserve, the gas fund reserve, and then amending the budget in both cases. Oh, and I'm sorry, no, the second one was for the funds that were in the impact fee accounts that we transfer to the receiving fire, sewer and water accounts, which has already been done.
Okay.
So
And that's the
just
second resolution, that's 03.
correct, yeah, that's
Okay.
over. So do
But
it
the
too,
first
Carl.
one, 02, is the
Correct.
transfer, the other transfer. Okay,
So we just need a motion.
okay. Commissioner DeVito, do you have a question?
Well, if somebody's, I'll make my comment on when we have a motion, if that's okay.
Okay. Do we have a motion to accept resolution R2102?
Second.
And we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Commissioner DeVito, do you have your question?
Well, it's a concern. I raised this before when we did.
Wait a second. Okay, Ms. Peacock, I just wanted to make sure she was still.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I always have my back to Debbie. I raised this concern before and I still have this concern. Phil and Clarion say it's not necessary. The
No,
way
the
I-
attorney, and also the city attorney said it's not necessary.
But he hasn't, I haven't seen that in writing, so I would like more assurance somewhere on paper. That for a fund transfer of this size, we are not required to do it by ordinance. So I just want to put that out there. I still have that concern. Thank you.
Been done that way since you've been on the commission, so,
Well, I know, but there's,
so now. it's
I'm not
okay.
saying it was right.
Okay, all right. I will have the city attorney send you an email.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have any more discussion, commissioners? Seeing no more discussion, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor,
Aye.
say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay. The ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, the second other resolution is going to be,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
what did I do?
No, you're right.
Okay, is R21-03, a resolution of the Commission of the City of Crescent City authorizing amendment to the fiscal year 2021 budget. Okay, do we have any additional factual testimony for or against? Seeing none, come to the podium. Do we have any public input? Seeing none, come to the podium. Okay, commissioners, do we have a motion?
I move.
Okay, you're gonna have to determine which one wants to make the motion.
I
Okay,
second.
Commissioner Burton made the motion, Commissioner Banks has seconded it. Do we have any discussion?
Okay, so as I understand it, just to be clear, these are funds collected under processes that no longer occur and we're moving them from either non-existent funds. I'm assuming the police forfeiture account is gonna
Correct.
no longer exist. The impact fees. Obviously, we're still gonna have water and wastewater accounts, but we're not going to have those fees. So everything is being moved into the general fund.
Being moved to those specific accounts, to the water fund, the sewer fund, and the fire fund. As required under the impact fee ordinance, that there's no, they're originally what they were collected for.
Okay, so where is the police forfeiture account and park, fire, and police impact fees, those are going to the general fund.
Yes,
Okay,
those are being
definitely.
moved over to the general fund,
Okay,
and that's 18,000. That's the 18,000, right, Debbie? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so anybody, so any more discussion? We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Okay, ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you very much. So at this time, I am going to close our special meeting, and I'm going to open us back up once again for our workshop.
And the last departments are public works, streets, parks and rec, and sewer and water.
Okay,
So that starts on,
You start on page 18 because that's.
yeah, 18.
yeah, that's where I am, 18.
That really helps.
Page 18.
Yeah, we skipped around a little bit. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? As we go through, you want to start with the salary, that's all, of course, fixed. We've got an overtime in there of about $1,200. And we budgeted for. Where are we currently, Ms. Peacock, on that as far as our expenditures for the overtime in our street department?
We haven't used any overtime this year, but
Okay, just in case.
we've been lucky because we haven't had a lot of tree damage and also we had to call the street department out.
Okay. Okay. We're gonna come down and does anybody have any questions? As we go into the operating portion? Go for it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we've got in here the street lights, 28,500. Traffic lights, 3,500.
We have to pay electricity.
We paid, that's for the electricity cost, correct? For those, okay. And then we're gonna come down and we've got, this 5,000 that's in yellow. Why is that in yellow?
Just the tree maintenance.
Okay,
And we haven't used it yet. We're going to though. We got yeah, we got goes out for it.
Yeah.
for the full 5,000?
Mhm.
POs out for which trees?
For the oak tree here next to the city building, it's dilapidated and hanging over the building. And then the camphor tree that's tearing up our water and sewer lines on Main Street. Across from the Masonic, old Masonic Lodge.
Yeah, that big one there.
Mhm.
Oh, that's a big one too.
Yes, it's tearing, pushing our lines.
Those camper trees do a lot of damage, I know, it's still ripping up my driveway.
Yeah,
and
where you
road.
drive.
We've
Yeah,
got
oh, yeah, it
about,
just rips
we
them
have probably 4 or 5 in the city that we need to take down.
Yeah.
They just wreak havoc on our sewer and water lines.
But, well, I have
And it's an invader, it's not, it's an invader species.
Yeah, it's invasive.
I know what species it is, and the city is not really following the proper procedures. We're supposed to have a trees and gardens board, which we had serving members. Since COVID, it has not been meeting. They are supposed to make recommendations. It has been discussed that camphor trees over a certain size that provide shade should be given some consideration, not the small ones, but the large ones. And I have a huge concern about a unilateral decision to take out the tree by City Hall, because several years ago, this tree and the tree on the corner were evaluated by an arborist certified in tree risk assessment, and the city spent some significant dollars to remediate that tree, and it was not determined to be a damage, but that is a heritage oak. And it should not be taken out unless it is determined by a certified arborist to be a risk. It was
Well,
not determined to be a risk
It
before.
doesn't matter what the certified arbor says, what our insurance company says, that they will cancel our casualty property insurance with that limb hanging over the to be crushing, that would crush City Hall. And that, I get more complaints on that tree and the way it looks than any other aesthetic issue in the city, so.
Well, regardless, our city code says that it's a heritage oak, and we have a process to go through. And it's possible that, I mean, this is a budget hearing, but this is the first I've heard about it. The city has a procedure and a designation for heritage trees. the insurance company perhaps, would accept a certification from an arborist. I know insurance companies routinely go around and,
It's the whole insurance industry and the policy has changed after the last 10 years of hurricanes, so.
I know, I'm familiar with it.
But I'm gonna do a Patrick Kennedy on this one because I think it's detrimental to the safety of the people that are working in City Hall. If that tree fell, it would crush City Hall. And I mean, it needs to come down and we need to re-landscape that area and have it look like we'd like other properties in the city to look.
Well, I don't think this is an appropriate thing for you to make based on your own expertise. That's not
I think we can have this
discussion
discussion at the
some
next
other
meeting,
time.
at the next meeting.
Well, apparently we can't because the city manager is going to take the tree down.
He's not gonna take it down between now and August 10th.
Well, I certainly hope not.
So we'll move this discussion to August 10th. Is that good?
Works for me as long as the tree's still
Okay,
there.
we spent, looks like back in 2019, 2020, we spent 14,000. Why did we spend 14,000 at that point? Now we're down to 5,000.
At that point, Commissioner DeVito had asked for extra money to be put into the budget.
Okay.
So we could do some more work or what that had been requested around town for trimming the trees that were had problems. So we brought up the budget just for 1 year. It was a 1 year only $10,000 increase.
Okay.
And
that's what we spent out of that?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, well, that's a part of it, but more particularly, I remember what I asked for. I think that was a year when we had surplus funds. So some of those surplus funds were designated to that. There were a couple of different purposes that were supposed to be used. I think we rolled over unexpended funds. There was a report that was given from the tree board to the city. We rolled over unexpended funds and I think we put in some surplus funds. And we identified several dead trees on city right of way and parks that were taken out. And also we recommended, and the commission adopted a recommendation to take preservation measures for some of our heritage oaks. And that was never done. And the money was used for other purposes. But yes, it was one time only and it came from, I think,
Okay.
rolling over unexpended and then surplus funds.
Okay. Road materials and supplies, looks like we've significantly increased that. Keith, do you want to speak to that? The 12,000 is down at 363, line 363.
Well, yeah, we've had a lot of road patches,
Okay,
sewer line repairs and stuff like that.
and
So
this is
that's
where that comes
and that's
out
all,
of?
and that's all went up in cost.
Okay,
That's not an increase over last year's budget though. That's
It's the same.
it's the same,
same as
okay.
last year's. And I want to apologize. The reason that was highlighted
Uh-huh.
is to let the department head know that he couldn't touch that budget line.
He couldn't touch it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good. How much of that have we spent so far? 363? Are we getting close to that amount?
Road materials.
Uh-huh.
No, we've only spent $1,100, but I think we have a project that
Okay,
we're doing.
Well, some of it was taken out of sewer. Sewer lines.
Yeah.
It was sewer line repairs.
so it was sewer
basically, so
line, so you took it out of that rather than, okay.
You can use it for speed bumps.
Okay. And improvement other than building, like that was, and there's not a 3 down there.
That's Central
That
Avenue.
was our Central Avenue. Okay, that's what I thought it was. I just want to make sure. So we just need to add Debbie down to the bottom 3, that's the Central Avenue repaving.
That should be cleared up, finished this year, so we won't have it in the budget next year.
Okay,
If everything goes right, we should have it completed.
okay. I'm just saying though,
Yeah.
for us,
I can remove the 3 from there.
okay. Equipment and machinery, 10,000. That is for,
A mower.
We're getting a new
Yeah,
mower.
we're looking at, I would like to buy one more mower. And I'm looking at maybe trading Cecil's in because it's 5 years old. Got $3,500 on it and it's starting to get, Kubota is taking too long to get parts. Last time it was down was almost down for 2 weeks. We were down to one mower. That's why Central and 17 looked as bad as it did on the sidewalks. And I would like to add another one, to have 3 mowers.
I was gonna ask you, do you think we need to have additional mowers?
Well, yeah, we got one that we've held on to, but it's an old John Deere. We've had it a while, and I'm just gonna recommend that we sell it. We've spent a lot of money on it, but it's another one of them deals that it's time to go.
So we would surplus that one out,
Yeah. It won't bring much. It's just so old.
okay?
And that's what I like to do there is add another mower.
Okay, and that would give you how many mowers
That would be-
operational?
Well, yeah, depending on what the budget comes in at, I'm waiting on my prices.
Okay,
And I'm going back down to gas and getting away from diesel.
okay,
Because Cecil's is a diesel and it's too hard to get parts for it. And Kubota's taking too long. So we're actually I'm looking at Gravely's now because everybody says they got a real good parts inventory.
okay.
So Mayor, I have a question.
Sure, Commissioner
Just-
DeVito.
Okay, so mower is footnote number 2, but that actually belongs on line 366 for equipment and machinery
Yes,
for the 10,000.
Yeah.
Because, okay, so I think we want to take the 2 is in line
Yeah.
358.
right.
So we need to move that down to 366. And then I have another question. Actually, did y'all cover, I might have been taking a drink of water, and line 365 improvement other than building?
Yes,
But that was, what was that?
Central Avenue.
Okay, because, right, because there's a 3, but there's no detail on it. So we need a 3 and it should say Central
I already
Avenue.
asked her to do that.
Okay,
her
sorry.
to add
I don't know how I missed that, but I'm sorry.
You gotta be disapproved this year anyway.
Yeah.
Right, I see there's nothing in this year. Okay, but just so we know where we're at.
Okay.
All right.
Keith, right now you have, I guess right now that you are fully staffed, correct?
For right now.
Okay, for right now. So it's you and two others out
Let's
of
see.
this street.
Yeah, there's 2 other laborers under me.
I know that you also, a lot of pressure is put on you because you have the street, you have Parks and Rec. And you have sewer and water. So as you go forward with this is your opportunity. I mean, if there is something that we need to start trying to work on as far as helping your employees get the job done. This is your opportunity to.
Well, that's the one part that everything we need costs too much money.
Okay.
I mean, we need equipment. Our backhoe's a 2000. It's getting more, everything we got, our sewer jets in 1990. We looked at them 5 years ago, it's $59,000. A new backhoe's probably 100.
But we can pay for that out of Better Place Plan funds.
Yeah, that's if you want to do that. I mean, how much of the Better Place Plan do you want to spend on?
I mean, I think something that we
Spend it
have to
all.
look at is how do we become more efficient? How can we become,
Well-
or how can we help you become,
Well,
Your
as of right
department.
now with COVID, we can't keep anybody. I mean, I've got a full crew right now. I would like to add one more person, but I don't necessarily know if I need them full time.
okay,
But you know, with COVID, nobody wants to work. I already let one guy go because he was, I don't know if I'm allowed to say
yeah,
this.
you don't need to, you let one guy go.
And my other one that been on here about a month and a week now, he's not really working out, so had a big discussion with him this morning. He's got a month and 2 weeks to start improving, or he's gone. You know, he's not doing his job. It's making me look bad. I could show y'all some pictures, but y'all need to see them. of the bathrooms that the people have been doing, and he's just been kind of walking off from them and not cleaning.
Okay.
Am working on, and I haven't told Phil this just yet because I haven't had a chance. Working on 4 new toilets for Eva Lyons and Fletcher Park, because they got the old tank in the back and they done busted the tanks. So I'm getting prices on that to change them over to tankless, like we have in Perry Banks, Margaret L. Nelson, and Dexter Beach. They'll get rid of that. But we're back up to the same old thing with
With our
stuff on the
bathrooms,
walls.
with our bathrooms.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna have to, I think, commissioners, we're gonna have to really talk about this at another time, because
Yeah,
this is
we gotta
become,
come up
this
with
has
something.
become a real issue.
Yeah, we got, yeah, so we'll do
Yeah.
that. Maybe this commission meeting won't be that long. We can just put it on there at the end of the agenda to discuss.
We budgeted in, better place plans for park improvements, and we could take some of that money out of there for what he's asking. I mean, we are budgeted for park improvements out of better place plans.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting, like I said, I'm getting prices right now, because they're gonna have to come in, install the toilets, and most likely replumb the building. The tankless ones require more water when they flush. They gotta have more volume. But they're a lot better off. They can't destroy them as bad.
Well, yeah. What Keith, why we at on this part right here? What about that? That road that we were discussing on the end of Grove Avenue.
On your road? Or road by your house?
Yeah, there you
We're gonna start putting some millings there. I just don't know how far y'all wanna go with it. The county was supposed to grade it. They're supposed to-
They ain't been out there yet.
Okay, because Eric told me he would be out there
He just
this week, I thought.
told the wrong thing. The
Yeah.
road, people had to go through a flood when it rained, and you know it's been raining. People stay on around there.
Yeah, well, that's one reason why I wanted to keep some of the millings. Now, we can't use them all on Lake Argenta, but
Right.
we can go down and put them around that curve.
Yeah.
If that, you know, as long as the commission says we can do that.
Yeah. Commission, please say he can do it.
Well, is the county, let me ask you this, is the county, are they adequately grading the roads?
No.
Is there, have we talked to them about it?
I don't
Yeah, and it's one of them things that's in the interlocal agreement, which is, I know Bill Pickens would like to see about getting together and talking about it with the cities, all of them that have the interlocal agreement, because I have a copy of it. And I showed it to Phil earlier when he came in my office.
Talk to Bill myself.
But yeah, Eric told me, he was at my house a week or so ago and said he could be in town, but he was gonna go do Lake Argenta. And I don't, like I said, I ain't been over there, but
no,
you know, as soon as we.
Not unless you do.
We'll look into that a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
The other thing too, what Keith is, we know out here with the medians, and you've been beat up a lot about that. We know you've had some limitations, but we do need to get that cleaned up, and we know
They're
you're
supposed
working
to
on
be
it.
here Friday.
So my question to you is that something that you think that we should look at contracting the maintenance of that out?
If DOT lets us do perennial peanut, I don't think it'll be that bad. But see, we just can't put perennial peanut in the medians without DOT's permission. It has to be approved by them.
Okay.
And you only gotta maintain it about every other month. It don't grow much. And then once it grows in, it pretty much kills out all the weeds.
We can mow that, right?
Yeah, you can mow. We'll probably use, we got a little push mower. We'll probably use that. Somebody good on a weed eater can walk in there and weed.
Add a little color.
Okay.
Our goal is to try to.
Yeah.
Make it
And
look
it's
as
got
good
a
as
yellow
possible.
flower and
Yeah.
it stays real low. I've got paperwork on it I can print for all y'all.
Well, if we get to that point, we're gonna rely on you to make sure you let the city manager know that if it needs to be
Well, see,
contracted out, that we need to look at contracting that out.
Well, I even, one year we started weed eating the lily grass, monkey grass, whatever you want to call it. And I got, not hollered at, but want to know why I was doing it. And I got the paperwork that says you really need to do it. Mow it down about 2 inches with a weed eater, and then it comes back, and you ain't got to mess with it for like another 2 years. And I did that, and of course, Mr. Kennedy got on to it.
Is there anything else on the street department that anybody has any questions about? Commissioner DeVito?
Two things. One, a couple of years ago or last year, I forget which year, we did a pilot program with the speed bumps for with surplus funds. There was some discussion as to whether we could use Better Place Plan funds for speed bumps. Because there are still some people.
We still have some areas that need speed bumps.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
We've got the money in the road for the $12,000. I'm not sure speed bumps qualify under a Better Place. I can find out, they may.
That if you could find out, because I think it took almost $10,000 for 3 of the permanent speed bumps. What was originally proposed when Mr. Kennedy was still here was a semi-permanent speed bump. Things got kind of messed up in discussion. There is a semi-permanent speed bump that is not easy to remove, but does not cost as much as the 3 that we finally wound up with. But anyway,
We'll check on it.
I'm certainly interested in speed bumps where people are wanting them.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we need to, in talking to the sheriff's department, do, and with us, do an assessment, because some of these areas in lieu of a speed bump, we could put a stop sign up.
And you really probably need to have a traffic engineer.
Yes.
Yeah,
I was gonna
traffic
say, I
engineer.
think we can be a little more ingenious when it comes to slowing
Yeah.
traffic down. And of course, we had that meeting with FDOT. We talked about a few things to slow the traffic. One of them is over there at Summit. A few ideas popped up. And another idea that I think would actually contribute to the city and actually make the city look nice, it's called directional change on these roads. And you can do that different various ways, but I don't really like speed bumps. And but the directional change, the one that I like to point out is the one, I think it's on Lake Avenue, over here by the nursing home, the old oak tree where you have to, you've got to go around it. Well, if you just got, I think Crescent City deserves a real look. We want to make it feel like a real old fashioned kind of city. I think that we should go in a different kind of directions, put a bunch of speed bumps all over the place. They drive me nuts in my golf cart that way, just too bouncy for me, but when I go down Walnut there, how many you got?
I missed that.
There's like 8 of them.
Well, regardless,
Nine.
we have a speeding problem in town that we're gonna have
we
to
need to
figure out
discuss it.
and how to address it. So, okay, Commissioner DeVito, do you have any other?
Well, I don't know, should I hold this for the Better Place Plan section, because there's a huge chunk of money, or it just says park improvements, but we don't have any detail at this point, so.
So we're gonna move on to Parks and Rec, so do you want to do that at this
Oh,
time?
okay, this is street. Okay, yeah, let's keep
Okay,
going.
let's move on to Parks and Rec if we can. That's gonna be page 20. We're starting on, really, we're gonna be starting down here at, line, 380, I guess? Go down, the rest of that's in yellow and can't be touched.
To the service.
373.
373, overtime. What have we got in overtime on that one?
We're definitely gonna use that because we're paying for the bathrooms to be open. and
We
locked
had to
on
use
weekends.
overtime this year in parts because we didn't have a full-time employee for a long time.
That we have Ronnie coming in Saturday and Sunday every morning for 3 hours to open up the bathrooms to check, make sure they're clean. And then he locks them on Saturday night, Saturday night.
Opens them back up.
He opens them on Saturday morning And then he leaves them open until Monday.
Does that come under overtime? Does that come under his
Yeah,
overtime?
he's on
So
overtime.
he gets
But
overtime
that's
for
not
that?
the water department, Indian Water Department.
Yeah, he's in water.
Yeah, so that his overtime's coming out of water department's not coming out of arts.
Well, that's a good thing.
Other professional services, 1,500. What is that for? Looks like last year we budgeted 1,750. It's line 377.
Just, we take aquatic management out of that, I think.
Spraying the water.
Aquatic management,
Okay.
What exactly are they spraying that with, actually?
They're spraying it with a
The herbicide?
approved aquatic herbicide to control the hydrilla, keep from choking the lake out.
Well, don't we also actually spray the waterfront itself where?
The what?
Don't we spray where the water meets the beach?
Yeah, that's where we're spraying. We're spraying Dexter Beach and Mathis. We were spraying the outfall ditches, but I was asked to quit spraying. And now they're all blocked up, so.
So we're gonna have to start spraying those again, or else we're gonna end up with some flooding problems.
I can get the MSD sheets on it. Because the guy said the new stuff they're using now is actually a lot safer than
Ooh.
a lot of the stuff out there that they were using.
Sure, yeah, I asked for it like 3 years ago. I would like to have that sheet. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey,
And I mean, he's willing to come in and talk to y'all too, the boy from Aquatic Management. But he actually, part of that is should be very thanks to the pond.
yeah, we had to pay an extra fee for that this year though, because that wasn't in the contract.
If you don't control the vegetation, you're not gonna have a lake. Every moment. Any other?
do we have any other questions on Parks and Rec?
Well, and again, do we talk about the money in Better Place Plan when we get to Better Place Plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay,
We went through the gas utility.
so we've already done gas utility.
Page 24.
We're down, she's ready to go home.
I love it here.
It'll be a long day, isn't it?
Okay,
Got a
so
long
page
day
24 on water utility. Anybody want to speak to this?
All right, what do we got?
We're starting with our revenues. Where are we so far this year?
Yeah, Debbie, what we talking about? We need to make an adjustment
On his,
fees.
on his fees also. To bring his fees up from 35 to 50 for turn-ons and on and off bad bill. So they can meet their admin fees to the general fund, mainly is the reason, but because, you know, they just need to probably be equal or close to what the gas department's charging too.
It used to be like that, right?
Yes, yes,
I don't know if it's who was Marcus and Patrick and them changed it.
I think so.
Okay,
So that would be, that would be.
that would be something that we're gonna have to do is take it up to $50. And so that's what you've had it turned off and you're having to have it turned back on, correct?
Correct, and I think from what he generated last year, it'll bring in almost $5,000 more this year, just based on the same customer count. And, I mean, that's not a lot of money, but it'll help.
Do we charge a turn-on fee for new customers?
Yes, I think so, yeah, when you have, I'm not in utility billing anymore, I'm not
Yeah,
sure
it
what.
was a $35 admin.
35 admin, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, does anybody have any questions?
I don't know, are y'all talking about moving the admin fee up too, or?
Well, yeah, they both go up to probably, You're talking about turn-on fees and then,
Like
new
when some of
customers,
them set up new
both of
accounts,
them.
like when they set up new accounts, it's a $35 admin fee. They do all
Yes.
the paperwork, record everything. Do we want to leave it at 35 or move it up to 50?
I think I've estimated this for both of them.
Okay,
For both, to move both of them up to 50, that's what you
Correct.
estimated? So
Correct.
this that you've projected is based on us going ahead and moving that up?
Yes,
Okay,
yes, and that was for gas also. Their budget was
it was projected for that too. Okay,
Yes,
so we're gonna
yes.
have to, is that something that we're gonna have to vote on? That we would have to vote on to do that?
I think so.
Yeah,
But
yeah, okay,
Right.
okay, let's make sure we
And if
remember
we
that.
don't, then we're gonna go back to the budget and try to cut a whole bunch of expenses.
Yeah,
on
so
all
we need to,
departments.
we need to remember that as we go forward, that we need to address that.
it'll be in the draft we
Okay.
do on August.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I just want to make sure. Okay, is there anything, does anybody have any questions on this? Commissioner Burton?
Weren't we talking about the additional fees for sewer cut-ins? That we charge a set amount, but then if we have to cut into a road, it's a whole lot more than that fee that we're charging.
yeah, like a sewer cut in, our sewer lines, are basically all of them are in the middle of the road. So back in, when they started the sewer system, if the line's real deep, they automatically put the stuff out by the road, as long as we can find it. And the map book I got is from the 40s. And a lot of times when we don't find it, we have to cut the road, kind of like we did at your house. But we knew where yours was. And a lot of times it ends up so deep that I don't want to put my guys in it, so we have to hire it out. And the sewer fee's only $500.
We
I
just
mean-
had that happen over here, didn't we? Over
Yeah.
on,
You know, we've had it happen a bunch lately.
So we need to have a sliding scale fee based on, the road work, and we can come up with that. So we cover our costs. I mean, we're not trying to make money on it, but we don't want to lose money.
but the liability there is, of course, as it gets deeper, and in fact, we've got one of our workers in there. We've got to, yeah.
And they would just show that when they have a form that they give all people who want new services.
Uh-huh.
And it tells them, it's this amount of money for the fee and this amount of money for the cut-in. And if there's have to do road cut-in, then it's an additional fee, and they'll be given that before they ever get their services turned on.
Okay.
And I'm not sure we can really, make the customer pay the whole bill, because it gets pretty expensive. I mean, the average road patch is probably, we hire it done, because we don't have the equipment to do it. And there's not really see any sense in having it around just to sit there 3 or 4 times a year, 5 times a year. We usually hire Ronnie Council, and we usually get 3 or 4 of them up, and that's usually about $4 grand every time he comes in. But a lot of times that's a sewer patch. It might be where we cut the road, where a storm drain was, because we have to fix it. A lot of times that's what some of it would be. But it is expensive. The one over there on Palm Avenue. Around 1,500.
Was it,
Just for that little bit, but we had also done 3 other patches. We fixed the one patch at Park and Magnolia that's been so bad for a while. We fixed that one. And then a sewer tie-in over on Magnolia. For Mancillia.
you're doing them, so when that happens, you're trying to be more efficient and do them all several at one
I
time?
try to, but then when the public starts griping because there's a hole in the road, we got to usually try to do something.
Okay,
Because it might take 2 months to get enough stuff for them to come in. He'll come in, but
Yeah.
he'll want $3,000 to come in just to do one little tiny road patch.
okay. Does anybody have any questions?
Go to 24.
125. We're on 24 and 25. We're out of revenue and we're in expenditures now. Pole barn. I know there was a pole barn that was mentioned
That was
last year and I think the year before. Where do we have that? Where do you have that money set aside?
That's in wastewater, I think.
Is it gonna be in wastewater?
Yeah, because
Okay,
it's
that's
going on the
what you put in?
wastewater
Okay.
property. We're still working on that. There's no way it'll be done this year with the way materials are.
Okay,
I know we did put in the budget for a bucket truck. If I can find one before October and a reasonable price, I would like to be able to use some of that money for that.
okay. That was discussed also, I think, last year at the budget, because I have that in my notes.
Last 2 years, there was a bucket truck and a
Pole barn,
Over.
pole barn, okay.
Right, and that's coming out of,
We got it designated a better place plan, I think, now.
Yeah.
So that's,
Capital
but
improvement.
okay, okay. What is standby pay? I guess we can't touch it, but what is standby pay?
that's the $75 a week. Whoever's on call.
Okay. So like for Ronnie, that's what he,
Yeah,
okay,
I think that's.
I don't get it because I'm salary.
okay.
They took it away from me.
Right, that's a wage and hour issue, right? You're on standby, you have to pay them.
Yeah. Everybody good with that? Membership training, what are we a membership on? I'm just
Line
gonna,
item, please.
What page?
it's
is
gonna be 527.
Page 26.
We have to pay license fee for Jason to run the water plant.
Okay,
And for the sewer plant operator.
And, yeah, but they come, that's two
Okay.
different funds, but that one is,
Right.
that's what for Jason.
That's a state requirement.
okay. Anybody have any other questions before we move on? We good? We're gonna go to sewer and utility. Let's move to page 27. Before the electricity goes out. Okay.
I think they're quit.
Um,
I think they're quit.
did the air quit?
Yep.
Are you warm? It's the bright lights. It's the bright lights, Keith.
And save the best for last.
Yeah, save the best for last. Okay. So does anybody have any questions? We've got our revenue here and then we have our wastewater expenditures. Any questions? Okay, let's go to our expenditures between page 27 and 28. Do you have any questions on that? Other professional services look like we've gone up on what is that for?
That's for the engineering for the new,
I know there's a note to it for
Yeah,
it's
flooring.
the sludge.
new flooring,
And her sludge hauling.
Yeah, there's sludge hauling under that. Okay.
Is there?
sludge.
And
We don't, we haven't hauled sludge in a while.
Okay.
We're trying them, some company come out with I guess it's a bug. They, I think the first time when Patrick signed up for it, it was $10,000 or $15,000. And it's actually working.
Okay.
We haven't hauled sludge in a while.
Right,
That's,
there's the microbial.
Yeah, some,
additive.
yeah,
Right.
do
So
we pay for that? Do we pay for that? What are we paying for that out
I'm
of?
not sure what it is now, because I think it was for like 3 years, 4 years.
yeah, there's a cost. But there's a print, the sludge hauling footnote 2, what line is that stuff on?
Other professional services.
Yeah, 575.
Okay,
Yeah, I think it was when we hauled sludge, it was around 20,000.
okay, so that's not good for the current year. That's,
Yeah, and we haven't hauled and we hauled last year, we didn't haul this year.
okay, so
So.
maybe
because of
there
the-
needs to be a notation there that was.
But when they come back to renew the contract, I don't know what it's gonna cost. That was all done between Patrick and Chip.
Right, the
I think
commission,
the first year was free, it was an experimental.
Are we in our third year?
I think it's been a while,
Okay, we probably need to
been a while.
look at that.
right, the
I'll
commission
have
approved
to
that
ask Chip,
contract.
have to ask Chip on that, because that was, I don't even know who the company is. I said Patrick did all that.
It would be in the minutes somewhere.
We got it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's for sure they.
Indirect cost allocation. General fund
That's
services.
adding fees to general fund.
Okay, so that's what they contribute to the general fund.
Yes, that's what's projected for them to have to contribute.
Okay.
Back up to 583. Building repair maintenance fee gone from 6,000 to 31,000. Help me out. What is that for? 583,
This is sewer.
page 28.
Yeah. I see what you're talking about, went from 6,000 to
Yeah.
32,000. So what are we?
What is that for?
repairing
Do
there?
you know, Keith?
Part of your pole barn?
Is that for the pole
Is that part
barn?
of the pole barn?
That's what I was thinking it might be. Is that where you put it?
Well, it wasn't in none of the prior years.
So, because it's under sewer, I mean wastewater, right? The pole barn?
That's where it's been.
But you're right, it wasn't in the prior year budget, so,
We'll double check on that.
okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, anything else we can see here? Machinery and equipment, that goes down to the truck mounted crane.
Yeah.
Okay. And we have 20 in there, we had 43 last year. How much
Last
is
year,
it?
it was the was it the bucket truck and the crane that was in there, and then we moved the bucket truck out of there.
Okay,
We
so
moved the
put
crane
that in
out
better,
too, because we use that money to buy,
the truck,
Cecil's truck.
okay, God bless you. Okay, any other questions before we move to page 30 of 33?
Want to make the observation, there is line 600, the bond payment. That, okay. So is that the one we're talking about refinancing, or is this the
No, we've
second?
already refinanced this.
This one has been refinanced. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That other one's in gas. That we were talking about.
So what is the, I hate to ask, but what's the principal on that bond, on this bond payment for line 600?
On which one?
Huh?
On the gas one?
No,
No.
on the
This is-
wastewater,
this
on the
is
wastewater.
So we have a bond payment there
I
too.
think it's 2.7, but I'm not
Yeah,
certain
it's-
without when to pull it.
It's in the millions.
I'm sorry?
The principal on which we're paying the bond is actually, must be somewhere in the millions.
You know what the total loan was? What bond payment is, I mean, the bond.
No, but I can pull it real quick. It's-
I don't need that now.
We'll get that, we'll have that in the.
Okay. Okay. Okay, then we want to go, stay with us though, Keith. Volunteer, we're gonna go to page 30 of 33, and this is all being deleted, correct, Debbie?
Correct.
This is volunteer fire department, okay?
Correct.
So then we're gonna go to our Better Place plan, page 31. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost there. Okay. So how much do we currently have in our Better Place plan?
About 13, is that correct? Ed?
Oh, you're talking about in the bank or in it, or revenue that's come in so far? Right now, we got, at this point, we had 567,000.
Okay. Now, and so what do we have? Do we have any of that that we have spent or that we're spending or we have under contract or we have? We just have that sitting there right now. Have it earmarked for anything?
Well,
Well, we'll be,
Talk about this.
any of our capital expenditures that are listed for next year, we'll be paying for out of that. Because we can't absorb those costs from our general fund.
Okay, so Better Place Plan, last year the revenue was 120,000, is that what we're reading? On line 636?
Yes, and we've already received 126,000, so I estimated it'd be 130 because we'll still have 2 more
2 months.
payments probably.
And our average is 135, so she's still below average.
Yeah.
Still below the average.
Right, okay, so I'm reading here on line 642 that we currently have a fund balance of 382,600.
That's what we want to appropriate from the fund balance to cover the improvements that were down at the bottom. You'll see on line 656. That's the only way we can do it is we had to take money from the bank account. So we have to appropriate those funds.
So on line 655, you'll see number 1, park improvements, bucket truck, city
Generator, city hall,
fire department, city hall, upgrade.
Right, well, usually we get a memo with the proposals for what these things are going to be.
City hall upgrade.
Costs individually. Because, for example, are we saying that the chlorine change for wastewater is gonna be $185,000?
That's what the engineer projected.
Okay, I thought we approved funds to look into it.
Well, we did, and they're gonna come back with recommendations. We have to do the engineering and
Right.
all that, so.
So
they'll
you're
be coming back.
earmarking this, so you're earmarking
Yes,
this if it comes
Right.
back and we
Yeah,
approve it.
'cause we need to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks to me like obviously a lot of things have been earmarked and we've never moved forward on those in our Better Place plan. Is that correct?
Right,
Okay,
that's correct.
so that's what we're doing here is we're earmarking these projects. Okay. So we've got park improvements of 60,000. What is that for?
That's
What-
just an estimate that I put out there because we had 75,500 that we had budgeted last year. We didn't use it, but if we want to do any work at our parks,
Mhm.
then, we have to have something in the budget to use. It's
Okay.
just an estimate.
If we
Okay.
get grants, let me ask you this, of course, because this is some of our, this is our first rodeo through this, and that's why this is taking a little longer, because we just want to make sure we have a thorough understanding. Park improvement, 60,000. If we were to find some grants and they were matching grants or they were percentage grants, can we use out of Better Place funds? Could we use part of that 60 for that? For our parks, if we found some grants for park improvements? Can we
Yes,
use
if
that
it's a
money
matching
as a
grant.
matching?
Matching,
Okay,
yeah,
matching. Okay,
exactly.
I just want to make sure.
In the past, we've had the Eagle Line grant, Harry Banks Park
Okay.
grant. We've had a lot of them in the past, but we, don't know whether they're available this year or not. It's coming
Okay.
year.
Okay,
Okay, but my basic question about something as general as park improvements, $60,000 is a big chunk of change. So are there specific improvements? I mean, usually the city department or the city manager would do a memo laying out what those improvements might be.
That's up to y'all.
Yeah,
But
up
that's
to y'all.
what I'm
You
saying.
Just put in the budget.
I
You-
think at
you
this point
gathered
they
$60,000.
earmarked, so she's
It's just
saying that
earmarked.
we've got 60,000 that she's gonna earmark, so if we come up with anything in parks that we could use the Better Place plan for, that's what we earmarked 60,000, right?
Just to say, if
So we
wanted to
don't
do-
have a set project at this time.
If we wanted to do a bathroom at Culver Park that we were deciding, that's what the money would be used for.
Okay, but what concerns me is that the job of the commission is to prioritize the use of very scarce funds. So at some point, I would want to make sure that we're not just giving a blanket blanket authorization for a city department to make that choice to use $30,000, $40,000.
No, that all
That
has
wouldn't
to
have
come
to-
back.
that would
Each
have to come
individual
back to
project
us to
comes
get
back
the
to commission for approval.
Yeah.
This is just a budget for us as we start the planning process for what, and really it's incumbent upon y'all. What do you want to do with these parks? I mean, you're, see them every day or, yeah, I mean, what is your goal for the parks?
Right, well, I'm just clarifying that you do not have anything in mind specifically as yet.
No.
This is
No.
a set aside amount, okay,
Right.
because some things are very specific. So, and this really doesn't need to be in memo form, so number two, as I understand it, $50,000 is the bucket truck and the generator?
No,
No,
it's just for the bucket truck.
okay,
$70,000 for the generator,
okay, 70,000 is for what's in the red?
generator.
For City Hall and the fire department, they both got to be replaced.
They're both old, antiquated, and
Right, but we're.
I mean, I agree, this is it's a little
I'm
difficult to
saying-
read this, so
That's what I'm saying,
I know,
some-
she's
y'all
just trying to
should
give
know.
us that,
Yeah.
so that we have this as notes, I understand.
For the meter reader, this cart.
Correct.
which will be shared by the fire department. So we don't have to buy two, we'll buy one, because especially, it'll be primarily for special events for the fire department, and we would be reading meters on that day, so.
So that's the regular golf cart, right?
No, sir,
No.
it's just gonna be a side by side, it'll be a gas, we'll have doors and.
It's called a
enclosed.
gator, isn't it?
I'm sorry.
It'll either
There's
be-
different, there's
Whatever
different
we decide, it'll
kinds.
be a Gator, it could be a Polaris.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
but
a
it'll
little
be a-
heavier
than
than
I
a
thought.
golf
Yeah,
Right, we'll have to bid, it'll have to be bid.
Yeah, I was looking at the amount.
they're
Oh, that's nothing.
expensive,
They,
they're, yeah,
they cost, I've seen
They're-
$40,000-$50,000. Oh, yeah.
they're
Go out to
expensive.
hog water on the weekend, they're
Yeah,
running out there and look at
yeah.
those machines. It's great. Unbelievable.
City Hall upgrade, so this would be the 40,000, that's,
Correct, that's just an estimate on, because we keep talking about we're going to do these upgrades and we haven't done them.
Well, and we do have the 23rd, we'll have our RFQs back from the
okay,
architects that are interested, but yeah, we have got to do something. Or y'all have got to do something in this building.
okay.
then
And
they
we've
go
had
up.
that on, they've had that on schedule for some time, because I've had notations in the budget, I think the last 2
Well,
years
and again,
possibly.
this goes back to how many balls can the city manager juggle? Because there's nobody to run that process out, to do the architecture RFQs, do, contract, building contractors and all that. I mean, it's
work.
yeah, it's work. And, so,
And if I could just say, Philip, you raised an excellent point. And that's something that I've been concerned about and have been raising for a long time. And I think it's incumbent on the commission at some point to set some goals and some priorities. To give the city manager some idea, and at some, she said, things have to be ranked, some things can't wait. But yes, we've always had a lot of plates in the air.
well, and one of the things I think y'all don't understand is you need to come sit in my office and, be a mouse or, the calls I get about people wanting to know about zoning and land use, comp plan and development and economic,
I
just all
understand
the
that.
different things. I mean, I get, every time I start to do something, I get interrupted by having to put out a fire or address, you're talking about the community walking in, they get first service. Somebody walks in here
Yep.
and needs something, I get up from my desk and go do it. What we need, and I think it's been very well pointed out today, is that you need a body, a person to do special projects, planning and zoning, community development, CRA, all those things combined.
Public, yeah,
And
public,
maybe an assistant city manager that had all those responsibilities would be full-time. I mean, you had all this staff 10 years ago,
Yes.
and they're all gone now.
But we had
and-
more money.
No, I don't think we did have any more money. Did we, Debbie? We didn't have any more money.
I don't know how much money we had. I can't see the revenue going down though.
I mean, yeah, the ad valorem value's been going up every year. So what I'm saying is, and again, it's your decision.
What did that?
A truck.
We need a
Water.
extra body.
Yes,
Yeah.
and
So,
we really need
to
to
do
discuss
something.
that. That's
Yeah,
right.
we really need to discuss
I mean,
that.
we've got all this earmarked for different things, well, we need to start
Yeah, 'cause
looking and see if we
What
can
I'd like to
earmark
do is
something
go back
for.
and go through the budget and see if we can shift money around to where we could add an additional administrative person, whether you call them assistant, whatever, you know, that has a professional
Yes.
background that can do these things.
And
that-
also
that can be done.
communications and PR too, that we need some of that as well. I mean, to add to that.
That's your job. You know, and that's the other thing too, you know, commissioners and Commissioner Burton and I have had a lot of talks about this. I mean, because we are a small community, it's incumbent upon y'all to be communicating and doing some of that public relations, public information work. Not talking about specific business, but in general, you know, discussing that with your constituents, because it just takes up a lot of time when I'm sitting there trying to answer a question about something in the budget that really is a policy decision, and it's not an administrative decision. So all that being said, I'm gonna work with our staff, with Robin and Debbie, and see if we can. If we can't get that money, then my recommendation, and listen, I'll apologize to you as a commission. We should have done this before we set the tentative millage.
Yes.
That's my fault. You know, I was under the impression that the millage rate that we had would adequately cover all our budget expenses, and it's not. I mean, there are things we need to make changes to, and we have got to have some personnel help. And if we don't, then, you know, we're still, all these projects and things are just gonna continue to get the can kicked down the road, and we're not gonna get things done, and you're not gonna be happy, and your constituents aren't gonna be happy. So that we take money one time out of reserve to assure that we have the funds for a position for the next fiscal year. And then you will do, my recommendation will be to the new city manager, to you, is that you do this budget workshop and go through this before you set the tentative millage. And then that way, you know, we can always set it higher, you can come down. But if in fact there needs to be additional funds to do some of these, you know, to have some of these personnel issues addressed through, you know, an additional person that'll be there. So I don't know what else to do.
There's one good thing with this new system we have, you can pay somebody out of multiple funds. So like, you could use, if one person was gonna do something for all the funds, you could have each one of those funds pay part of the
Could pay part of
salary.
it. Okay,
Sorry, if you don't want to so long.
that's okay. And maybe even if, I mean, as we go forward, maybe we don't start off full-time, maybe we start off with, you know,
You know,
a part-time, or we start full-time. I mean, I'm
yeah,
just saying,
we've
we
been
have to
trying-
look at our options.
We've had on the, you know, I've had one call about the CRA part-time person, economic development person, even interested in the 4 months I've been here. Before that, I don't think Mr. Esposito had any. People aren't looking for part-time work. I mean, they're looking for full-time work, and they want benefits, and as Keith
Charles
said,
Rudd,
you know.
basically said he looked at the job and he just
Oh,
said
yeah.
it doesn't pay enough. Now, if Charles Rudd becomes our city manager, if he's looking for somebody, he's
Well-
going to be looking for a full timer. And so we just have to wrap our heads around it. I mean, a good solid person gonna cost some money. I mean,
There's also another way to look at that, and I don't think he's worked for larger, more affluent cities, and I was a little distressed when he said they made fun of the idea of a part-timer. It's possible that you could have a part-timer. We have a lot of retired people around here, but an issue that we never return to and fix. One problem is the job description. When we didn't get anyone, we never reviewed the job description.
Nor did we the pay, because even if you did do a part-timer with somebody that, I mean, the pay, obviously, you would have to, even if you did part-time, you would have to increase the pay.
That's possible, but I know and I think more than just me, I had a conversation with Dana Jones from the chamber, the job description in and of itself is a problem, and we've never revisited that job description. And as well, it just occurred to me, there was Gary Hart standing right there. He's retired. And just as he was talking, of course, I didn't want to say this when we were interviewing him. But he might be an ideal person. He might, right, he might not be an expert in economic development, but he certainly could do the baseline things that would need to be done. And he's someone that Mr. Rudd would have the expertise to direct in
Well, you know, so,
doing those things.
so with Ms. Hayes coming out of Michigan, and she wants to come down to Florida and have a full-time job doing it, I think she'd be an excellent candidate for something like that.
But, I mean,
And she
unless-
already knows how to do it. She's
Well-
already trained to do it, so.
Okay,
So
well,
anyway, but.
that's something that we'll talk about.
Yeah.
Right, but sometimes we need to go back and look at what we did, and see why it's not working.
Okay, let's go to, if we're ready, we can move to page 32 of 33. This is gonna be our central CR. You still have questions on the other one?
No, I was just looking at, I was on 33 of 33.
Okay, 32 of 33. Keith, we still need you to stay here. Sorry, we need you to stay here for just a minute. Okay, so this is where we are in our central CRA. I mean, what have we brought in on our CRA? Is this?
You know, our CRA money is based off our millage rate, and anything comes in is from the county and the cities.
Are we on track though for where we thought we would be?
Yeah, well, the county has still got to send theirs in.
Okay.
But I'm waiting for that any day.
Okay. Do we have any?
So we only have like 64,500 in current revenue, and we're budgeted 139 for the 3 CRAs together.
Together.
Mhm.
Okay.
So wait, what's the current revenue?
$64,535.
What line? I'm sorry.
No,
You
that's
lost-
not in the budget. Doesn't, the revenue is not shown in the budget, just the anticipated.
I'm sorry, none of the, where is the $64,000?
It's in my, if you have your statement of revenues and expenses.
Yes.
Then it's on that, in that one on page, let me see, there's, I don't know if these are page, yeah, it is. It's on page 17. Not that, not
I'm
the
looking.
budget. I gave everybody a statement of revenue and
It's this,
expenditures.
it's gonna be on, not on the
Okay.
legal side, it's on the other.
Right, but so why are we switching from the budget to the revenues?
This is actual.
How much is spent? So they're asking how much we have brought in so far this year
Okay,
for the CRA.
okay.
So I totaled $64,500 so far. We're budgeted 139 because we still haven't got the county's portion yet. Every year, the assessor sends us out what the estimated revenue for the CRAs is going to be.
And I emailed them, passed that out to you.
We have a formula for figuring out what the city's share is going to be and what the county share is going to be.
How much do we have in our CRA account,
Which one?
in our central?
Central?
Oh, we have to small
Okay,
and south.
No, we have central and then we have north and south.
There's central and there's north and south.
Here it is.
I know.
You only have one account for all of them as far as the bank is concerned.
Okay,
And we have 196,630.
in order to spend those, though, don't they have to be designated? Does it have to be designated for
Okay,
which
here.
one? So that,
Yes, which
so
area?
how much, so how much do we have available in the central?
You did a really nice renovation here for that, 196,000.
Let me see. Is that on page 32? This. On the expenditure sheet. On the central CRA, we still have. In our budget, last year, we had 54,735 left in the budget that we hadn't spent.
Y'all have anything else for Keith? He really doesn't have anything to do with CRA.
Yeah, I'm good.
Thank you,
Well,
Keith.
thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, thank you, Keith. I thought he was here because we paid for some street and light improvements, so. we don't need Keith
Yeah,
for
that's
that.
what I was,
I'd be happy to answer that for you.
okay.
We
Okay.
pay-
Thank you,
We
Keith.
pay for some street lights and aesthetics things through the CRA fund.
We wanted to
There's
keep
nowhere
you
else to
till the
spend.
rain stopped, so you didn't get wet.
Right.
So you're good.
But,
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
Change the clothes, I'll be drawing it up.
Thank
You're gonna have to mop the floor right
you. You did a
Thank
great
you.
job. We appreciate it. Thank you, Keith.
The CRAs also pay, we pay the CRA that, you know, because it's, we have to. But then they also have to pay us back for our administrative fees, and that's the indirect cost allocations.
Okay,
It's divided between the 3 CRAs.
okay. I see that. Okay, the 20,000 other professional services. Now, we don't have that currently, but we had that back in 17-18. What was that for? Do you remember?
Effective budget.
What line item is that there?
It's gonna be 670.
The street lights, central.
Other professional services.
Other professional services.
Right.
We don't have it, Debbie. We can talk about that later. I'll ask you.
Yeah.
You can look at that and tell us later.
Patrick's grant was the grant that he paid for University of Florida. That was before that, wasn't it?
I'm not sure. I know, you know, we put these
That could
new
have been the
street
money
lights.
to do the assessment on the property over here,
Yeah, and then we also put in those street lights too, the
Right.
fancy ones
the
and.
fancy
Okay.
street lights that they cut the line on this side, don't work.
I think that was
Okay.
much earlier.
Okay. And so we're putting in there for our festivals and special events. We've got the 10,000 in there. You're showing 61.5. Is that how much we put in there last year? I thought we always did 10, you always did 10,000 in that one. Or is that
Festivals and
maximum?
special events, yeah, we brought it down last
Okay.
year
Okay,
because we weren't using all of it, but I put it back to,
okay.
10,000.
Well, actually, the average is less than five.
We spent, $3,800 so far this year. That was for the red, white and boom and then the Christmas one too.
Okay. And we still, we still have another 1,000 due to the red, white and boom, correct? Have we paid them?
I've already paid both.
Both, okay,
Mhm.
okay.
So
And the
Debbie,
Lions
can you-
Club didn't ask for their money this year, or they didn't send their proper paperwork.
So we can, for the position that I'm proposing, a portion of that salary can come out of CRA funds because they'll be doing CRA work, is that correct? Or the-
We got $10,000 designated for the North CRA, and then the other two is 20,000 altogether
Okay,
between the 3 CRAs.
We've got wages.
okay,
That was for an actual CRA economic development person.
which would be a major, could be one of the priority responsibilities for an assistant to the city manager, or assistant city manager, or whatever you want to call it, economic development director, somebody to help do it. I mean, under the direction of, you're now having going to be offering a position to an expert in that field, so.
Right, but the problem with saying, well, they're an expert in the field is, I mean, you need someone to actually do the work. And it has never, the city manager has never had the ability to actually do the work.
Right, and what I'm saying is that we get,
I see, you're
Yeah.
saying get the helper.
correct,
And we can fund, they'll have other duties, but they will also,
Yeah.
this will be, okay, so we can fund it out of here, okay. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Page 32, and we'll move on to page 33. Commissioner DeVito, do you have any questions? Otherwise, we're gonna,
Right, no, I do. I do
Okay.
have-
okay,
I do have questions, and some of these may need to be answered, not today, but at the workshop, although some might. Actually, one question I had, just an overall question, is it's unclear to me. I thought the Clarion was gonna help us with this, but has the budget been put together? Is this Ms. Peacock's budget? Did Clarion help with it? Did Robin help with it? Like, how, who's the author of this budget? Is it a joint thing, or?
It's her. She did most of it before I even got there.
But I showed, we did send it to a Clarion, we let them look it over and had a conference with them, conference call with them, talking about it, and he actually liked the way I did it by doing the average of 3 years, and so we can get an idea of what we've actually spent, not the budget, but what we actually spent, and he told me to go forward. I did send this back to Mike, because he did the front page for me, because I'm not good with macros, and he did this page for y'all to bring all this over to the actual budget that we'll publish,
yeah.
and that's our advertisement. So, but they did oversee some of it, but.
So I have only one question, and that's really Robin, since you will be taking over, I think at the end of this month, July 31st? Is that when you're
30th.
finally? July 30th, that's finally when you're retiring, Ms. Peacock?
What Bill said.
That you will be taking this over, are you okay with all this budget stuff?
Oh, yeah, I used to make budgets all the time.
Okay, so I mean, because we're going into August 10th, right, to finalize this budget, so hopefully you are comfortable with what we've gone through today and moving forward,
Yep.
okay?
we have only designated, I believe, an hour on August 10th,
Okay,
and that's at 5 o'clock prior to. Yeah, do we need more time, or do we need to do it on a separate time, separate date?
can we not move it down to 4 PM so that we don't run out of time? Pardon?
Bill, I have a contract too for me,
Yeah,
for y'all to look over.
Okay, because Mayor, I can do this quickly, but I do have questions.
Okay,
This is a workshop, that's what it's for. Questions that I have with the budget, for some departments, I don't see training. For example, there's $100 in code enforcement. I don't know if that's just for our code enforcement officers to have a
Correct.
membership. Right, but I think that there's training available and there's an annual conference for code officers.
they
And,
haven't had the last 2 years,
well, that was COVID.
right?
But, okay, good. Because
Can I elaborate on that, please? I mean, I don't mean to interrupt you.
I don't know.
let's let her finish, Karen.
Okay, I was just gonna say, so I'm wondering about training for our code officer or conference attendance, because I'm sure it's important to keep up. Maybe that's how they do it.
Well, they've been doing it by webinar, and also Pam has about 25 or 30 years experience in code enforcement, because she worked for 25 years for Seminole County. But she did do an online webinar training program. But yeah, I agree, training, but
Right, I'm saying, I know she has experience, but then
yeah,
there's always new things. Okay, we did fire. I was at League of Cities Policy Committee meeting on Friday, and we got an email on this, all of us did, and I know Phil got it. The League of Cities has a new grant service that we're able to take advantage of. Searching for grants is free. They also have the ability for any city that wants to, for a cost of $2,000 to take advantage of their grant writer and administrative assistance. I have to go back and find the email. I saw it.
I saw, you must have saw that too. Yeah.
Right, so I've never been clear on exactly what category of grants Fred Fox does, whether it's,
He does CDBG primarily,
right.
and
This,
FERDAP, and he does do also FERDAP grants.
right, because we might want to look into what FLC is offering, because apparently it is very broad in scope.
Well, Fred also administrates the grants. I mean, he doesn't just write them and get them, but it's the administrator for them.
Yeah.
We didn't have any staff, or y'all didn't have any staff in the past to do that, except the city manager, and that's a big task.
Yes, one thing, this.
Do they offer also, they'll write it and do the administration of it?
I haven't read that for myself.
Yes,
Something to look into.
I don't think they'll do all of it, but they will provide significant assistance. So I just want to raise that because that is an option, and there's a part that you can use for absolutely free. You can Google search grants, and we're entitled on any subject that you like. So it's quite broad.
Our new finance director is experienced in grants, so
Yes,
she's already started.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Right, well,
she
this
kind
is
of
a-
knows some of that.
This is a service that's available to us because they felt that small cities especially were not really able to access grants. So memberships, I noticed, I did see the chamber membership for the past several years. We haven't really taken advantage of it, but somewhere in there, we've been members of the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation. Have we paid for that recently? We paid for that, Debbie, haven't we? The Florida Trust membership?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did it. We get the minimum
Right,
membership.
we have, okay, is that still in the budget?
It just comes out of membership for the government fund.
Okay, because we don't remember.
I don't know why we're paying anything to the chamber, because quite frankly, I don't think we get any service from it. The mayor and I met with their new economic development vice president, and quite frankly, it was disappointing, to say the least.
Well, there's a subject, but we could do more with our membership in the Trust for Historic Preservation. We could get more capital out of our membership. I think I brought up earlier that the Little Blue House, which is a shared responsibility of the city and the Women's Club, it's a museum. It's open on Saturdays. They staff it. I think it is in need of some capital improvement.
Is that, who owns that?
We do.
The city owns the Blue House? Maybe somebody could live in
The city went to a lot of trouble. They said the residents of Crescent City we need to have a presentation on that. I don't know, you want to sell the Little Blue House?
Don't look at me, I'm,
it. Maybe the new city manager would like. to
that's
live
something
in
that
there.
we,
That'd be cool.
I think isn't it the historical society that maintains that?
No. The Historical
the
Society.
women's club, doesn't the
No,
women's
okay.
club?
The Little Blue House was a huge project that was undertaken by a lot of residents of the city, including, spearheaded by members of the Women's Club. And it is now a historical museum, and the city and the Women's Club share responsibility. But it was a huge, major citywide effort.
Yeah, they had to move it.
Do we have a contract on that? I mean, do we have a contract
Yeah.
with the women's club on that?
I have,
We probably need to look at that and see what we're responsible for.
yes, but I'm just saying.
Who owns the property?
I have
We do,
no idea.
We own the property
and they own the house.
and they own the house.
Right.
Okay, I knew there was some Okay,
And then the Historical Society pretty much owns everything inside of the house, so it's a little messy, I think.
I don't know.
Okay.
that
I
that's-
think,
So-
Mayor, that you should appoint a committee headed by Commissioner DeVito to look into that and bring all those, all the information and recommendation back to the commission.
thank you.
Because you don't have any staff to do it.
No. Okay,
I'm just bringing up.
no,
that
that's,
This is
that's,
a, it's a local asset, and I have heard discussed in the community that it needs a capital improvement.
okay.
And the people who are, I think, working diligently on it need to be aware that they need to bring it to the commission.
I think, yeah, so
But-
if you can give that message, or if we need to contact them and ask them to please come
Sure. I'll
to
call
us
them.
and give a presentation,
Right,
that's
but I want
important.
to make sure that the commission knows that that's coming.
Okay,
I don't know, tree maintenance and tree replanting. Really, we are a tree city. We are really supposed to spend money to maintain our trees. What we are spending our money for primarily is just to take down dead trees. And that is not really what does not fully complete the spirit of being a tree city USA. So, and as well, just like where our buildings are crumbling, tree maintenance really means preserving tree health. These romantic trees that everybody talks about, how beautiful Crescent City looks. You have to get some professional help and preserve them and have.
It sounds like a good job for a grant writer to get a grant to do that. So maybe you can contact the League of Cities and see if, since that's your area of expertise, and
see if they can help us
do
with that, or if there is a grant out there for that.
Yeah, that would be good.
I don't think there is.
Well, you never know, there's
Right,
grants,
but I'm
they
saying,
say
I
there's
mean,
grants
you'd be
out there for just about
surprised.
anything.
It's in need, and I don't understand, I really don't understand the sarcasm about this particular subject.
I don't think he's being
No, I'm not being
sarcastic.
sarcastic, I'm just saying, nobody on the staff has time to do that, and we can
Okay.
barely keep up with what our maintenance that we have now. How are we gonna do tree maintenance? I mean,
Well, I'll be
who's gonna
happy,
do it?
I'll be happy to answer that question for you, but this is an item that I'm bringing up for the city commissioners. I'm not suggesting a particular responsibility for staff, but we're talking about the budget. So I am suggesting that it would help the appearance of our city
Okay,
if we would consider adding some money to the budget for maintenance and preservation of trees as opposed to simply taking out dead ones. So that is the point.
Commissioner West, you have a comment?
We have one more dead tree and it's right across the street, one of those tall palm trees.
Mm-hmm.
So that's been there for ages.
Yeah, but it needs to come
I'll,
down.
make sure we get that out.
Right, and that's another thing about tree maintenance. It's possible because we don't provide training. Those palm trees can be killed if you accidentally, when you're taking the boots off of them, which really shouldn't be done, that's not proper maintenance. If you damage the trunk of the tree, it's not a tree, it's a grass.
Okay,
So anyway, proper
Okay,
maintenance,
okay.
improper maintenance can kill the
we've
palm
had a
tree.
long day, we understand,
know.
I know, we've had a long day, we can. Do you have anything else you want to add to the budget discussion?
No, but I think not killing the palms is a good one, because it's gonna cost us to take it down.
Okay. Okay, with that, so we've decided that we're gonna move, yes, Ms. Peacock?
I need some dates for a meeting, because I gotta turn in that.
Oh, yeah,
DR
that's right, in
420,
September, we can't do it on the day the commissioner of the school board meeting,
Yes.
so.
which is the 7th and the 14th. We cannot,
So what's our regular meeting for the September?
the 9th.
Okay, we can do one on the 9th,
Mhm.
and then we can do one the third week of September for the final adoption of the budget. Is that right? Is that,
I think it's way we usually do it
That's
the
where we do it.
23rd.
yeah, so the 9th and the 23rd, is that okay with everybody?
Of September.
September,
And that'll be for just you have to have, the first
Commissioner
hearing
DeVito,
for the
you have your
adoption and
calendar?
then the second hearing.
write those dates down,
The 9th at what time?
September 9th and
What
23rd.
time? What time do you want to do it? We can do it anytime. No, it's gotta be after 5 o'clock.
After
I'm
5
sorry.
o'clock.
The 9th is at 6 o'clock. That's a
Yeah.
regular
6,
commission
right,
meeting.
that's right.
Oh, that
Good.
regular commission.
That's
meeting?
regular commission meeting. The 23rd, we want to do it at 5?
Yes.
Yeah, at 5.
That'll be our last budget meeting then.
That'll be the final adoption of the budget.
The 23rd, correct?
Yeah,
Yes,
it
sir.
starts October the first.
Right.
At 5 p.m.
You want to do it early?
I think we have to do it
They have to be
after, I think
2
it has
weeks
to be
apart,
after
have to be
5,
14 days
Not a-
before
I
I
think-
thought. No,
Let me see.
10 days,
10 days.
10 days.
So we could do it anytime the 19th on.
What day is the 23rd?
It's a Thursday.
Okay,
Yeah.
Is that good? What time?
What time?
we'll do it at 5 o'clock.
Okay, sound good.
Is that okay?
I think you have to do it at 5:05.
At 5:05?
Right.
Okay,
Well,
let's do it at 5:30.
I was just gonna say.
Let's do
to
it at
be
5:30.
Courteous and give people
Just-
time.
5:30.
We have to have those ads in about perfect
Yep.
on this too, so and they have to be. So 5:30 on the 23rd?
Okay, with that, Ms. Peacock, you have any more questions?
No, I just needed that so that we
Okay,
can turn in that form.
Commissioners, are we good? Is everybody good? I appreciate you enduring this day. It's been a
Good night.
long day, but we got a lot accomplished. Thank you all very much for your patience.
Good night.
You got to do a workshop.
Sir, I'm
And I'll
going
make
to adjourn.
corrections to the budget that y'all brought up,
Okay, okay, and so you did that.
spelling errors.
Debbie,
Debbie,
Robin, thank you
you're welcome.
both very much. JT, Karen, thank you very much. And this workshop is adjourned. 6:58.